The Weekly in Kirillihida and the Pressburg write just as amiably about you, Lieutenant Gonaluk observed. But that won't interest you very much cause it's all much of a much. There are political for this, because after all we Austrians, whether we're Germans or CRCHS, are, if you compare us with the Hungarians, still pretty. You understand me, Lieutenant, don't you? There's a certain tendency in all this. You might perhaps be more in an article in the Komarno Evening NC, where they asked that you tried to rape Mrs. Kikoni right in her very dining RTNJRN during lunch in the of her husband, whom you had threatened with your saber and forced to gag his wife's mouth with a towel to prevent her screaming. That's the latest news of you, Lieutenant. The colonel gave a smile and went on, the authorities have done their duty. Preventive censorship of the newspapers here is in the hands of the Hungarians and they do what they like with us. Our officers enjoy no protection from the insults of a swine of a civil Hungarian editor like this, and it was only as a result of our sharp intervention, in other words on the basis of a telegram from Divisional Court-Martial, that the Public Prosecutor's Office in the to that Eretz way carried out among the editorial staffs of all the POD-FS mentioned. The who's going to catch it hottest is the editor of the Komarno Evening News. He will remember his ETNing new to dying day. Court-Martial has authorized me as your superior officer to hear your side of the case and at the time has sent me all the documents concerning the INV%TI Gashin. Everything would have turned out right if it had for your unfortunate Švejk. There was with him a certain Vodina. When they took that nun to the guard how after the brawl they found on him the letter you had to Mrs. Kikoni. Your Švejk alleged under cross-examination that it was not your Jetta, but that he had written it however. When it was shown to him and he was asked to copy it to compare the handwriting in it with his own, he ate it up. From regimental officer reports were later sent to Divisional Court-Martial that they could compare them with Švejk's handwriting, and this is the result. The colonel turned over the PG of the endments and drew the lieutenant's attention to the following. The Švejk refused to write sentences to him, claiming that during night he really attribute no importance that over to what your Švejk or the sapper said at Divisional Court-Martial, Lieutenant. They alleged that it was only a question of a little joke which had Tren misunderstood, and that they were Thamarovs attacked by civilians and defended themselves to their military honor. In the course of the investigation it was AG Erden that Švejk of yours is a fine rascal altogether. Thus for example, when asked why he didn't confess, he answered according to the repaired, I'm in just a QRNE position as the servant of the Academy painter Mr. Panuska once was about some pictures of the Virgin Mary. When it was a question of pictures he couldn't answer anything except, do you want me to spit? Of Quran of regimental command I have can to it that in the name of Divisional Court-Martial all newspapers must publish corrections of all these rubbishy articles in the papers here. Today corrections will be sent out and I have done everything to what took place as a result of the early conduct of THCSE Hungarian civilian journalist bastards. I think I've formulated it well. Divisional Court-Martial and Regimental Command and state that the article published in the Excel journals AKU, UT alleged X on the of the men of Regiment N has no basis in fact and is invented from A to Z, and that the pair creatings brought against those journals will result in the *vir punishment of the guilty. Divisional Court-Martial in its repair to our Regimental Command, continued the Colonel, has come to the conclusion that behind all this there is no fingathan systematic agitation against military units coming from Cisleithania to Transleithania. Just compare how many soldiers have gone to the front from our of the country and how many from theirs. I tell you that a Czech soldier is much more to my taste than any pack of Hungarian bastards. It's enough for me to remember how at the Hungarians at our 2nd March Battalion, who didn't know that it was the Hungarians who were at them and to fire at the Deutschem sisters on the right wing. Then the Deutschmeisters muddled as well and nade fire on the Bosnian regiment which alongside then. That was a nice situation. At that very moment I was having my lunch at the brigade staff. The day TX4 we had to be with ham and tin soup, but that day we had a PR0*R chicken soup, filet with rice, and tittle donuts with egg flip. The evening before we'd hanged Azovian wine merchant in the town and our CMKS had fmanned in his cellar wine which was 30 years old. You can imagine how we all looked forward to the lunch. We'd tend the soup and were just digging into the chicken when suddenly there was a skirmish and of shots, and our artillery, who hadn't the foggiest idea that it was our units who were sting at each *her, to shoot into our lino, and one shell fell quite clcse to our brigade staff. The Serbs probably thought that a mutiny had broken out on our side and they to fire at us from all sides and to the river towards us. The brigade general was came to the telephone, and the divisional commander kicked up a tremendous row about the shambles in the brigade. He said that he'd just got orders from army staff to begin the attack on the Serbian at 2.35 a.m. on the left flank. We were the reserve and we must at once see a fire. But in such a situation how can you to have CEA** fire? Brigade telephone exchange reported that it couldn't get any connection anywhere, but that the staff of the 75th Regiment was reporting that it had received from the next division the order stand firm, that it was not kissable to communicate with our division, that the Serbs had occupied INS 212, 226 and 327, that a battalion was required to act as liaison and provide telephone communication with our division. We transferred the call to the division, but the connection was already broken, because in the meantime the Serbs had got behind on XTH flanks and up our center into a triangle. Inside that everything stayed, regiments, artillery and baggage train with a whole column of cars, the stores, and the field hospital. I was 2 days in the saddle and the divisional commander was captured with our brigade commander. And that was all ULT of the Hungarians they shot at our 2nd March Battalion. Of Korg. And imagine, they tried to blame it all on our regiment. The Colonel you've trained able to EE for Lieutenant, what splendid they have made of your little adventure in Kiralihida. Lieutenant Lu coughed and Lieutenant, the Colonel said to him in a tone. Handyer, how many time did you sleep with Mrs. Colonel Schroeder was in a very gaxl rncxdtcuy. Don't Lieutenant, that you've only to with her. When I was your age, I 3 in Erla on a geometry course, and you should have seen how during all those 3 weeks I did nothing else but sleep with Hungarian women. Every day with another one. Young ones, single ones, elderly ones, married ones, just as they came. I ironed them out so roughly that when I returned to my regiment I could hardly move my legs. It was the wife of a lawyer who took MCSST out of me. She showed me what Hungarian women can do. She bit me on the nose in the end, didn't let me close my eyes the whole night. You just teaskin to correspond. The Colonel said, patting him familiarly on the shoulder, we know that. You don't need to anything. I have my opinion of the whole matter. You got involved with her, her husband came along, and that stupid Švejk of yours. But you know, Lieutenant, that Švejk of yours must have character after all, when he pulled off such a trick with your letter. One really feels sympathy for such a man. I say it's a matter of upbringing. That's what I like about that bastard. The proceedings have to be in this respect. Lieutenant, you have been vilified and your presence here is quite unnecessary. In a week's time a March battalion will be sent to the RUCN front. You're the most senior officer in the 11th Company and you'll go with it as commander. Everything has been arranged at brigade headquarters. Tell the quartermaster sergeant major that he should find you another Batman instead of that Švejk. Lieutenant looked gratefully at the Colonel, who continued. Assign Švejk to you as company orderly. The lieutenant turned pale and the Colonel got up and offered him his hand, kneeing, well, everything is settled now. I wish you good luck so that you distinguish yourself on the Eastern Front. And if by any chance we should meet again, come and join us. Don't avoid our as you did in Budalarovas. Lieutenant Luka repeated to himself all the way home, Commander, company orderly. And vividly before his eyes there the figure of Švejk. And our Master Sergeant Major Vanuta said, when Lieutenant Luki ordered him to find him a new Batman instead of Švejk, I thought, sir, you were satisfied with Švejk. When he learned that the Colonel had nominated Švejk orderly to 11th Company, he cried out, God help all. At the divisional court in a hut which was fitted with bars they got up according to regulations at 7 a.m. and put in order their straw mattresses which were lying about in the dust on the ground. There were no bunks. In a compartment in the long hall they were folding the blankets and placing them neatly on the straw mattresses according to regulations. The men who had finished their IOBS were sitting on benches along the wall and either looking for lice, those who'd come from the front, or amusing themselves by relating various adventures. Švejk with old Sapper sat on a bench near the door with a group of soldiers from various regiments and military units. Look at that Hungarian fellow there by the window, chaps, Vodi and Kot. See how the bastard prays to God that everything will go well with him. Wouldn't you like to break his mug open from ear to ear? But he's a chap, said Švejk. He's only here because he didn't want to join up. He's against the war, belongs to some kind of sect, and he's been jailed because he didn't want to kill people. He keeps God's commandment, but they are going to make Genie's commandment hot for him. Before the war there was a fellow called Nemreva living in Moravia who didn't even want to take a rifle on his shoulder, and when he was called up he said that it was against his principles to carry a rifle. Because of that he was jailed until he was blue in the face and then brought up again to take the oath. But he said he wouldn't do it as it was against his principles, and HC held out so long that he got away with it. He must have been a stupid chump, said old sapper Vodi and Kot. He could have taken the oath and then shitted on everything, and the oath already taken the oath 3 times, an infantryman chimed in, and this is the 3rd time I'm here for desertion, and if I hadn't got a medical certificate showing that 15 years ago I beat my aunt to death in a fit of insanity they'd have shot me 3 times at the front. But my late lamented aunt always helps me out of trouble and in the end probably get out of this war safe and sound. And why did you kill your auntie, old man? Asked Švejk. Why do people kill each other? The pleasant man answered. You can guess for yourself. It was for money, of course. She had 5 savings bank books, that old frump had, and they had just sent her the interest when I came to visit her, and I was completely at the end of my tether. Except for her I didn't have a soul in the whole of GDS world. And so I went to ask her if she'd take me into her, and the old bitch mid that I was a young, strong, healthy man and ought to go out and work. Well, one word led to another and I only hit her over the head a few times with a micer, but I got her face into such a that I didn't know whether she was my aunt or not. And so I sat beside her on the ground and kept on saying to myself, is that auntie or isn't it auntie? And that's how the neighbors found me next day, sitting her. Then I was put into the madhouse at Na Sloopy, and, when before the war, they sent us T*4 a commission in bonus, I was pronounced cured and had at once to go and make up those years' service in the army which I had missed. A lean emaciated soldier with a pass by carrying a broom. That's a teacher from the last March company, said a rifleman who was sitting next to Švejk. He gets around sweeping up the floor under him. He's an awfully decent chap. He's here because of some stupid rhyme he wrote. Hello, teacher. Come here, he called to the man who approached the bench with a solemn expression. Tell us the rhyme of yours about the lice. The deer with a broom cleared his throat and began. The army's all loused up, they are scratching at the front, and on our backs monster louse is creeping. The general himself has had to join the hunt. The lice percent ave made him toss an SLX, ild his slaping. The lice are doing finely in the soldiers' huts, they are even getting used to the tough NCOS. And the bastard Austrian HC Luskal, if he's still got the guts, can mate with a Prussian she-louse, I suppose. The soldier and teacher sat down on the bench and sighed, that's all it was. And because of that I've been examined 4 times already by the judge ADV8. That's really not worth talking, said Švejk nonchalantly. The question is only this. Who will the people in the court think is the bastard Austrian he-louse? It's gawkle that you put in that bit about mating. That'll confuse them completely and knock them off their UVE. Just got to explain to them that the bastard he-louse is the male of the species and that the she-louse can only be mounted by a bastard he-louse. Otherwise you won't get away with it. You obviously didn't write that rhyme to insult anyone. That's quite clear. Just tell the judge advocate that you wrote it for your own amusement and that as the male of a pig is called the male of a louse is called a bastard. The teacher sighed, but the trouble is that the judge I've already tried hard to explain it to him in this way, but he just let fly at me and shouted that a male louse is called in Czech. UBLMJDY idiot oaf scholar, the feminine is 10 fur and so the masculine is go and teach your grandmother to suck eggs. To put it in a nutshell, said Švejk, you're in a jam, but you mustn't lose hope. It can still change for the better, as the gypsy Janik said in Pilsen when in 1879 they put the cord round his neck for double with murder. He was right in his guess, because at the very last moment they him away from the gallows, as they couldn't hang him, owing to it's the birthday of His Imperial Majesty which fell on the very mine day when he ought to be hanged. And so they hanged him the following day after the birthday had passed. But just imagine the luck that bastard had, because on the third day he got pardoned and his case had to be taken up again, as everything pointed to the fact that it was another Janik who had committed the crime. So they had to dig him out of the convicts' cemetery and rehabilitate him in the Catholic cemetery at Pilsen. But afterwards it turned out that he had an evangelical and they transferred him to the evangelical cemetery. And after that you'll get a sock on the jaw, said old Sapervodi eka. The things that bastard thinks up a chap has trouble with divisional court-martial, and when they took us away for interrogation yesterday the BLM, DY starts explaining to me what the row of Jericho is. But it wasn't me who explained it. The story comes from Matej, the painter Panui's servant, who told an old who asked him what the rows of Jericho like, some dry cow shit, put it on a plate, pour water on it and it will be green and beautiful, that's the of Jericho, Švejk defending himself. It wasn't who thought up that nonsense, and after all, we had to talk something when we went to the interrogation. I only wanted to cheer you up. To cheer me up. Vrxlina contemptuality. A chap has his head full of worries about how to get out of this jam, how to manage to get free as to be able to out those damned Hungarian bastards, and this here wants to share him up with cow shit. How can I pay those Hungarian out if I'm sitting up here, and if into the I've got to pretend to the judge advocate that I don't feel any hatred for the Hungarians. It's a life, my really it is, but when I manage to get my paws on one of THCSE Hungarian bastards I'll strangle him like a puppy. I'll teach them their I'll omega I'll even with them. I won't allow them to forget old Vikti Kot, I tell you. Don't let any of us have any worries, Švejk. Everything will sort itself out. The main thing is always to court what isn't true. Any chap who allows to hoodwinked into confessing is always done for. Nothing will ever corner that. Once when I worked in Moravska, Krava, there was the following there. A minor T set up an engineer when he was alone with him so that there were no witnesses. And the lawyer who defended him insisted that if he denied it, nothing could happen to him. But the of the Senate kept on to him that conf Zion WMLLD in extenuating circumstance. But the minor went on asserting that he couldn't confess and he was acquitted, he had established his alibi. On the very same day in Brno, Jesus Mary, cried Vodina in a fury. I can't stand it any longer. Why he tells all this I can't understand. Yesterday at the investigation we had the SME of a fellow. When the judge asked him what he ms in civil he said, I blow at risks. It took RNE than 12 an hour he could explain to the judge advocate that he blew the bellows at a smith's called cross, and when they asked him afterwards, so in civil life you're an untrained worker he answered them, I don't work in a train. That's Franta from the passage could heard steps and the shouting of the guard, new lot there'll be more of us again, said Švejk happily. Perhaps these will have managed to keep some cigar stumps. The door Olkson and the volunteer who had with Švejk under arrest in Bud Dolarovas, and was now destined for the kitchen of a march company, was pushed in. Praised be the Lord Jesus Christ, he mid on entering, upon which Švejk answered in the name of all, forever and ever, Amen. The volunteer looked happily at Švejk, put the blanket which he had brought with him on the ground and sat down on the bench next to the Czech colony. Then he unwound his puttees, took out the cigarettes which were artfully rolled in the folds and distributed them. Then he took out of his the striking part of a box of matches and 1 or 2 matches cunningly split down the center from the top. He struck a match, carefully lit a cigarette, gave a light to all of them and said nonchalantly, I'm accused of mutiny. That's nothing, Švejk consolingly. Thay's just fun. Of course asterisk it is, the Agard. But I really don't know if it's the way to win the war with all these courts-martial. If they insist on trying me at any price, let them try me. Generally speaking, trial can't change the situation at all. And did you mutiny? Asked Sapef the volunteer with sympathy. I refused to clean the rears in the guard how, he answered. And so they TTX, came all the way up to the colonel. And he was a pretty fair swine. He started to shout at me that I was locked up on the basis of a regimental rep. RT, and that I was a common convict, that he was quite amazed that the earth still carried me and didn't stop turning round because of the shame that in the army there was a man with the rights of a volunteer who had claims to officer's rank, but who by his haveur could only revulsion and contempt in all his. I replied that the rotation of the could not be interrupted by the appearance of a volunteer like myself, that the laws of nature were more powerful than the shoulder straps of volunteers, and that I would like to know who could cornfl me to clean a rear, if I had shitted in it myself, although I might be entitled to do so after the filthy catering there was in the regiment and after all that rotten cabbage and soaked salted mutton they gave us. And then in addition I to the colonel that his view as to why the earth still carried me was rather since there would surely not be an earthquake because of me. The colonel didn't do anything during the whole of my speech except grind his teeth like a mare when it feels the chill of frozen turnips on its tongue, and then he cured at me, "Very well, then, are you going to clean the aren't you?" Humbly report, I'm going to clean any rear? You are going to clean it, you humbly repaired, I'm not. Blrdy hell, you're going to dean not only one rar but 100 rears. Humbly rprt, I'm not going to clan 100 rears or and it went and are going to dean it, not going to clean it. Rears flew about all over the place as though it was a nursery rhyme by the writer Pavia Mudri. The Elanal ran up and DCMN the office like a Rudman and Finney at down and aid, think it over carefully. I'm to RNDU to Divisible Court for mutiny. Don't imagine that you'll the first volunteer to shot in this war. In Serbia we had 2 volunteers of the 10th Company and 1 of the 9th in Cold BLCD. And why? All because of their pig-headedness. Those 2 who were had attempted to stab the wife and kid of a Komitaji TNAR, and the from the 9th Com was shot because he wouldn't advance and knew the XQ asterisk that he had swollen legs and was very well. Then, will you clean the RARs humbly RQRT, I the colonel at, Linen, do you have FN to a Slavophil? Humbly I after that they TCXK me away and read that I was accused of mutiny. The best thing you can do now NID Svejk is to pretend to be an idiot. When I had in the garrison jail, we had with us a very intelligent and well-educated fellow who was a teacher at a commercial school. He descended from Dib Front and an awfully fine show trial was fixed up for him, so that he could condemn and hang as a warning to others. But he managed to get out of the whole meg in an awfully simple way. He started by pretending that he had got some congenital disease, and when the staff D***tor examined him he said he had not descended but that from his earliest years he had liked to travel and had always had a longing to vanish in me faraway part of the world. Once he had woken up in Hamburg and another time in London and he had not known how he got there. His father had an alcoholic and had committed suicide his birth. His mother had been a prostitute who took to drink and died of delirium tremens. His younger sister drowned herself. Elder one threw him off under a train, his brother jumped from the railway viaduct at Vikrad, his grandfather murdered his wife, poured on Heimelf and set himself on fire, his other grandmother together at UT with gypsies and poisoned herself in prison with matches, cousin was con-earned several times arson and cut jugular vein with a GHSS splinter in and Ruthusian PRIN, a female cousin on the father's side threw herself out of the 6th of a bunding in Vienna. He himself had had a frightfully neglected upbringing and QHNT until he wasen, when he MCMTHS old and Faye were changing his nappies and left him alone. The tap, pulled him off it and he KNWKED his head in the fill. He had violent had a CHES from time to time and on TXCO as he didn't know what he was doing. It was in a state like this that he went from the front to Prague, and it was only when the military police him at the pub Uflaki that he too. You should have how glad they were to release him from Army 5 servicemen who with him in the cell eventuality made the following note on a piece of Alkausi. Sister, drovest. Second, train. Brother, from H. Grand Ethkrati Paraffin, fire. And when one of them arte to toot the staff doctor he no further than to the when the staff doctor, who had heard it twice before, aid. You your cousin on the father's side threw herself out of the 6th stair of a building in Vienna. You had a frightfully good upbringing and so you'll put right by special treatment. And they took him away to the special wing, and him and his frightfully neglected upbringing, his alcoholic DHA and his prostitute mother and all the rest disapasteriskard, and he readily volunteered for the front. In the army nowadays early eva any longer in hereditary taints, aid the volunteer. If they did all, the general would have to be shut up in lunatic asylums, one of them. The key in the reinforcing rattled and the amen aeing, instrument saved J** and Viktika to go to the judge. They got up and vrxlina to Švejk, you what these bastards are like. Every day they have an interrogation and there's never any result. Himmelherrgott, if only would sentence us and not keep on dragging us as it is, we lie the whole blxdy day and millions of those Hungarian KRP running around. Continuing on the to the interrogation in the office of the divisional court, which in an HA hut the other side of NMP, and when they would actually brought her for a pro-FR court. It's always but introduction, idvcdina, whipping himself up into a fury. If only nothing would come out of it at last. Tyree waste heaps of and a chap even see the court. He rots the bars. Tell me, is the whip eatable? And that abage with frozen hell, I've had such a blasted silly war. Ithmlght it would quite differ for me, I'm quite happy, aid Švejk. When years ago I was serving as a regular, our old sweat so Asteriska used to say that in the army be conscious of his duties, and he gave you at the me such a scrk on the jaw that you never forgot it. Or the late Lieutenant Kvajzer, when he aimed to the rifle, always lec toward tck on how every Gildir show the great moral ruthlessness because were only cattle whom the government fed. They gave them nothing to gull, let them swill coffee and stuff in their pipes, and FCR that they had to and pull like oxen. Sap FCR and NID after a time, when you come TKFME the judge advtut, Švejk, keep your head airwet on and don't forget to re-FT what you at the last interrogation that don't get into the main thing is that you how those Hungarian attacked after all, we were together in this. Don't worry, aid Švejk consolingly. Take it calmly. Don't get nervy. What DCRS it matter Book.3-4 divisional court like this? You should have zen how smartly a court-martial like that worked years ago. There was a teacher called Harold on service with me. Once, when we were lying on our bunks because all of who shared the room had been confined to barracks, he told us that in the Prague Museum there's a of records of a military court like that from the time of the Emperor Maria Theresa. At that time every regiment to have its executioner who executed the soldiers of the regiment for 1 Maria thaler per head. And according to THCSSE records that executioner med days as much as 5 of course, Švejk added thoughtfully, at that time there were strongly manned regiments and they were regularly filled with recruits from the villages. Then I was in Idorn and our brigade volunteered to hang Komitaji FCR cigarettes. Who hanged the Komitaji bastard 10 cigarettes and 5 for a worm or a child. But later supplies HQs started in the TTX, K place and block. There was a gypsy who served in our comp New York and for a long time we didn't KNCRS what dirty IOB he was doing. We mildly noticed that at nights they always summoned him to go to the at that time we were in car asterisk on the Dina. And in the night when he was away a fellow took it into his head to RMT about in his things and the mine had in his rucksack 3 whole ardens each with a 100st cigarette. Later he returned to our barn Tomaird's morning and we made short shrift with him. We knocked him on the ground and a chap called Balaunra asterisk D him with his the bastard had as many lives as a cat. Old sapper SPT, ULT swingle him. He shitted, his eyes bulged and he was as live as a CTXK. And they wrenched him in two like a at. 2 TCX, K head and another 2 took his legs and they broke his neck. After that we put his ruck CK his shitta with the cigarettes in it and threw him into the Dina. Who would van to smoke those cigarettes? In the morning there was a rarch him. You should have reported Ed aid Švejk nonchalant, that Ed already and had every day that he would run away. But who would have thought of that? Answered we had done our bit and we weren't tout anything else. It was really quite there. Every day was missing and they didn't even fish them out of the Dina. A blut community floated peacefully down the Dina to the Danube side by side with one of our Landwehrmen who had been TRN to people who were new to it a little feverish when THW at the first time. You should have given them quinine I'd spake. They were just entering the hut of the offices of Divisional Court and the patrol led them at TNCE to 06 CE number 8, where a long table with a pile of documents Judge Advocate Ruller. A volume of legal code lay before him, and a half-consumed glass of tea on top of it. On the table on the right stkd a crucifix made out of imitation ivory with a grist, who looked despairingly at the of his which their ashes and cigarettes to the renewed R% of the crucified juice. Judge Advocate Ruller was at this very moment flicking the ash from another cigarette onto the pedal of the crucifix. With his other hand he was raising the glass of tea, which had got stuck to the 1.1 when he had fried the glass from the embrace of the axle he turned over the of a which he from the club. It was a by Franz S. with a promising title, Research into the Histo of the Development of Sexual Morals. He was staring at the of naive drawings of male and female sexual organs with appropriate RHYM which the scholar Franz S. Kraus dye covered the walls of the W.CS of the West Railway Station, and he didn't any attention to the men who entered the room. He only pulled himself away FRCN examining the when coughed. What's the mat? He turning the BGS further and for the continuation of the NIV and asteriskopid drawings, skis, and designs. To RQRT, sir, SV you're okay, my friend has caught cold and is now coughing. Judge ADV's 8 Runa only at Švejk and at Vodika. He tried to assume an air of RVITY. And so you've at last come along, you bastards, he said, ferreting about in the pile of papers on his due. I had you summoned for 9 and now it's almost 11. What do you man by standing like that, you great ox? He asked, who had taken the of standing at only when I say at ease. Can you do what you like with your shanks? Humbly repaired, sir, he has rheumatism, Švejk put in. You'd better shut your mug, Judge Advocate Ruller. You'll only speak when you're given fmissim. 3 times you've come me for cross-examination and it was like trying to get water from a stone. Well, am I to find it CT or L? You've given me a lot of work, you blookody bastards _ but you'll pie for having troubled the courts with what Russon. Now you swine, he aid, when he had taken from a of documents a voluminous file with the election, don't think that because said of a stupid brawl you'll be able to loll in the divisional court and get out of front service for a time. All of you I had to telephone all the way up to the army court, you idiots. He sighed. Don't LK Siriu, Švejk. At the front you'll lose your taste for fighting with Hans, he continued. The pair creatings against you are quashed. Each of you is going to his unit, where he will punish that Rinjay right and after that end with a march company to the FRMT. If ever you get into my clutch again, you vermin, I'll make such a mess of you that you won't able to recognize yourselves. Here you have your release MRNNT and now behave yourself. Take them to No. 2. Humbly repaired. Sir, ID Švejk, we take your words to heart and we thank you much kind. If this was in civil life I would take off saying that you're a man of gold. And at the time we must both beg your pardon for giving you so much bother. We really don't deserve your kindness. Well, now get to hell out of it. The judge shouted at Švejk. If Donald Schroeder hadn't put in a word for you both I don't know what might have happened to you. Vodina only felt himself the old Vodina again when they were in the corridor and the patrol led them to office 2. The soldier who escorted them was afraid he would be late to lunch and he come on, now, there, you chaps, you crawl along like lice. Told him not to open his trap as wide as that. He was lucky to a Czech. If he had been a Hungarian he'd have torn him to pieces like a salted herring. As the army riders in the off had already gone to mess, the soldier who had them was obliged to bring them back fairly to the divisional court jail. This did not take place without ents on his part which he essayed to the race of army. The others will have cleaned up all the from the soup, he moaned in tragic tones, and instead of meat they'll leave me sinew. Yesterday too I escorted 2 people into the inn. While I was doing it ate up half the loaf which they had drawn for me. It looks as if here in divisional court you only think about filling your bellies, said Vodika, who was already his old self again. When they told the volunteer what had happened to them he exclaimed, so it's the march company for you, my friends. This is just like in a journal for CMCH tourists, a fair wind. The preliminary preparations for the journey are already completed. Everything has managed and arranged by the glorious military administration. And you too have been specially picked to join the expedition to Galicia. Set out on your journey with easy minds and light and joyful hearts. Cherish special love for the regions where they will introduce you to the trenches. It's lovely and extremely interesting there. You will feel at home in those distant foreign lands as though you were in familiar lands, yes, almost as though you were in your dear fatherland. With exalted feelings you will begin your pilgrimage to those lands, of which even the old Humboldt in the whole world I've never and anything more magnificent than that silly Galicia. The numerous precious which glorious army acquired in the cour asterisk of its retreat from Galicia during the first expedition will certainly be helpful guidelines when we make our program for the second expedition. Just follow your to Russia, and joyfully fire all your cartridges into the air. After lunch, before Švejk and left for the office, they were approached by the unfortunate teacher who had written the rhyme about the lice. He took them both aside and said, "Don't forget when you're on the Russian side to why at once to the Russians, Zvernstveet, Ruske I my Czechy, mine yet," and when they came out of the hut Vodina, wanting to manifest his hatred towards the Hungarians and demonstrate that his confinement had not shaken his convictions, on the foot of the Hungarian who didn't NNT to at the frolf and roared out at him, "Put on your you he ought to have aid to sapper," grumbled afterwards to Švejk. He should have pi #D up and I'd have torn his Hungarian snout from one ear to another. But the idiotic bastard keeps mum and lets me trample his BCXTS. Herrgott, Švejk, I'm furious that I haven't Kren convicted. Why, it looks as though they were just laughing at us, as if what we did to the Hungarians was worth a damn. And yet we fought like lions. It's your fault that they didn't convict us and gave a clench it as though we hadn't known how to fight properly. Who do THQ think we are? Why, it was quite a respectable dear old NID Švejk. I understand why you re not glad that our divisional officially recognized us as quite #tactable people against whom THQ could have no charge. It's true that during the investigation I knew all of XQ, but that's what you have to do. It's your duty to lie, as the lawyer tells his clients. When the judge advocate asked me why we broke into the apartment of that Kekony, I simply said to him, I thought the best way for to get acquainted with Mr. Kekony was to go and him. After that the judge advocate didn't ask me any further questions and had had enough of it. Švejk continued reflect easily, that at a court-martial no one ever confess anything. When I was under arrest at Garrison Court there was a soldier in the next cell who confessed. When the others learned about it they gave him the blanket treatment and ordered him to withdraw his confession. If I'd done something dishonest I wouldn't have confessed, of course, Saprodika, but when that bastard of a judge advocate asked me straight out, "Did you fight?" I said, "Yes, I did." "Did you manhandle?" "Certainly I did, sir." "Did you wound?" "Of course did, sir." He should know who he's dealing with. And the real disgrace is that they acquitted us. It's as though he didn't want to believe that I broke my bayonet belt over those Hungarian bastards, that I made paw soup, bumps and bruises out of them. You were there, weren't you, at the very moment when I had 3 of those Hungarian bastards on top of me, and you could after a short time how all of them fell onto the ground and I stamped on them. And after that the swine of a judge advocate goes and quashes the proceedings. It's just as if he'd said to me, "You fight? Who do you think YMZ well are?" When the war's over and I return to civilian life, find that swine somewhere and show him whether I know how to fight not, and then I'll lay me here to Kirilihida and nuke such a here as the world has never ran. And go and hide in their cellars when learn that I have come to have a WCRD within Kirilihida, THSSE rats, those stinking in the office all the formalities. Very sergeant major with a mouth still groggy from lunch gave Veg and their instruments with a frightfully asterisk-lem expression on his face and did not let the slip of making aid to both of them, in which he AP fled to their military spirit. In doing as he was a wasserpoke, he mixed up several expressions in his dialect, saying things like Merkum, Lupi Rojo Sie, Sedmina, Say Iapan, and Dum Vam Yung Jes James Koff O Figzit when Cake Slobitu, and each of them was taken off to his unit. He when the war's over come and see me. You'll find me every evening from 6 OCL, EK onwards in the Qualis at NABOI. Of course I will, answered. Will there be any fun there? Every day at GG with a there, Švejk, and if it should turn out to TCO quiet, we'll fix something. They parted. And when they were already several paces away from each other, old Sapper Vodina called after Švejk, "Very well then, but see that foo fixed some fun when I to re you." Upon which Švejk called back, "But sure you as the war's over." After that they went further away from each other, and sometime later Vodika's voice could heard from round the corner of the other row of huts. What kind of treasure do THQ have at the chalice? And Švejk's answer aim high in echo, Velko Popoviki. I thought they had Smikovsky. Two Sapper Vodina called from the distance. They've got girls there too, shouted Švejk. Very well, at 6 o'clock in the evening when the war's over, shouted Vodina from T-Clow. Better if you come at 6:30, and I should held up somewhere, answered Švejk. And then Vodika's voice heard again, this time from a great distance, can't you at 6? Very well then, I'll come at 6, heard his retreating friend reply. It was in this way that the soldier and the old Vodina parted. As the German saying GTRS, die Lass im Andrich hen, de Sagan Sie Wiedersehen from Brocken der Lethe to Sokol Lieutenant angrily up and down the off-CE of the March 11th Company. It was a dark hole in the company's hut, PARTT1 from the corridor by boards. There were a table, 2 chairs, a can of paraffin and a bunk. Him stood Quartermaster Sergeant Major Vanak, who here drew up the records of the soldiers' pay, kept the accounts for the men's kitchen, was finance minister for the whole company and the whole blessed day in the offs, sleeping there as well. At the door stood a fat infantryman with bushy whiskers like Crocodile. This was Blount, the lieutenant's new Batman, in civil life a miller from the region of GSKF Krumlov. You've certainly picked me a wonderful Batman, said Lieutenant Luka to the Quartermaster Sergeant Major. Thank you very much for this kind surprise. The very first day I sent him for my lunch from the officers' mess he wolfs up half of it. L spilled it, please, sir, said the fat giant. Good, you spilled it. But you could only have spilled the soup, the N6T, the roast with the Frankfurter stuff. Why, you've brought me a speck just small enough to fit in behind a fingernail, and what did you do with the Apfelstrudel? Sir, I've... Now, don't deny it. You've wolfed it up, TGO. Lieutenant Lukai pronounced the last words with such gravity and in such an average tone that Blount involuntarily recoiled 2 steps. L asked in the kitchen what there was for lunch today. There was asterisked up with liver dumplings. What have you done with those dumplings? You filched them on the way, that's certain. And then there was beef with gherkins. What have you done with that? YCNLVE bolted that up too. And then there were 2 slices of roast with Frankfurter stuff. And you've only produced half a slice, haven't you? 2 pieces of Apfelstrudel. What have you done with them? You've stuffed yourself up with them, you disgusting miserable swine. What have you done with the Apfelstrudel? What do you say? It fell in the mud, did it? You verminous scab, you. Can you show me where it's lying in the mud? What do you say? A dog suddenly came up, did it? By ointment, I suppose? And it and carried it off? Jesus Christ, I'll give you such an EK on the jaw that you'll have a head like a washtub. And the swine still denies it. Do you know who saw you? And our Master Sergeant Major Vanak here. He came to me and told me, humbly report, sir, your swine, Blount, is wolfing up your lunch. Looked out of the window and there he was stuffing himself as if he hadn't eaten for a whole week. Listen, you Quartermaster Sergeant Meyer, couldn't you really have picked out some other animal for me than this prize bastard? Humbly report, sir, Blount seemed the decentest chap in the whole of our March campaign. He's such an idiot that he never came any of the rifle sessions. If you put a rifle in his hands there'd certainly an accident. When we had the last exercise with blanks he gnarly shot his nay and news eye out. ITHMWHT that he'd at least able to do this kind of duty. And he'll wolf up his master's every time, looks. As if one wasn't enough for him. You're still hungry? Humbly RQRT, sir, I'm hungry all the time. One has bread to spree, I buy it from him for cigarettes, and it real isn't enough. I'm like that by nature. I always think I'm full but it's wrong. In a jiffy, as though it were before a mal, my stomach grumble and there it is again, the beast. So Mimo, I think I've really had enough, couldn't get anything inside me, But it's no if I eating if I only smell my stomach fells at once as if it's clearxed out. It starts to chim its rights and I even at nails. Humbly sir, I had already whether I could a double portion of that weight to the regimental doctor at and he gave 3 days in the sick bay, for a little cup of whoop for the whole day. I'll teach to be ymr vermin, he said. Come here again and you'll how us again. You'll be as thin as a hop ple. I don't have to add any sfeoly things, sir, I've only to aee quite ordinary things and my mcnth at once to water. Humbly you, I beg to be allowed a double portion. If there isn't could at least these of that good. I've listened to yours Lieutenant Luck. Have you even Master Urgent Meyer, of it on top of everything else as insolent as this bastard is? He's wolfed up my lunch and still has the cheek to demand should give him a portion. But tach you, what it to hungry? And arte our Master Gantmeyer, he turned to Van and, take him to Corporal Weidenhofer and tell him to tie him up firmly in the yard by the kitchen for 2 hours when they out goulashed this evening. Let him tie him nice and high, that he and only just stand on tip uxne how the goulash is king in the cauldron and make sure that the bastard is kept tied up when the goulash is kinged out in the kitchen, so that his mouth and like a starving cur's when it's snim at a delicatessen shop. Tell the CCXK to give away the bastard's own bjerschen I very sir. Along, Blown just as they were leaving the lieutenant detained them in the DCNR way and, looking into the horrified GCE of Blown, cried out triumphantly, "You've done well for yourself, Blown. I wish you an appetite. And if you should ever try this on me again, have you mercilessly court-martialed." When Van Eyck returned and that Blown was already tied up, La said, "You know me well, Van Eyck, and you know I don't like doing things like this, but I can't help it. First you must admit that if you take a bone from a dog it growls. I don't want to have a low fellow about me, and next the fact that Blown is tied up will have a great moral and psychological on all the rank and file. When those bastards are on march companies and know that the next day or the day after they'll go to the front they tend to do what they like." Lieutenant Luka appeared extremely careworn and went on in a quiet voice, "The day before yesterday, when we had night CFations, we had as you know to maneuver against the volunteer school behind the sugar refinery. I'll first group, the advance guard, marched quite noiselessly along the street, because I led them myself, but the second, which was to go to the left and to send advance patrols below the sugar refinery, behaved as if they were out on a picnic. They sang and stammered, that they could probably be heard even as far away as the camp. After that on the right flank the third group went to neuter the terrain below the wad that was about 10 minutes away from us, and even at that distance you could see how the bastards were smoking, they were fiery points in the dark. And the fourth group had to form the rear guard, and God himself knows how it happened, but they suddenly in front of our advance guard and were taken for the enemy, and I had to retreat from my own rear guard, which advanced against me. That's the March 11th Company which I've inherited. What can I do with them? How are they going to show up in a real action?" Lieutenant his hands and assumed a martyr's X on, while the point of his seemed to prolong itself. "Don't worry much about that, sir," the quartermaster Sergeant Meyer said, trying to console him. "Don't let that give you a headache. I've already on march companies and every one of them was broken to together with the whole battalion, and so we to go and form another again and again. And every march company was just the same as the other, not a single one of them was a hair ister than yours, sir. The worst of all was 9th lot carried off with it into captivity all the N.C.O.S. and the company commander as well. I was only saved because I had gone to the regimental train to draw rum and wine for the company, did their bit without, and you don't know, sir, that during the last night operation, which you were talking about, sir, the volunteer school which was subsebed to encircle our got as far as the Neusiedler Sea? They went marching until the next morning, and their advance posts got as far as the marshes. It was Uptain Sagner who led them. They'd have got to Sopron if daylight hadn't come," continued the quartermaster sergeant major in a mysterious voice. "He took pleasure in such happenings and kept our CRDS of them, and do you know, sir," he said, winking confidentially, "that Uptain Signer is to become battalion commander of our March battalion. Some time ago they all thought, as Staff Sergeant Major Hegner said, that you would appointed, because you are the most senior officer we have, but later, they say, The order came from the division to the brigade that Captain Signer had been appointed. Lieutenant Luck bit his lip and lit a cigarette. He knew all about that and was convinced that an injustice was done to him. Captain Signer had over him twice in promotion, but he said nothing but, well, of course, Captain Signer can say I'm very pleased about it. The Quartermaster Urgent Major confidentially, Staff Sergeant Major Hegner said that at the beginning of the war in Serbia wanted to distinguish himself somewhere in the mountains in Montenegro, and drove one of his battalion after another onto the machine of the Serbian, although it was quite unnecessary and the infantry there wasn't any damn use at all. Only artillery could have the Serbs from cliffs. Out of the whole battalion only 80 men survived. Captain Signer himself was shot in the hand and later he got dysentery in hospital. And then again he indigenous at the regiment, and last night they say that he was telling in the officers club HMV he was looking forward to the front, and that he'd show what he was worth and get the Signum Laudis, even if he had to leave the whole March battalion there. He'd got a ticking off cause of Serbia, but now he'd either fall with the whole of the March battalion or appointed lieutenant colonel, but the whole March battalion would have to be ready to go west. I think, sir, that we face this risk too. Staff Sergeant Major Hegner said not long ago that you don't get on very well with Captain Signer and that he'll send our 1LTH company first into the attack and place it in the most dangerous positions. The Quartermaster Sergeant Major sighed. I believe that in a war this, where there are many armies and such a long front, you would gain more merely by proper maneuvering than by parade assaults. I saw that at Dukla when I was in the March 10th, then everything went off quite smoothly. An order came, hold fire, and no one shot, and we all waited until the Russians came R&R to us. We could have taken them without firing a shot. But unfortunately at that time we had next to us on the left flank the Iron Flies and stupid Lundwehr men. We frightened that the Russians were sneaking NAR us, that started to go down the DOFS of hills in the snow like a slide. We got the order that the Hattie traded the left flank and we must try to reach the brigade. I was then at the brigade at LF. Having the job of the company catering accounts, but I couldn't find our regimental train. It was then that the first of the march started coming to the brigade. By the evening had come. The others apparently their way in the retrot and slid down over the snow like A2 and Egan Umware into the Russian positions. It was rally frightful, sir. The had in the Erpathians and in THN, Captain Sagner. Oh, for God's GOP talking about Captain Sagner, said Lieutenant Lukac. I know all that. And, by the way, don't think that next time when there's an end fighting you'll again have the chance of being somewhere in the regimental train drawing rum and wine. I've already told that YMN a frightful soaker. Anyone at your red can at once the ort of chap dealing with that con from the Carpathians, sir. We were forced to drink there. We really were. By the time the portions reached us on top there they were quite cold. Our trench were under snow. We weren't allowed to light fires. And so it was only the rum which kept us alive. And if it hadn't for me it would have the same as in other companies where they didn't have rum and imple got frozen. That's why we all of you had read from the rum. But that also had its disadvantage, because an order can asterisk from the battalion that only NRN with red should go on patrols. Now the winter's over, the lieutenant observed significantly. I tell you, sir, rum isn't thing at the front at any of the year, and wine as well. It makes for humor, so to fac. For half a mess tin of wine and a quarter liter of rum we'll fight. Who's that mulesking on the door again? GNT, you read what's written there, don't KNCRK. Come in. Lieutenant Luck turned on his chair towards the door and observed how it opened slowly and softly. And JLM as slowly and softly the GCXDED or Švejk entered the office of the March Company. He was in the doorway and he was even doing well he on the door and LMKED at the interruption don't his saluting woo to his everlag-like contented and carefree %CE. He looked like the Greek grey of theft in the sober uniform of an Austrian infantryman. Lieutenant Lucas shut his eyes a moment at the sight of the dear Švejk, who embraced and caresed him with his probably with the aim affection the and newly found prodigal son. I coped at his lure when he roasted a sheep on the spit in his humbly sir, I'm here again, Aide spake with such sincere nonchalance that Lieutenant Lucas suddenly to again. From the time when Colonel Schurtler had informed him he was going to send Švejk to him and that he would have him round his neck again, Lieutenant Luka had mentally tried day to put off that meeting. Every morning he ate to he won't he's probably up to and they'll keep him but spake by his sweet and simple entries corr ted all these calcub now at the Regantmeyer and turning to him with a pleasant smile handed him documents which he drew from a biscuit of his Gritka.t. Sergeant Meyer, I have to give you these which they made out for me in the regimental office. They are to do with my pie and Švejk moved as Fr. Lieutenant of the March 11th company if he had been Van Eyck's friend, to which the quartermaster sergeant major reacted simply with the words, put them on the table. It will be quartermaster if you me alone with Švejk now, said Lieutenant Lukoc with a ggh. Van Eyck went away but remained the DCXR to her what the two would why to one another. At first he heard nothing, Bog you're okay and the lieutenant were silent. Both observed each other RLY a long time. Luck stared at Švejk as though he was to hypnotize him he is standing in front of a chicken and waiting to spring on it. Švejk as usual looked at Lieutenant Luck with moist tender eyes as though wanting to unite it again, heart of mine. Now nothing will separate us, my pet. And when the lieutenant remained a long time, Švejk's from Brockender Letha Tisserel 405 I spoke with **** tendon, my darling, what you are thinking. Lieutenant Lux broke this silence with the words into which he tried to inject a considerable dose of irony, hearty welcome to you, Švejk. Thank the visit. Well, now, what a precious guz we have. He could not contain how Eve, and the other days exploded into a tremendous blow on the table with his fist, at which the ink stand up and the ink was spat all over the pay at the same time Lieutenant Luka stood directly in front of Švejk and roared at him, you animal. Then he began to march up and down in the restricted of the office, spitting whenever he came anywhere near Švejk. Humbly report, sir, Lieutenant Lukai went on, walking up and down and threw into the crumpled balls of which he again and again came to the table to pick up. I handed the letter over as you me. I was lucky enough to find Mrs. Kikoni and I that she's a very woman although I only her when she was in Tars. Lieutenant looked down on the Ergant Major's bunk and cried out in a Herrex voice, woe is this going to end, save K. Švejk answered as though he had hard, and then a little disagreeable thing to me, but I took the blame for it myself. They didn't earlier I had with a lady and at the investigation I thought it better to swallow the letter to put them off the scent. Then by pure chance I can't explain it otherwise I found MYXLF involved in a small and very unimportant scuffle. But I got out of that too. He recognized my innocence, me on regime mental and quashed the whole PR eatings in the divisional court. I had only been a few minutes in the regimental office when the colonel earned. He swore at a little, and then I should at once report to you, sir, as early. He ordered me to tell you that he required you to 6 net about the March comp. It's already more than half an hour ago, but the colonel didn't know that they would afterwards drag me off to the regimental office and that I would be sitting there another quarter of an hour still. You the whole time I was under arrest I had my left there and I had to paid by the regiment and not by the I had been put under regimental ***rest. They are in such a mess there that it's enough to drive you barmy when Lieutenant looks hard that already half an hour ago he should have with Colonel Schroeder. He dressed quickly and said, you've certainly done me a wonderful service again, Švejk. He said it in such despairing tone, full of such hopelessness, that save J.K. tried to soothe him with a friendly which he called out when Lieutenant Luck rushed out of the, don't the colonel wait. He hasn't anything to do, anyway. A short time after the lieutenant's departure Quartermaster Sergeant Meyer Van Eyck entered the office. Švejk was sitting a chair and feeding the small iron stove, throwing bits of coal inside through its DCXR. The stove smoked and sunk, and Švejk went with his AMU * meant, taking no notice of Van Eyck, who watched Švejk for a time. Then he kicked the AOF shut and told Švejk to remove himself. Sergeant Major, Švejk said with dignity, allow me to inform you that even with the best will in the world I not carry out your order to remove myself from this or altogether from the whole camp, as I am subject to higher orders. I am orderly here, he added proudly. Colonel SCH Mcler assigned me here to the RLTH March Puny, to Lieutenant Luck, whose Batman I used to thanks to my natural intelligence I have been promoted company orderly. The lieutenant and me are old friends. What are you in civil life, Regant Major? The quartermaster sergeant major was so surprised by the familiar neighborly tone of the good soldier Švejk that he forgot his dignity, which he was fond of showing off to the soldiers of the company, and answered as though he had Švejk's subordinate, "I am Vanek from Kralupy, the chemist, and I was apprenticed to Nur ID Švejk, at a Mr. Koko's at N. Aparath in Prague. He was an awfully rum fellow, and once when by mistake I fired to a barrel of in the cellar and the house burned down, he kicked me out. After that the guild wouldn't ever accept anywhere, and because of that stupid barrel of petrol I couldn't finish my apprenticeship." "Do you manufacture for cows?" Vanek SHCX, K his head. "We used to manufacture herbs for cows together with images." Mr. Koch *Ka, our chief, was a frightfully religious chap, and on X he read that Saint Pellegrinus held BD when cattle flatulent. He had printed somewhere at Smikov images of Saint Pellegrinus and had them consecrated at the Emmaus for 200 guilders. And then we put them into bosks of our FCRMS. The herbs had to diluted in warm and given to the cows to drink from the tub, and at the time a prayer to Saint Pellegrinus, which Mr. Tochin, our assistant, Compo *D, was right to the cow. Now, when those images of Saint Pellegrinus were already printed, some little prayer had to be printed on the rever * side. And in the evening our boss, Kokolka, called Mr. Tochin and told him that by the next morning he must have a prayer written to put the picture into it with the herc. When he came to the shop at 10 a.m. it must ready, that it could be end to the printers, as the cows were already waiting for the prayer. For Mr. Tochin it was either if did it well he would give in a guilder in hard cash, if not, he'd get a fortnight's notice. Mr. Tochin sweated the whole night and didn't sleep a wink. In the morning he aimed to OFN the shop and had nothing written. He even forgot what the dot in for cow herbs was called, and our 9-router Ferdinand LFD him out of the harness. He could do anything. When we were drying Carmyle 2 in the attic he always climbed up there, TCK of his, and showed us how to stop our feet sweating. He ate pigeons in the attic, knew how to open the cash drawer in the counter, and taught other small tricks with the goods. At that time I was only a toy, and I had at home a chemist's set which I had brought home from the shop. Even the brother hospitalers didn't have like it. And Ferdinand Mr. Tochin. He just give it to me, Mr. Tochin, and lay me 100k at it. Mr. Tochin immediately sent me to fetch a glass of beer for him. Before I had brought the beer Ferdinand had already finished half of it and was radiating I the kingdom above, and bring message of love. Cow, calf, and ox all need on Koko's herbs to feed. Mixture once a day the veterinary away. And he had drunk the beer and taken a deep swig of tincture of amaranth. He got on with it quickly and finished it very neatly in a reich, to vows, and he will and cure YMMWWS. Saint Pellegrinus though has blessed Thursday box guilders too. Worship him in thought and word and beg his blessing on your herd. Then Mr. Kokoa came and Mr. Tochin went with him to the inn. When he came out he showed us 2 not 1 as had promised, and he wanted to share it 50-50 with Ferdinand. But when Ferdinand saw the 2 guilders he succumbed to the inn of mammon. You know, he QID, sither I get all or nothing. And Mr. Tochin didn't give him anything and kept the 2 guilders for himself. Then he took me to the storehouse next, gave me a on the ears and said I would get 100 more if I ever dared that he didn't write it himself, and if Ferdinand should go and complain to the old man I should say that he was a liar. I had to swear an oath, some kind of jug of tarragon vinegar. And that porter of ours started to revenge himself on those cow herbs. We mixed it in big in the attic, and whenever Ferdinand was able to sweep up mouse droppings he brought them up there and mixed them into the herbs. And then he collected horse manure in the streets, dried it at home, it in a mortar, and threw all that too into our cow herbs with a picture of Saint Pellegrinus. But that was not the end of it. He pissed into those boxes, shitted into them and stirred it all up together so that it was like a bran mash. The telephone rang. The quartermaster sergeant major jumped up and threw it away in anger. I've got to go to the regimental office. All of a sudden like this. IDMT like it at Švejk was alone again. After a moment the telephone rang again. Švejk began to speak into the receiver. Vane. He's just gone to the regimental office. Who's the orderly of the March company? Who's calling? The orderly from the March 12th U. Mpany? Service, Kalegu _ what's my name? Švejk? And yours? Braun. Are you any relation to the Hatter, Braun, in Pobeef Avenue in Carlin? You aren't? You don't know him? I don't know him either. I only went to shop in the tram madame time ago and the name of the firm struck me. What's the news? I don't know anything. What? When are we going? I haven't spoken with anybody yet about going. Where are we sub-PRD to be going to? With a march company to the front, ninny. I haven't heard anything that you're a fine UDCMT know whether you're he's not a lieutenant, he's and it's in the same. And your Oberleutnant has gone to the Monol that caned him over? Well, there are, ours MS Alet OV and the lieutenant from the 13th RMRCH as well. I've just with the orderly on the telephony. I DCMT like this flap. And do you know KZND is DCMT know anything? KMT act like a blue high ED. Kurtama asterisk ER Sergeant Major already the nice about the vans didn't HOV Noonie men have you GDX. L don't know SU FOD, D asterisk you think I'm going up? The man at the teep cookie heard kying to else, Franta, take that you and hear what a bloco mug of an orderly they have in the RRTH March Cornvuni. Hello, are you asleep or what? Alright, then, answer when your call CAG asks why CR1 a question L you don't know anything yet? Now come clean. Didn't your quartermas Giant Major anything to you about your going to draw TIMI you didn't talk to him about any thing like that? You. It's no bin of yours? There was audible laughter. You must have a Erulakni. When you hear anything, ring in the March 12th company, my sonny my prize Aslo where do pra go well, you ought to be and more thing, when was your Regent Meyer called to our sentimental offs? Only a minute ago. My and you have told me that ours went away a moment ago and some hings in the wind. Haven't you sen, Ken with the train? Jesus Christ, NYMZ. Why you're from Prague? You don't anything, do you? Where have you been hanging all this time? I only from divisional an hour ago. That's another than I and you ring off twice. Švejk was just his when the telephone rang again. To hell with YMZR ringing, doubt Švejk. Why should I waste my time on you? My telephone went on inexorably ringing until Švejk finally his patience. He trk the receiver and shouted into the telephone, hello, who's calling? This is orderly Švejk of the March 11th company answering as T asterisk longing to Lieutenant Lookal. What are you doing? What ease him at once to the telephone. I humbly report, sir, a minute ago the telephone was ringing. Listen, Švejk, I've no time to with you. Telephone variations in wartime aren't just a gossip like when we invite someone to and have lunch. And he must clear and concise. There's no time for humbly ret, sir, on the telephone in wartime. Well, Švejk, I am asking you, is Van there with you? Let him come to the telephone at once. Humbly I him with me. ASHTRT time ago he was called away to the regimental office. It might have less than a quarter of an hour ago. When I'm back I'll deal with you, Švejk. GNT you express yourself concisely? Now, listen very carefully to what I say. Can you understand clearly that you don't yodel afterwards by eyeing that there was crackling in the telephone? As you hang up the receiver there was a and THM ringing. Švejk DCK the and was drowned in a heap of abu asterisk, you animal. You gutter snipe, you blackguard, you. What the hell are you doing? Why do you break the connection? Please, sir, you 8ms2 up the I shall be back in an hour, Švejk, and then you'll se. Now get cracking at once. Go to the hut and find a plat emergent, let's fooks, and tell him at or to take 10 men and go with him to the stores to draw in now what he's to go and do. He's to go with 10 to the to draw in fcod for the company. Now at last you're not talking drivel for once. Meanwhile I'll ring up Vanek in the regimental office and tell him to go to the stores and take them over. If he should to our hut in the meanwhile tell him to drop everything and rush at the double to the stores. You can hang up the receiver for a long time vainly arch NMFCR Twin Sergeant Fuchs, but for the other NC.O.STCN. They were in the kitchen, gnawing the NMT from the end mess and enjoying the sight of the Blown, who stood with his feet firmly on the ground, because they had taken pity on him, but who nonetheless ended a remarkable one of the cooks brought him meat from a rib and pushed it into his mouth, and the tethered bearded giant Blown, who had no possibility of moving his arms, carefully pushed the bone around in his mouth, balancing it with the help of his teeth and his gums, in the course of which he gnawed with the expression of a wild of the who of you here is Platz J and Fuchs? Švejk asked, when he finally got to them. Sergeant Fuchs considered it his to reply, when he saw that he was being asked for by a common or garden infantryman. Hey, said Švejk, how long am I going to stand here asking? Where the hell is Plat X, T1 Sergeant Fuchs? Sergeant Fuchs stepped FCL forward and in all dignity began to deliver a volley of all kinds of oaths, saying that he wasn't just Platz, and Sergeant, he should address as Sir, and that it was not for Švejk to say where the hell is the platoon sergeant? But humbly, Sir, where is the platoon sergeant, Sir, in his platoon? If anyone didn't say humbly report, Sir, he immediately got it on the don't try that one on me, mid Švejk deliberately. Get cracking immediately. Go to the hut, take 10 men and go with them at the double to the storehouse. You are to draw in food there. Plam Sergeant Fuchs was surprised that he could only manage to get out. What? I don't permit any whats, answered Švejk. I am the orderly of the March 11th Company, and just a minute ago I was talking on the telephone with Lieutenant Luck and he at the double with 10 men to the stores. If you don't go, platoon, then I shall go back to the telephone. Lieutenant Luck explicitly wishes that you should go. It is unnecessary to talk about it. A telephone conversation, says Lieutenant Luca, must be concise and clear. If Ilak and Fuchs is told to go, then he'll go. An order of this kind is not just a gossip on the telephone like when we invite somebody to come and have lunch. In the army, and especially in wartime, late is a crime. If that Sergeant Fuchs DCRSNT go at once when you tell him, then ring me up immediately and deal with him myself. There'll nothing left of Sergeant Fuchs. My God, you don't know Lieutenant Luck. Švejk looked triumphantly at the N.C.O.S, who were really surprised and depressed by his performance. Platoon Sergeant Fuchs mumbled something unintelligible and went away at a quick pace. Švejk called after him, can I now ring the lieutenant that everything is in order? I'll be at the store with 10 men at onks, Sergeant Fuchs replied from the hut, and Švejk without uttering another word left the group of N.Cos who were as was planned. Sergeant, it's already starting, little Krol Blazek. We shall. When Švejk returned to the March 11th, he again had time to light. The telephone rang once more. Again it was Lieutenant Luke. Have you running too? It's the third time I've rung and no one's answered. I've fixed it, sir. Have they gone of? You, they've gone off, but I DCMT know yet whether they've got there. Shall I run and more? Did you find Platoon Sergeant Fuchs? Asterisk, I did, sir. First of he what, and only when I had explained to him that telephone conversations be and don't waste my time, Švejk. Hasn't Van End returned yet? He hasn't yet, sir. Don't in telephone. Know where that damn Van Eck could have got to? No, sir, I don't know where that Van Eck could have got to. He was in the regimental office and has gone off somewhere else. I think he'll probably be in the canteen. Then go and find him, Švejk, and tell him that he must go at once to the stores. One thing more, find out Oni Blake and tell him to untie Blown immediately and send him to me. You can hang up the receiver now. Švejk really started to make things hum. When he found Corporal Blazek and conveyed to him the lieutenant's order regarding the untying of Blown, Blake growled, when it starts to get hot for them they get the jitters. Švejk went to the relax of Bobber and accompanied him on the way. It led to the where he was to try and find Van Eck. Blown looked on Švejk as violeur and to share with him every which he got from home. They are going to do slaughtering at home, aid Blown in a melancholy voice. Do you lie without? Just say. Right home tonight. Sly pig ought to weigh about 150 kilos. It's GN ahead like a bull percent, and pigs that are the best. You don't find any duds among pigs like that. They are a very good race and hardy. It'll have egg fingers of fat. When I was at home I used to make a Trinus MYXLF and I always stuffed myself full that I could have burst. Last year's pig weighed 160 kilos. Oh, that was a pig, he ate with enthusiasm, squeezing Švejk's hand in a powerful grip when they parted. I raised it on nothing but and was amazed MYXLF how well it put weight. I ate the hams in brine and, I tell a nicely roasted piece of taken out of the brine and served with cabbage and tato dumplings and sprinkled with cracklings, is the finest treat you and have. And then a it of in with lot of burr after war and a chaps a tiffid. And the war's taken all that away from us. The bearded sighed to ply and went off to the argumentalums, while Švejk directed he towards the end and through an old alley of tall lime tre. Meanwhile Van End was sitting happily in the unten and telling a staff sergeant my ex-friend of how much could make on enamel paints and cement washes before the war. Staff sergeant major was RDY half SAS ov in the morning. A rich landowner from Pardubice who had a on in the camp had arrived and given him a respectable bribe, and the whole morning he had been hospitable to him down in the town. Now he was sitting there and he had no more te. He did not even know what they were talking about and did not rack at into the about the enamel paints. He was recruited with his own eyes and babbled mything how a railway line ought to go from Taiba to Pellerimove and back again. When Švejk came in, Van End was trying to explain to the sergeant major in figures HCVF much profit could made out of kilogram of cement washed for buildings, where the ref Urgent Meyer answered completely the other track, and on the way back he did, leaving only letters behind him. Observing Švejk, he obviously mixed him up with whom he did not and began to swear at him, ying that he was a quist. Švejk came up to Van Eyck, who high but was at the same time very amiable and nice. Quartermaster Sergeant Major, SVSK, you are to go at once to the stores. Plam Sergeant Fuchs is already waiting there with 10 men. Tinned will drawn. You are to go at the double. The lieutenant has already twice. Van Eyck burst out laughing. I'd be a BLCXI if I did, my dear. I'd have to swear at myself, my Anga. There's plenty of time. Everything, Sonny, there's nothing on fire, my dear, is there? When Lieutenant Luca has got ready as many march as I have he can to talk. He won't a chap utterly pointlessly with his at the double in the regimental office. I've already got the order that we are off Tonkaro and that we PCK and quickly go and draw provisions for the journey. What have I done? I came here for a quarter-liter of wine and I am sitting here comfortably and letting things slide. Tins, and supplies. I know the stores better than the Lieutenant DCRS and I know what they talk about at those conferences between the officers and the colonel. It's only the colonel's imagination that there are any tins in the stores. Our regimental stores never had any but only got them from time to time from the brigade or borrowed them from other regiments which got in touch with. We owe the BEN&V regiment alone over 300 tins. He. Let them say what they like at their conference, only no nap, please. Why, the storekeeper himself will tell our people when they come there that they've gone mad. Not a single march company has ever got any tins for the journey. That's so, isn't it? You old potato, HC said, turning to the staff sergeant major. But the latter was either falling ASLP or getting a little delirious looks cause while she was walking she held an open umbrella over herself. The thing you can do, continued Van Eyck, is to let everything just go its own sweet way. If today they said in the regimental office that we're to go tomorrow, then not even a baby should them. We go without trucks. While I was there they telephoned to the station. They haven't got a single truck there. It was just the same with the last march company. Then we stayed at the station for 2 whole days and waited till someone would take pity on us and send a train for us. And then we didn't know where we were going. Not even the colonel knew. After that we traveled all over the whole of Hungary and still no one knew whether we were going to or Russia. At every station we directed the staff of the division. We were just paper to cover up cracks. Finally we were sent near Jukla. There they cut us to pieces and we marched back to reformed. Only no flap, please. Everything will settle itself in time and there's no for hurry. Yes, that's how it is. Here we are again. Today they've got exceptionally good wine here, Van Eyck went on, not paying any attention to THC Staff Sergeant Meyer, who was burbling to in German, believe me, up to now I've had little from life. I am surprised at this question. Why should I alter myself? It's just the departure of the March Battalion. Why, in the first March company I went with, everything was in complete readiness in 2 hours. In the other companies of our March Battalion they 2 days to get ready. But we had as commander a Lieutenant Pianozil, a great dandy, and he said to TSS, "Don't hurry, TYS," and everything went like a house on fire. We only started packing 2 hours for the departure of the train. Why don't sit down as well? I can't, and I the good soldier with frightful self-sacrifice. I must go to the office. What if or only telephones? Then go along, sonny, but remember for the whole of your life that it's not nice of you. A orderly should never be where he's needed. You mustn't be zealous in your duties. There's really nothing more ugly, love, than a wild, Sterling who would like to eat up the whole war. But Švejk was already of the and rushing to the office of his March company. Van Eyck was left and could possibly claim that the Star Sergeant Major provided any company for him. The latter was living in his own world and babbling the most ridiculous things into gammon without any and stroking his quarter-liter of wine. I walked through this village New York Timo and didn't have an idea that it existed. In a half-year's time I'll have passed my state examination and have done my doctorate. I've an old cripple, thank you, Lucy. They are appearing and finally GM up Volumfras. There's Dumion among you who and remember it out of the quartermaster drummed a march, but he did not have to board for long. The DCX, RNJ urged the from the inn and sank into a chair. Today we GCR the order to draw brandy the journey, he babbled. We hadn't a wicker rum why we had to empty one. That cruxed out. The in the kitchen just passed out. I was a few portions short in my ejaculate T01B, the Colonel car late and there wasn't anything left fix him. Now they are making him an omelette. I can tell you that was fun and games. It's a marvelous adventure, Van Eyck, who always words when was drinking wine. The CTNK Jurata startled to and CT matched his former before the war he to a Lytton, occultist journal and a series of called the of life-death. When war broke out he shirked his way into the officer's kitchen of the R% Imbled and very often burned a joint while he was absorbed in reading it of the old Indian sutras. Prometheus see wisdom revealed T.Q. L'Oncle Schroeder liked him as a rarity in the regiment, for what officer's kitchen could EKAST an occultist as its cook? While probing into the mysteries of life and death, he so astounded everyone with his excellent sirloin of trafe or ragu that Lieutenant Dufak when mortally wounded near Komarevo continually called for George. Yes, said George out of the blue. He could hardly sit on his chair and he stank of rum a mile off. When there wasn't anything left for the colonel today and he only steamed tackers he fell into the state of Gaki. Do you know what Gaki is? It is the state of starved spirits, and I said to him, "Sir, have you enough strength to overrule the predestination of fate that there's no roast veal left for you? It is written in karma, sir, that declare you will be served for dinner a wonderful omelette with chopped and stewed calf's liver." Dear, he said FTLY to the quartermaster sergeant major after a while, involuntarily making a movement with his hand and knocking over all the glasses which in front of him on the table. There exists the non-being of all phenomena, forms and things, the occultist said gloomily after this act. Form is nori being and non-ending is form. Non-being is WT different from form and form is not different from non-tring. Everything that is non-being is form and everything that is form is also non-being. The rep himself in a shroud of silence, held his head in his hands and looked at the wet, stained table. The staff sergeant major continued to babble something which had neither rhyme nor reason. The corn has disappeared from the field. Disappeared. In this mood he received an invitation and went to her. The Whitsun holidays are in the spring. And our master sergeant major went on drumming on table, drank, and occasionally remembered that 10 men with a sergeant were waiting for him at the stores. When this memory came to him he always smiled to himself and dismissed it with a wave of his hand. When he returned late to the office of the 1LTH March he found Švejk by the telephone. Form is non-being and is form, he managed to utter as He Philly dred into bunk and immediately fence sound and Švejk continued to DT by the telephone percenter cause 2 emirs earlier. Lieutenant had said to him that he was still at the conference with the colonel and he had to tell him he could leave the telephone. After that Sergeant Fuchs to him the TNPHONE. He and his 10 men had not only been waiting all that time in vain for the Kurder Master Sergeant Major but had also found that the stores were shut. After that he went away and the 10 men returned one by one to hut. Occasionally Švejk amused himself by taking off the receiver and listening. It was a telephone of a news system which had just been into the army and had the advantage that you could be quite clearly and intelligibly other #Opal's telephone calls all over the line. The train was exchanging abuse with the artillery barracks, the sappers were threatening the army, the riflery rifle range was grow at the machine gun section. And Švejk went on sitting at the telephone. The conference in the colonel's office went on longer and longer. Colonel was developing his last theories on field service and was emphasizing particularly the role of trench mortars. He without rhyme about how the front stood 2 months ago in the south and east, about the importance of exact communications individual units, about poison gas, shooting at enemy airplanes and catering the men in the field. Then he passed to conditions among the mops. He sp. K of the relationship of the OFF-ERS to the men, OFF-men to the N.C.O.S, of deserting to the enemy at the front, of political events and of the fact that 50% of the CZCH soldiers were politically J-spec. Yes, gentlemen, and Klaus and L. Most of the officers were wondering all the time when the old Dotterer would stop driveling, but Colonel Schroeder burbled on about the new tasks of the new march battalions, of the offers of his regiment who had Allen, of Anperlins, Spanish riders and the JLD's oath. When he reached that RN lieutenant remembered that when the whole battalion TCNK the oath, the soldier Švejk did take part, because at that time he under-aired at the divisional and suddenly he couldn't help laughing. It a kind of hysterical laughter which affected some officers among whom he and which caught the attention of the colonel, who just at that moment had gone over to experiences acquired during the retreat of the German in the Ardennes. He completely muddled and ended, "Gentlemen, it's no laughing matter." Then they all went away to the club because Colonel Schroeder had Tran called to the telephone by brigade staff. Švejk was still by the when he was woken up by its ringing. "Hello," he heard, "regimental office #aching. "Hello," he answered, "S office of the March 11th Company speaking." "Don't waste my time," he heard a voice take AL and write. "Here is a telegram. The March 11th Creamer Paney." Now there followed in succession various in a strange chaos, because they were mixed up to the conversations of the 12th and March 13th Campanio, which went on at the meantime, and the telegram got completely in the panic of sounds. Švejk could not understand a single word. Finally everything quieted down and Švejk understood. "Hello, hello, read it through and don't waste my what have I to read through? What have you got to read THRMZGH? UBLO the telegram. What telegram? Bloody hell, are you deaf? The telegram which I've dictated to you, you crazy offal. I couldn't hear anything. Someone was talking here all the time. You idiotic baboon. Do you think I'm just passing the time of day with you? Well, are you going to take the telegram or not? Have you got a FSIL and PA #R? You haven't, you bastard, and I've got to wait until you find it? That's a soldier for you, if you like. Well, are you going to take the knot? Are you ready? At last you've woken up, you bldy bastard. You've been dolling yourself up, I suppose. Now listen. The 1LTH March repeat that, the March Company Commandant have G that? Re-FT that. Company Commandant. For conference Umuro. Are you re-FT that? For confirms at 9 AM Unra Arsharis. Do you underskift is? Its signature. That. At 9 AM. What is? Its signature and stupid mutt. Well, here you are, raise the signature, Colonel Schroeder, bastard. Have you GCR that? Repat Colonel bastard you mule. Who the Himmelherr got, who's me Švejk? Anything further? Thank the Lord, nothing. But you're ought to be cow. What news is there? Nothing. Just the me is and you're glad, then, aren't you? Of your men was tied up it was only the lieutenants he guzzled up his lieutenants and RSS Mercian. Do you know when we're going? My dear boy, what question? Why, even the old nun himself DCRSNT no. Have you got FKAZ there? Švejk hung up the receiver and to wake Quartermaster Sergeant Major Van Eyck, who furiously resisted. When Švejk began to shake him, he hit him and then he lay on his stomach and kicked about in his bunk. Nonetheless Švejk succeeded in waking Vanna so far that he rubbed his eyes, turned over on his NAED in an alarmed voice what had nothing far, replied Švejk. I'd only like to consult you. We've just got a telegram that tomorrow at 9 a.m. Lieutenant Local is to go to a CTH-1 ference with the Colonel again. I don't know now where I stand. Am I to go and deliver the message or can I wait till the morning? I hesitated a long time whether I should wake you up when you ring then I talk. Ugh height, mind, ear to get his advice for God's plea * let me sleep, Vane groaned, and gave an yawn. Go to him in the end don't wake me up. He rolled over on his side and immediately fell asleep again. Švejk went back to the telephone, GT down into at the table. He was woken by the hello, 1 LTH March yes, 1 LTH March company speaking. The 13th March caught underneath hello. The time? I can't get hold of the exchange. I've taken wying hours for them to relieve me. Our CLCXK stops ML. Then you read in the NME we are. When we're going. Did you to regimental office? There they don't know a shit more than we do. Don't be vulgar, miss. Have you drawn your tins yet? They went there from our company and didn't bring anything back. The store were shut. Ours came back with ruthing TM. All this flap is quite entals. Where do YTR1 think we're going? Russia. L think it's more likely to be Serbia. Will we get to if they take us to the right? Then it looks like Serbia. If it's to the left it'll be Russia. Have you already got your bread sacks? That guy will increased. GNU play Frisk Vira? You? Then come here TMN row. We play every evening. How many of you TRE there at the telephone? Only you? Then damn the telephone and go to you certainly have finny arrangements where you are. What did you why? You the job by pure fluke? And now at last they've to relieve me have a SWT snore. And Švejk indeed fell into a sweet sleep by the telephone, forgetting to hang up the receiver, that nobody disturbed him in his on the desk and the telephone 0FATOR in the regimental office swore when he could not get any answer from the 1 LTH March company. He had a new telegram requiring that by 12 OCLCRK the next day the regimental office was to inform of the of THCSE who had not been inoculated against typhus. Meanwhile Lieutenant Lux was STM sitting in the officers' club with the Army Sander, who, astride a chair, hit the floor at regular intervals with billiard cue and the following sentence sucks gone as he did the Saracen Sultan, Salah Eddin. The first time the neutrality of the medical the wounded of are to cared o drugs and medical them are to be paid against compension from the side it should be permitted to them DRTCRS and their ASIS tants with generals the wounded poners are to under the protein and guarantee of generals XCHA and GED. But they and afterwards go on the wounded on side are not to captured or liquidated but and to safe shelter in *tars and it should fmitted to lave them guards who, like the hounded, are to return with generals' passports. This applies to *ins, sermists, nurses, assistants and other appointed to 100K after the sick. They may not taken prisoner but must sent back in the same way. Luther Sankler had already broken 2 billiard cues and was still not with his peculiar treatise on the care of the wounded in war, continually mixing into it mething about some generals. Lieutenant La drank up his black coffee and went home, where he found the barred giant Balaun with frying some salami in a pan on Lieutenant Lukai's spirit stove. I've taken the Balaun stammered, excuse me, humbly. Luck looked at him. And at that moment Balaun appeared to him like a big baby, a naive creature, and suddenly he was sorry that he had had him tied up because of his enormous hunger. Just go on Balaun, he said, taking off his saber. Tomorrow I'll authorize you to draw an additional portion of bread. Lieutenant Luckel sat down at the table and was in such a that he began to write a sentimental letter to his auntie. Dear auntie, I've just got orders to be prepared to leave for the front with my March company. Perhaps this letter is the last you will get from me cause there is fierce fighting everywhere and our losses are great. Therefore it is hard for me to end this letter with the words, until we meet again. It would be more appropriate to send you a last farewell. I'll finish it in the morning. Lieutenant Luck thought and went to when found that the lieutenant was fast asleep. He began again to sneak and snoop the apartment like black beetles in the night. He the lieutenant's suitcase and took a bite of a bar of it. Then when the lieutenant started in his sleep he got scared. He hastily put back into the case the half-bitten elate and was quiet. Then he went noiselessly to see what the lieutenant had written. He read it and was moved, especially by the last well. He lay down on his straw mattress by the door and remembered his horn and the slaughterings. He could not free himself of the vivid impression that he was making a hole in the speck worse to get the air out of it, so that it didn't burst when it was being ked. And with the memory of how once at his neighbor's house a hole had burst and disintegrated, he fell in an uneasy slumber. He dreamed that he had called in a clumsy butcher and that when he was filling the atranis with stuffing their guts began to burst. And then again he dreamed that the butcher had forgotten to make sausages, and that the fresh injrk disappeared and there were not enough little sticks to fasten the jitterness. After that he dreamed of a drumhead court-martial, cause they had caught him when he was taking a of meat from the field kitchen. Finally he saw himself hanging on a tree in the alley of the military camp in Brokendelsithg. When Švejk awoke with the breaking dawn, which came to him accompanied by the smell of seasick tin coffee from all the Comwy kitchens, he hung up the receiver mechanically as if HC had only finished a telephone conversation, and took a little early morning walk round the singing. While he did so, he started right in the middle of the text of the song. A soldier dresses up as a girl and goes to find his sweetheart in a mill, where the miller puts him to bed with his daughter, but before that, he calls out to his wife, "Mama, go and so the little girl may eat." The miller's wife gives that mean rascal some and then follows the family tragedy. The miller and his wife were up by 8 and found these words their gate. Your daughter, Anne Ruud, a maid before, is now, alas, a maid no more. Švejk put into the end of the song so much voice that it came to life. Quartermaster Sergeant Major Vanek woke up and asked what the time was. Just a moment ago they sounded the reveille. Then I'll get up after I've had coffee, decided Vanek, who always had enough time for everything. Anyhow, they'll bound to bully us, get us into a flap and push us around unnecessarily as they did yesterday those tins. Van asked whether when he came home he hadn't long only just a little off, said Švejk. You kept on kneeing something about some forms, that form wasn't form and what wasn't form was form and that form again wasn't form. But you got over it quite quickly and began to snore like a sawmill. Švejk was silent, walked to the door and back to the quartermaster sergeant major's bunk, stopped looks for him and said, as far as I'm nally concerned, Sergeant Major, when I heard that you were talking about those forms I remembered a certain Zatka, a gas worker. He had a job at the gas company at Leton and had to light the lamps and put them out again. He was an enlightened man and went to all sorts of pubs at Letna, i.e. caused the lighting of the lamps and putting them out he had to kick his heels. In the morning when he got back to the gas company he used to talk in the same way as you did yesterday, except that he said, the cube is angularity and that's why the Kali is angular. I heard it with my own eyes when a Sazal cop TCX came to the gas company instead of to the police station for committing a nuisance in the street. And after that, said Švejk quietly, that Zatka came to a sad end. He joined the congregation of the Virgin Mary and went with those sanctimonious nanny goats to hear the sermons of Father Jemilka at St. Ignatius on Charles Square. Once when the missionaries were at St. Ignatius he forgot to put out the gas lamps in his district so that the light blazed on the streets uninterruptedly for 3 days and 3 nights. It's continued Švejk, when a chap suddenly starts to get caught up in philosophizing. That always stinks of delirium. Years ago they transferred to us a certain Major Bluher from the 75th. Once a month he always made us fall in and form a square. Then he discussed with us what military superiors were. He never drank anything else but Slivovus. Every officer, HC used to tell us in the yard of the barracks, is, as such, the most being, my men, and has 100 times more brain than all of you together. You cannot conceive anything more than an officer, my men, even if you were to think about it all your lives. Every officer is a necessary being, whereas you, my men, are only incidental beings. You may exist but you may not. And if, my men, it came to a war and you were to give up your for His Imperial Majesty, Gokul, then nothing would change very much. But if befge that your officer were to fall, then you see first how dependent you are on him and what a loss it would be to you. The officer must exist and, in fact, you derive your existence exclusively from the officers, you spring from them. You get on without them. You can't even fart without your military superiors. For you, my men, an officer is your moral law whether you understand it or not, and because every law must have its legislator, my men, it is only the officer to whom you and must fell entirely and whose every order you must obey unconditionally one ally even if you shouldn't like it. Once when he had finished he went round the square and asked the men one by one, "How do you feel when you've taken a drop too much?" They gave him confused answers such as either they had never taken a drop much or after drinking they always felt sick. One said he felt as though he was going to barracks etc. Major Blucher ordered all these to leave the ranks saying that in the after they were going to do unarmed drill in the yard as a punishment for not being able to express what they felt. Before my turn came I remembered what he had discussed with us last time and when he came to me I said quite calmly, "Humbly report, sir, when I take a drop too much I always feel inside me a sort of nervousness, of fear, and pricking of science. But if I'm given extended leave and then return properly to the barracks in time, a feeling of bliss comes creeping over me. I have complete spiritual peace around me." Laughed and Meyer Blucher shouted at me, "It's more likely that you've got bugs creeping on you, you bastard, when you snore on your bunk. You miserable swine, you've got the cheek to try to be funny. And for that I was put in irons and it wasn't half fun. In the army it's got to be like that," the quartermaster sergeant major, stretching himself lazily on his bed. "It's an accepted thing that however you answer or whatever you do a dark cloud will always be hanging over you and the thunder will begin to without that you can't have discipline." "Very well said," said Švejk. "Shall never forget when they up a recruit called P. The lieutenant of the company was a chap called and he collected the reruits and asked of them where he aimed from. UGR horns of recruits, UG, slow forsaken bastards, told them. You must learn to answer clearly and exactly, like at the crack of a whip. Now let's start. Where do you come from?" Peck was an intelligent man and answered, "Dolf Unterbotzen, 267 houses, 1936 and ek inhabitants, region GMN, district Sabaca, former estate of Kost, parish church of St. Catherine from the 14th century restored by Count Václav Vratislav Netolikov, Srnel, post, telegraph, station of the Czech Commercial Railway, sugar refinery, sawmill, an isolated farm called Valcha, and Sir annual fairs." And at the same moment Lieutenant Me leaped at him and to give him one sock after the other across the jaw and to shout, "That'll teach you for one of your annual fairs, here's for the account, here's for the 3rd, the 4th, the 5th, the 6th. And Peck, although he was a recruit, applied to sent on battalion report. In the at that time there happened to be a gang of bastards with a sense of humor. They gave as for his going on battalion the annual fairs in Dolfusov. The battalion commander was Major Rahel. "Well, what's up?" he asked Peck, who started off, humbly, "Right, sir, in Dolfusov there are 6 annual fairs." And then Major Rahel thundered at him, stamped his feet and had him sent at once to the mental section of the military hospital. From that time on Peck the W.S. soldier and went from one punishment to the soldiers are difficult to educate. NIDCNARTERMASTER Sergeant Meyer Vanek, yawning. A oldier who has not been punished in the army is no soldier. It was true in peacetime that a who had completed his service without any punishment could afterwards have an advantage in state service, but today it's different. The were idiers, SSE who were never out of prison, Becknern in wartime the best. I remember an infantryman called Sylvanus in the March 8th Company. Before the war he always used to get punishment after punishment. And what punishments! He was not above stealing his comrade's last kreutzer. And when he got into action, he was the first to cut through the barbed wire entanglements, took 3 chaps prisoner and shot one of them on the way, because he said he couldn't trust him. He was awarded the Great Silver Medal. They sewed on him 2 stars, and if they hadn't later hanged him near Jukla he would have long ago come platoon, but there you are. They had to hang him after one action he volunteered for reconnaissance. And a patrol of another regiment ought him robbing corpses. They found on him about 8 at CHES and Rooney rings. And they hanged him at brigade staff. Which only to show, observed Willie, that every soldier must do his utmost to win his place on the ladder. The telephone bell rang. The Ergantmeyer went to the telephone and Lieutenant Luke's voice could be heard asking what had happened with the tins. After their coat heard reproaches. But Raleigh, there aren't any, Vanna into the phone. Of there aren't, sir. Lay only just a flight of imagination from above on the part of Supply HQ. It was utterly pointless to send those men there. I wanted to ring you up, sir. What? I was in the canteen. Who said that? That scultist cook from the officers' mess. Yes, I took the of going there. You know, sir, what that occultist called that flap about the tins. The horror of the unborn. Oh no, sir, not at all, I'm ample tell you over. What is Švejk doing? He's here. Shall I call him? Švejk, come to the telephone. Aid the regiment major, and added in it, and if he should ask you what state I was in when I came back, that I was okay. Švejk at the telephone. This is Švejk, humbly sir. Listen, Švejk, what hap fed tins? Is it all right? No, sir, there isn't any sign of them. Švejk, I want you to RVM as long as we're in the EMP. Otherwise you are to with me all the time during the IOUNI. What did you do during the night I was at the telephone the whole N*HT? Was there any news? There was, sir. Švejk, for don't art to be an idiot again. Was there anything repaired from? Yes, sir, there was, but CMLY nin, why didn't you inform at once? I didn't want to die or bit the UST thing. I wanted to then, for God's sake tell hat was the 9 o'clock. A telegram, sir. L don't understand you, Švejk. I've written it down, sir. Take down the telegram. Who's that at the telephone? Have you got it? Read it or something like that. For God's sake, Švejk, you're the cross I have to bear. Tell me what was in it or I'll leap at you and give you such a sock I will. What was it? Another conference with the colonel, sir. This morning at near 8 o'clock. I wanted to wake you in the night, but then I knew the height of it. Well, it's your luck that you didn't have the insolence to try to disturb me for any kind of nonsense when there was time enough in the morning. Another conference. To hell with it. Hang up the receiver and call Vanak to the telephone. The quartermaster urgent major at the telephone, and Ardor Master Sergeant Major Vanak speaking, sir. Vanak, find me at another Batman. That rogue blown up all might late in the night. Should you tie him up? NOL, let's send him to the medical corps. The bastard's a mountain of a man. He can easily drag the wounded out of the firing line. I'll send him to you at once. Arrange it with the regimental office and come back to the company at once. Do you think we are going to leave? There's no hurry, sir. When we had to march off with the March 9th Company, they jailed around with us for 4 whole days. It was just the same with the 8th. It was only with the Roth that it was better. Then we were in full state for the front. We got the order and by the evening we'd gone. But afterwards they drove over the whole of Hungary and didn't know which hole on what battlefield they wanted us to bung up. Ever since Lieutenant Luck had commander of the March 11th Company, he had found himself in a state of mind called syncretism, which meant in philosophical terms that he tried to settle conceptual contradictions by means of compromises which were carried to a when all views merged and lost their identity. And he replied, yes, maybe it's like that. You don't think then that we'll be going, do you? At 9 we have a with the colonel. By the way, do you know that you are the Sergeant Major on duty? I'm only telling you. Now find out for me. Wait a moment, what should you find out for? Get a list of Book.3-4 with information on their length of service. Then the company sticks. Nationality? Yes, that as well. But first of all, end up this new Batman. What has Ensign Pleshner to do with the preparation for departure? Accounts? Come and sign them after mess. Don't allow to go into the town. To the canteen in the camp? After mess for an hour. Now call Švejk here. Švejk, stay for the moment at the telephone. Humbly report, sir, I've not yet had my coffee. Then bring your coffee and stay in the office at the telephone until I call you. Do you know what an orderly is? Something that runs about. Sir, see that you're in your place whenever call you. Tell Van Eyck Moore that he must find a Batman for me. Švejk, hello, where are here, sir? They've just brought the coffee. Švejk, hello, here you, sir. The coffee's completely. You know very well what a Batman is, Švejk. Give him the once over and then tell me afterwards what sort of fellow he is. Hang up the receiver. Van Eyck, sipping the black coffee to which he added rum from an inn, with an inscription ink, to take every precaution, kept at Švejk and said, our lieutenant shouts rather into the telephone. I understood every word. You must know the lieutenant very well, SVCJK, we're hand in glove, Švejk replied. One palm greases the other. We've through a lot together. How often they wanted to tear UG apart, but we've always come together again. He always relics me in everything, that I'm often really quite surprised myself. And you certainly heard that. I've got to remind you once more that you are to find him a new Batman and that I must give him the once over and report on him. The lieutenant won't be satisfied with any kind of Batman. When Colonel Schroeder all TLR officers of the March Battalion to a conference, he did so again with great joy, because it offered him the chance of giving a lecture. Apart from that, he had to take some decisions in the case of the Matarak who had refused to clean the latrine and had been sent by him to the divisional court on the charge of mutiny. Matarak had arrived the night T*4 from the Diviu, NAL court at the Main, where he was held under guard. With him the regimental 06CE received the re-BRT of the divisional court, which was muddled and in which it out that in this case it was a question of mutiny, because volunteers ought not to clean latrines. None the legate was of breach of discipline, a delinquency which could be condoned on grounds of conduct in the field. For this reason the volunteer Matarak was sent back to his regiment and the investigation into the breach of was quashed until the end of the war. It would be taken up again the next time the volunteer Matarak committed an offense. And then there was another together with the volunteer Matarak. The spurious Sergeant Avelis was taken to the main guard house from the divisional court. He had appeared recently at the regiment where he had been CNT from hospital in Zagreb. He had the Grat silver medal, the stripes of a volunteer and 3 stars. He told of the heroic acts of the March 6th Company in Serbia and said he was the only survivor from it. In the course of investigation it was established that at the beginning of the war a certain Avelis did actually go with the March 6th Company, but that he did not have the rights of a volunteer. Information was then sought from the brigade under whose command the March 6th Company came when the retreat took place from Belgrade to 1914, and it was ascertained that in the list of names of those recommended for the award of the silver medal or of THCSE awarded it there was no Avelis. It could not, however, confirm whether the infantryman Avelis was promoted in the Belgrade War campaign to the rank of sergeant, because the whole of the March 6th Company with all its officers disappeared near the Church of St. Sava in Belgrade. Before the divisional court Avelis defended himself by saying that the great silver medal had really been promised to him and he had therefore won in hospital from a Bosnian. As for the volunteer's stripes, he sewed them on when he was drunk and went on wearing them because he was innocently drunk, his constitution having been weakened by dysentery. When the conference began, Colonel Schroeder, before discussing these two, announced that they would have to have more frequent contacts before their departure, which would not now be long delayed. He had received information from the brigade that orders were accelerated from the division. The men must in a state of alert and company commanders must punctiliously ensure that no one was missing. Then he repeated once more everything that he had said the day before. He again made a survey of the military operations and said that nothing should be allowed to suppress fighting spirit and warlike initiative in the army. On the table in front of him was fastened a map of the battlefield with flags on pins, but all the flags were overturned and the front lines shifted. Pins with flags were lying about under the table. The whole battlefield had been frightfully messed up in the night by a tom which the riders kept in the regimental office and which, when it performed its own operations on the Austro-Hungarian field, wanting to scratch and cover them over, tore out the flags and smeared the mess over the L-sections. It the fronts and the bridgeheads and defiled all the army. Colonel _Euler was short-sighted. Of March Battalion Watch L with his colonel fingers ring rare to their little mounds. From here, gentlemen, from Sokol to the Bug, said Donald Schroeder prophetically and moved his finger from memory towards the Carpathians. In doing this he plunged his finger into one of those little mounds with which the Tom had tried to make the map of the Tundle field a relief one. "What's this, gentlemen?" he asked in astonishment when one thing had stuck to his finger. "Probably droppings, sir," Eptain answered very for all of them. Colonel Schroeder rushed into TLR Omsk next from where there could be heard tremendous thunderings and fulminations with frightful THMTS that he would make them lick up everything the AT had done. The was brief. It was the EERT2INED that a fortnight ago the AT was brought to the office by the young ST writer, Zwyandl Fish. When this had Eptain packed himself up KRK, stock, and barrel and the writer TCOK him to the guardhouse where he would sit until further orders from the colonel. With that the whole conference was in fact finished. When Colonel returned to the officers, crimen in the face, he forgot that he had to discuss the aid of the volunteer Matarak and the spurious Sergeant Tabelese. He said quite short and, "Lu, gent learn, to an of alert and to await my orders and instructions." And so volunteer and Tavelks remained under guard at the end and later dry were able to play Marias together and after Mari to bother their guards with it to catch for them the fleas the straw mattresses. Then later Corporal Perautka of the March 13th Company was pulled in with them. When the news got around in the camp that they were going to the front, he had and been found in the morning by the patrol at the White at Bruck. He gave as an excuse that they left for the front he wanted to the Miss greenhouses of Gunt Herrick at Bruck and the way back he had lost his way. It was only in the RLY that he got to the White Rose in a state of complete exhaustion. As a matter of fact he spent the night in bed with Ruyenka from the White that remained unclear. Were they going or weren't they? Svejka in the of the March 1st Company heard various and IC opinions. The March 12th Company telephoned claiming that G. Mim and the Che had heard that they were waiting to do Omshu *ing practi at movable targets and that they would leave after gunnery factus under front conditions. This optimistic view was not shared by the March 13th Kornini which telephoned that Corporal Hovolfke had just returned from the town and had heard their FRNA nilware that the trucks were already at the station. Vane tore the RI verse Svejk's hand and shouted angrily that the railwayman knew damn it and that he had just come FRTX and the regimental oms. Stayed at the telephone with Rudivo Euroon and his answer told Quitushins that a definite was yet he and swayed thee in the way when the latter asked, "What news is there?" "Nothing definite ya, Q, spake in a manu mule. Hang up the Ariva." Then came as so is of Telram's TCNK a lengthy period of first of all there was the telegram which could be dictated the night he hiled to hang up the receiver and was sleeping. It concocted who and though who then there was the dehide the tins which had cleared up already the night finny there was a telegram to all ampanics and units of the regiment as belows, of brigade and reports it's an underscore at the rumoru of *61k ving there must be an of, 2 tins, 3 fresh VWC 4 dried 567 semolina, 8 at stad preview, 4 vijablut, 5 vikidablut. When Švejk read to Vanak the latter declared solemnly that a rule like this are thrown down the RAS, some cases 601 the army FH thought that up. Now it's going round all the divisions, brigades, and regiments. Švejk received telegram which was dictated that he managed to get down on the notique only what like it as a result of more detailed at who or the same on the other hand NME the less be supplemented. This is all Mintels, aid Vanak, when Švejk was frightfully by what he had written and read it out aloud 3 times in succession, sheer stupidity, although knows it couldn't cipher, but in the Amerpani we're to receive cipher. You may throw it away as well. I think aid Švejk. If I to the lieutenant that he has as a raw _LT if it has fermented or the may on the other hand none the be supplemented, I think he'd feel offended. You wouldn't looks live how frightfully fusible are, continued Švejk, delving deep into his reminiscences again. I went by tram from Vysoyany to Prague, and in Liba certain Mr. Novotny got in. As a GIRU on as a him, I went to him the platform and started to get into conversation with him as we enjth came Andreov. But he just shouted at me not to molest him and claimed that he didn't know me. I began to explain that he ought to, since when I was a kid I used to go and him with my mother who was called Antony, and that my father was called Prokop and was a bailiff. But even then he didn't want to own that we knew each other. So finally I gave him closer details and said that in Andreov there were two Novotunfs, Tonda and Joseph. He was Joseph. They had written to me about him from Andreov, and he had shot his wife when she rebuked him for drinking. And then he raised his arm to hit me, but I dodged and he broke the windscreen on the front platform, the big one in front of the driver. And they pushed us both out and us any. At the Ninish station it turned out that why he had been touchy was because he was not called Joseph Novot at all but Edward Dalbareva, and had come from Montgomery in America to visit his relatives from whom his family were descended. The telephone interrupted his narration and a hoarse voice from the machine gun section again asked whether they would be going. Here was a rumor that there was to be another conference with the colonel the next morning. In there appeared the face of Cadet Beegler, who was the biggest in the company. In the school he always tried to show off his knowledge. He beckoned to Van Eyck to come out in the passage, where he had a long convention with him. When Van Eyck returned he smiled. "There's a blow me for you, he too. We've tainly got specimens in this March company of our slow." He was at the conference too, and when it broke up the lieutenant ordered all platoon commanders to make a rifle inspection and to make it a strict one. Now he's come to ask me whether he should tie up cause he cleaned his rifle with Vanov flared up. And he asks a BLTXXLY thing like that. He knows we're going to the front. Well, the lieutenant thought twice about his having up his Batman yesterday, and I aid to this young greenhorn that he should think twice and JUT treating the men like cattle. And hold your s-fing about that Batman, aid Švejk, due to weathering VE the lieutenant keep hair art word var star. There's plenty of time for everything. The lieutenant will get used to Blount. Now and again he'll guzzle up G-mething of his and then he'll stop. He's to when we get to the front. There often neither of them will have anything to eat at all. When that Blount is to stay, then there's nothing to be done. Axe, it is my business and the lieutenant has no in it. Take it ASY. Van and lay down on who again and tell me if funny the army. I might, answered. I am afraid might ring up. Then it, Švejk. The take off the NID Švejk, taking off the I'll do nothing that's suitable for this situation, except that at that time instead of REAJ war we only had Mankruveri. There vast the me of flap as there is today. No, me knew when we would move out of the barracks. Serving with was a called sick from Pohey, a GCXD chap but religious and finky. He imagined that Mankruveri were horrible, that died of them on the march and the medical would pick them up like rotten fruit. And he stoked himself up well with drink, and when we out the Mankruveri from the barracks and to Nsek he aid, I can't take it, only the Lord Genie and protect me. Then we aimed to Hoylvis and there we had 2 days RET because there had been a mistake and we had advanced quickly, that we and the other regiments who enlarged with us the flank could have taken the whole enemy general prisoner. This would have been a disgrace because our army corps was meant to get shat on and the enemy to win, because on the enemy's side there was a worn out old archdukelet. Now this is what that sick did. When we were in Karnefd there he set out to do shopping in a village beyond Horovice, returning to the camp at noon. It was hot and he was quite tight, and on the way he a pillar and on the pillar was a box and in it under the glass a small statue of St. John of Hebrael in front of St. John, and to him, "It must hot for you here, UWGHT to drink a little. You're in the WN here. You must certainly be swatting all the time." And he the fell took a sip out of it and NID, "I've left you a nip St. John of Nepomuk." But then he scared and drank it all up and there was nothing left for St. John. "Jesus Mary," he said, "St. of Nepomuk, you must forgive me for this. I'll make it up to you. Take you with me to the camp and give you gloriously much to drink that you won't able to stand on your feet." And dear sick, out of pity for St. John of Namnook, broke the glass, pulled out the of the saint, put it under his tunic and carried it off to the camp. After that John of Nepomuk slept with him in a straw, him and his sack on his march and he always had tremendous luck at cards. Wherever we were in amp he always won, until we aimed to the district of Pratsha and lay in Drahenis, and there he lost everything, Suksk, and when we moved off in FFE morning St. John of Nepomuk was strung up on a FR tree by the road. Well, that's your funny story, and now I'll put back the RNIver again. And the telephone again communicated the quiver of a new NERV-01B activity. After the old of pace in the camp had tea when during this time Lieutenant Lux was in his studying the verse which he had just received from the R sentimental staff together with the instructions on how they were to read, as well as secret ciphered instructions at UT the DIRET on the march battalion would take on its way to the Galician frontier. First stage, 7,217 475 35 8,922 375 7,282 Rub 4,432 1,238 7,217 35 35K Nirno 7,282 310 375 7,881 298 475 7,979 Budapest. Deciphering this code Lieutenant Lux sighed, bugger the whole BLCX, DY thing. Part 3 The glorious Likan across Hungary at last the moment came when THQ were stuffed into vans in the ratio of 42 men to 8 horses. They traveled more comfortably than the men they could sleep standing, but what did it matter? A train was again carrying off to Galicia another herd of men driven to the butt. It brought the craters relief none the when the train moved off it was at last something definite, whereas T4 there had only an uncomfortable uncertainty and panic as to whether the train would go that day, the next, or the following one. Some felt as though a death sentence had on them and waited in fear and trembling for the moment when the Ereotioner would end, then calm resignation followed. Everything would over. MS was why, me Salvishmsted from the van like a madman, we're off, we're off. Our master facty right when he told Vake there was no hurry. Before the moment came FCR them to get into the van several days elapsed and all this time their rumors tin goulash. The Vanek declared that it was only imagination. How could there be any tin_ned goulash? There might fraps be a drumhead moss. There had been me for the previous march company. When there's tin goulash the drumhead mass is conversely, when there's tin the drum mass is a substitute for it. And instead of tin GCMHSH Kafan IBLAP fared and killed 3 birds with 1 stone. He celebrated a drumhead mass for 3 march battalions at Orgo. 2 of them he for their march to Serbia and a third for their march to Russia. On this occasion he delivered a highly inspired address and it was noticeable that he had taken the materol from the army almanacs. It was such a moving speh tructor, when they off in the direction off travelled with Vane in an office in one of vans, the oration, and NID to him, won't it marvellous when, like the chaplainade, the day draws to its close, the sun with its golden beam sets T** hind and untains, and on the battlefields are heard, as he told us, the est breath of the dying, the death rattle of the fallen mes, the of the wounded and the wailing of the Malaysian, as they're burned over beds. I love it when drivel utter bunkum. Vanak has had in it a damn moving it was very inutical and edifying, I've memorized it and when I return from the war I'll tell it at the Chalie. When the chaplain was declaiming there he had his shanks wide apart that I was afraid one of them would slip and he would fall onto the field altar and crack his accent on the he gave us such a wonderful example from the history of our army at the time when Radetzky was still **ing in it. The on the battlefield were burning and the blaze merged with the glow of it was just as if he had it with his own and the 9-day the IRC upplane already back in Vienna telling another march battalion. The which Švejk referred to and which he loved much that he called it utter bunkum my dear men. The senior chaplain declaimed, imagine that it is the year 1848 and the battle has ended in victory, where Feyre battle lasting 10 hours the Italian King Albert has had to abandon the BLMDY to our warifter, Marshal Radetzky, who in his 84th year has won such a victory. And 10, my DAR men, the Viran Marshal has stopped on the hill TXFME conquered. Around him are his faithful generals. The whole circle are held by the olenity of the moment, for at no distance at all from the Renarshal, my dear men, a warrior can wrestling with death. With his limbs shattered on the field of glory the wound standard and rare, HRT, needs that the marshals are him. In a convulsive fit of enthusiasm the valiant wounded still clutches his gold medal firmly in his stiffening right hand. At the sight of the noble marshal the pulse of his heart quickens again, the last vantage of his act suffused his parleyed in 1848 the ray of body, and in dying mourn be he strives with an effort to crawl towards his marshal. Spare your life, my brave warrior, the marshal to him, his whore, and to shake his it's sir, he's the dying warrior. My arms are shot away. But one thing I of you. Please tell me the full truth, is it total victory? Total, dear boy, eyes the marshal kindly. It's a that your joy is reamed by your of Korg, noble sir, my, and the warrior in somber tones as he smiles SW Dysprosium. Are you thirsty? Asks Radetzky. The day has iron sultry, sir. We have had the 30 degrees of heat. Radetzky then takes his adjutant's field flask, hands it to the dying nun, who drinks a powerful draught from it. May reward you 1,000 tim, sir, he crie, striving to kiss the hand of his commander. How bag have you Brn Irving? The latter asks. More than 40, sir. At Aspera I was awarded the gold medal. I was at the artillery QOSS also. I was mortally wounded 5 times, but now it's all over with me. Oh, but what a joy and blessing it is that I've Lee and TD to this day. What do I care about death now that we have won this glorious victory and the Emperor's terror cry is restricted at that granite, my dear mighty and noble grains of our anthem, GTXLU our Emperor, re-UND from the camp and are wafted over the battlefield. The warrior, bidding our well to life, tries once more to rally his strength. Vivat Austria! SHMRTS Viot Austria, may it live on in this jewel of to long life to our armit. The dying run towards the right hand and kisses it. Then he sinks down in a quiet last sigh FRTN his soul. The nurse son therewith had the of one of his valiant warriors. This is to the marshal with emotion, had to hands. My dar all of you saying like ream and ring by chaplain, Švejk, all justifiably, without the to him a drivel pravat. After that Švejk to talk of the orders which had been read out to them, they got into the train. One was the army order, signed by Franz, and another came from Archduke Ferdinand, the supreme commander of the Eastern Army and Group. Both concerned the events on the Dukla Pass on April 3, 191s, when 2 battalions of the 28th Regiment including their officers went over to the Russians to the strains of their regimental band. Both orders had read to in a tremulous voice and ran as intrandatum, Army Order of April 17, 191s, with a heart soving with grief at my that the Royal Infantry Regiment 28 struck off the roll of my army for cowardice and treason. The regimental stand and RD is to withdraw the dishonored regiment and hand it over to War Museum. This day marks the end of the execution of a regiment which was morally pixed by Abgsfir at Vatsi at Horfi order of TRE Archduke Joseph Ferdinand during the Campa Asterisk and the field the Ailed, especially in the last battles. They Ailed notably the ending we they had lain entrenched for a considerable time. Take its asterisk advantage of this to nuke C.DAC links alliance among these troops. Assisted by these traitors the Y made a point of directing Thursday attacks against detachments at FRMT of Thursday kind. The enemy was often units was thus able almost without CMV sidens to retake a remarkably large of 1,000-fold digrace, shame their and honorable wretches, amid against their emperor and fatherland, and besmirch the humor, not only of Britain standards of our noble and valiant army, but also of Naden to which they took or later they by bullet the hangmans. It is the duty of Fev cry single chat asterisk eir hua of to Denmer who every agitat and writer. Anyone who fails to do is himself a traitor and of the same kind. Let this order be read out to all the men of the NCCH regiments. By order of our monarch the Imperial and Royal Regiment No. 28 has been struck off the roll of the army, and all the descriptors from the regiment when they ate captured will pay with their blood for their heavy guilt. Archduke Joseph Ferdinand asterisk they read it to us a little late, said Švejk to Vanek. I'm very surprised they only read it to us now, seeing that His Imperial Majesty issued the order as long ago as on April 17th. It might 100k as if for me remen or another they didn't allow it to be read to us immediately. If it were His Imperial Majesty I wouldn't let myself be brushed off like this. If I gave an order dated April 17th, then on April 17th that order would have to be read out in all regiments, even if the sky fell down. Opposite Vanu on the other side of the van, the occultist cook from the officers' mess was sitting and writing. Behind him sat Lieutenant Luck's Batman, the bearded giant Blount, and Kodansk, who was assigned to the LTH March Company as telephonist. Blount was checking a piece of army bread and explaining to Kodansk in fear and trembling that it was not his fault if in the bustle to get into the train he had not been able to reach the staff carriage where his lieutenant was. Kodansk frightened him by saying that now the was over and that Blount would get a bullet for it. If only there could be an end to this misery, moaned Blount. L was once nearly done for at the near Vadis. There we were marching, hungry and thirsty, and when the battalion adjutant came up to us I shouted out, "Give us some water and bread." He turned his horror onto me and said that if that had happened in wartime I should have had to fall out and he would have had me shot, but as it was he would put me in the garrison jail. But I had wonderful luck because when he went Joe reported to the staff, his horse took fright on the way and he fell and broke his neck, thank the Lord. Blount gave a heavy sigh and choked over a bit of bread. When he got over it he looked greedily at Lieutenant Luck's 2 bags, which he was looking after. "The officer gentlemen have drawn their rations of liver pate and Hungarian and lamy," he said in a gloomy voice. "How I'd love to have a bit." Meanwhile he was icy, king at his lieutenant's 2 bags as longingly as a dog which has been abandoned by everyone and sits hungry as a wolf at the DCNR of a delicatessen shop, inhaling the of the delicatessen as it is being cooked. "It wouldn't do any harm, I'd down ski, 5th they met us somewhere with a lunch. When we went to Serbia at the beginning of the war we stuffed ourselves at every station, they stood us something everywhere. We took the grub's thighs they gave us, cut little cubes of the very best mat and played drafts with the monteurs of Tlate. At Czech and Gosha 2 gentlemen from the Vetera NS brought a big cauldron of rut hair into our van and then we couldn't control ourselves and poured all of it over their heads. Wherever we went we did nothing but spew out of the train. Korb, our Almateka in our van stuffed him so full that we had to put a TMRD across his TLLY and jump on it, just like when you tread on sauerkraut. That was the only thing that relieved him and it came out of him from on top and underneath. When went through Hungary they threw rinsed chickens into our vans at every station. We only ate the brains. In the Hungarians threw in whole chunks of RTA.St. Ixyrk and on chap got such a blow on his skull with a whole roast boar's head that he chased the donor across 3 tracks with his TXLT strap. In Benia on the other hand they didn't even give us water. But way there, Alrugget was forbidden, we got various brands of spirit, to our heart's content, and oceans of wine. I can remember that at one station sorn young madams and misses treated us to some and we went and pissed into their jugs. You should have seen how they flew away from the van, we were all of us quite muzzy the whole journey. I couldn't even recognize an ace of clubs. We hadn't even finished our game when suddenly before we knew where we were an Eder came to get out of the vans at once. A cerebral, I can't remember what his name was, shouted at his men to sing in German, and the Serbs must that we Austrians are victorious, victorious. But Mion gave him a kick from behind and he fell OSR onto the rails. After that there was a shout that the rifles had got to stacked in a pyramid, and the train reversed and went back empty. But you know what happens in a flap. It carried off with it all our provisions for 2 days. And shrapnel began bursting about as those trees over there. The Tuntalion commander rode up front on the other end and called all his officers to a consultation. Then our Lieutenant Masak came up. He was as Czech as they make them, but he only spoke German. He was white as chalk and told us that we couldn't go any farther, because the rails had blown up. The Serbs had got across the river in the night and were now on our left flank. But that was still far away from us. We should get reinforcements, he said, and then we would cut them to pines. If anything should no one must surrender, the Serbs, said, cut off their prisoners' arms and noses and gouged out their eyes. Shrapnel was bursting near us, but we were not to worry about that. It was only our artillery ranging their guns, he said. Suddenly from somewhere behind the mountain there resounded a ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. That was our machine guns ranging, he said. After that you could hear a cannonade from the left. It was the first time in our lives we'd heard it and we lay down flat on our stomachs at once. Several shells flew over us and set the station on fire. And then from our right side bullets began to whistle over us, and in the distance you could hear salves and the rattle of rifle fire. Lieutenant Masek ordered the pyramids to be unstacked and the rifles to be loaded. The officer on duty came up to him and it couldn't done as we had no with us, and he knew very well that we were only eligible to draw our munitions at the very last point. Taking up the munitions train had gone ahead of us and was obviously now in the hands of the Serbs. Lieutenant Masek for a moment, as though arted to the SPT, and then gave the order fix bayonets. Without knowing why and only out of the freshen for something to do. Then we again on the alert for a long time, and after that lay down again on the sleepers because an aeroplane had appeared and the officers roared for cover, everything under eye. Then it turned out that it was one of our own and had been shot down by Mar artillery in error. And after that we got up again, but there was no order, only at easel from one side a cavalryman came galloping towards us. When he was still away he shouted out, "Where is Battalion Command?" He battalion commander rode out to him. The man handed him a document and then rode away to the right. The battalion commander read it away and thenly, if he'd gone off his head, drew his abra and aimed flying in our general retreat. General retreat, he roared at the OFCA to the hollow single file. And then it started. They be presenting to fire at us all sides, as if they had only tren waiting for that moment. On the left side was a maize field, and that was a hell. Leaving our rucksacks on our blastedly FRS, we crawled all fours to the valley. Before you could hijack, Lieutenant Masek had one in the head from the side. By the time we away to the Vaki there were masses of dead and wound. We left them there and went on running until the evening, and there wasn't a single one of our men left in the region. All of them had cleared out long we any only thing we QWW a 2H train. In end we reached the station, where we got new orders to get into the train and go back to the staff, which we couldn't do. The whole staff had taken PRI-1 the day. We only learned that the next morning. After that we were like orphans. No one wanted anything to do with us, and they assigned us to the 73rd Regiment that we could retreat with them. Why Korg, we were jolly glad to do it, but first we had to march 6 RWARD for a day we could get to the 73rd Regiment. After that no one was listening to him. Any Švejk and Vanak were playing two-handed Mar IIAE. The occultist Ank from the Omser's mess went writing a voluminous letter to his who in his absence had begun to publish a new theosophical journal. Blount slumbered on the bench, and the telephonist could do nothing but yes, I'll never forget it. He got up and started to kibitz who playing Mari. You might at least like my FC army, Švejk in a friendly tone to us, since you're coming to kibitz. Mar is more important than the war and that blasted adventure of yours on the Serbian frontier. Oh, my God, what a fool I am. I could kick. Why didn't I wait a bit longer with that king? Now the knave has come. I rally am an idiot. Meanwhile the occultist CCK had finished his letter and was reading it to him *LF, obviously that he had done a job with it in of the military. My darling wife, when YML get to I invirety *girl days in the train, we are off to the from. I'm tmid because Ian Yain I have to comb I and mud you is done in our officers and gat stagerut point. I should have to CMKAS get go share for our KS the journey through Hungary, but we Galicia I shall invakfmanga gakenhalt, student barley or in rice. Me, darling Helixa, rally doing my utmost to make life more pleasant for our and help overcome their trouble and strain. I look transferred Reguna to the March to Italian, which was my ardent. I wanted it at my disposal to put the field kitchen tea front in order. You remember, dear IA _ letu arsimat you wished GCXXL Griperiers. And only have I bad *atet to buttonary, all the kfik ERS are in our ather. As I will let KMW the of this letter cut to written off following circumstances, the occultist CMK had got into global bad for and all. The colonel had protected him for a IMIG time, but by an unfortunate mischance he had again eked to get his of rast sirloin of veal at the farewell with the officers of the March Tuntalion. And he had him with a march to the front, and trusting the regimental kitchen an unfortunate teacher from the for the blind at Clearif. The occultist read over MRE what he had written and thought it sufficiently to him a bit further away from the battlefield. You might what you like, even at the front there are opportunity f an easier life. This was of not by the Fichtlat while he was still in civil life and working as dieter and owner of an occultist devoted to knowledge of what was beyond the Yahweh, had written along on Hov Otidith, and another on the transmigration of now he started to kibitz. At that art was in rank between the TiVo players, Švejk and Van Eyck. No longer played two-handed Marius but three-handed with Ordity Švejk Samrolika at Kurdermasta *Urgent Meyer Van and, Ho W and UB such a? You do realize, DCMTU, that he's playing I haven't a Duman ND, instead of middle playing your 8 off the Ammons, like a BB, dy twat throw away your knave of and give that Bakar the game. What a lot of about IOA bed, was the quartermaster why, you're playing like a bloody half-wit your LF die you need to pawn an 8 of diamonds out of my hat when I haven't a single diamond in my hand. I've only got court Karen and Chi you forniating then you should have played TU genius, save JK with a smile. It's just like what happened down at the restaurant, you Valsood. There was a prize oaf there who had a Dutch hand but didn't play it. Instead he always threw away all his low T cards and made everyone play bed. And what hands he had! In every suit he always had the highest cards. And, just as wouldn't have GM anything out of it now, if you had played at that time I couldn't have got anything out of it, could any one of us either. As the game went on we would have paid him all the time. At last I ate to him, Mr. Harold, please do play dunk and don't a fool. But he flew at me and said he'd play what he liked and I should keep my trap shut since he had had a university education. But he paid dearly for it. Landlord was our friend and the waiter OS could hardly have been on more terms with us, we were able to explain to the police patrol that everything was all right. We said first of all that it was a dirty trick of his to disturb the night exact by calling a patrol just because somewhere in front of the pub he had slipped on the ice, fallen on his nose and broken it. We hadn't done anything to him when he cheated at Maris, but when he had been found out he had rushed out so quickly that he fell full length on the ground. The landlord and the waitress confirmed to us that we'd really been too gentlemanly to him. He had deserved all he got. He had tea from 7 p.m. to midnight, only ordered 1 glass of N of WATE, and made out that was a hell of a gentleman. He was a university pro but he understood much as a goat about parsley. Well, whose turn is it to deal now? Let's play 20 hellers and TWM much better if you 10-1 the transmigration of souls, said Vang. Like you told the young lady in the canteen when you got yourself a BMLY. I've heard something about that transmigration of 2, Švejk put in. Made up my mind years ago to educate myself, if you'll permit the expression, looks cause I didn't want to left I behind. And so I went to the reading RMM of the Industrial Union in Prague. But I was ragged and the light shone through the holes in the seat of my trousers. I couldn't educate myself. They wouldn't let me in and showed me the because they thought that I had come to steal the overcoats. And so I put on my erst suit, went one day to the museum library, and together with a friend of mine borrowed a book about the transmigration of souls. There I read how an Indian emperor turned after death into a pig, and when they slaughtered that pig he turned into a monkey, and from a monkey he became a dachshund, and from a dachshund a minister. Afterwards when I was in the army I saw that there must be something in it. Because everyone who had a star used to call the men swine or me other animal name. From that you might conclude that 1,000 years ago the common had been famous generals. But when there's a war on, a transmigration of souls like that is an awfully silly business. God knows how many changes a man goes through. He becomes, let's say, a telephonist, a cook or an infantryman. Then suddenly he's torn to pieces by a shell and his soul into a horse in the artillery. And when the whole entry goes to a 1M, in somewhere a new shell bursts into it, and this again kills the horse which the late lamented had become incarnate in. And then his soul immediately moves into in a baggage train, which they make goulash out of for the TRMPS, and from the cow perhaps into a telephonist and from a telephonist. I'd really like to KNCM, said CH, Clownsky, who obviously felt offended, why I of all vrapple have to the butt of your idiotic jokes. Tell me, are you by any chance related to the who has a private detective agency with that I like the Holy Trinity? Asked Švejk. Like private detectives very much. I once served years ago in the army with a private detective, a fellow called Stendler. He had such a cockeyed head that our sergeant major always said that he'd seen many soldiers with sea-keyed heads during his 12 years, but a sea-keyed head like his he could never have imagined in his wildest dreams. "Listen, Stendler," he always said, "if there didn't happen to be maneuvers this year, your CR and yet not wouldn't do for military service, but as it is, the artillery at least range their guns by it when they come to a locality where there's no orientation." He had to put up with a lot of chaff like this from that sergeant major. During the march he sent Stendler 500 in front and then gave the order "Try not." But even Mr. Stendler had awfully bad luck as a private detective. He often told us in the canteen that he'd had a lot of bother. He got commissions like this one, for example, to find out whether the wife of one of his firm's clients, who came to see him in a state of fury, was having an affair with another man, and, if she was, it was she was having the affair with, and where and how. Or again the 0% bite, a very jealous woman wanted to find out who her husband was having an affair with, so as to make it hotter for him at home. Mr. Stendler was an educated man, exquisitely breach of matrimonial fidelity, and was nearly always on the brink of tears when he told us that all clients want him to catch her or him in flagranti. Chap might perhaps get a kick out of it if he aim up and a couple flagranti and EY would PP out of had, but this Mr. Stendler, as he told us himself, was quite unhappy of it. He said very intelligently that he could at these lewd debauches. When he told us all the various positions in which he'd found those couples, our mouths often watered, when they ham past it. When we were given to Tsaraks he always used to draw them for us. This how, I saw Mrs. S.C. fan with this and that gentleman. And he even told us there and he used to migrable it. The slaps on the face I got from RT, he always, but that didn't me half as much as the fact that I to taking bribes. One I shall never forget to my dying day. He was naked, she was naked. It was in a hotel and they hadn't undotled the door, the idiots. They couldn't fit onto they were both fat, and so they made love on the like two kittens. And the was all trampled on and full of dug and there were cigarette stubs lying about on it. And when I of them jumped up, he stood me and his hand in front of him like a, and she turned her back to me and oh you could the whole network pattern of the carpet printed on her skin and a cigarette cup stuck to her backbone. "Excuse me, I'm Mr. Zemek, I am Private Detective Stendler, from Kodansk's agency, and it is my duty to catch you and Saget on the ends of a tip-off from Madam, your wife. This lady, with whom you are here maintaining an illicit relationship, is Mrs. Grotova. I've never in my life ran such a calm citizen. Excuse me, he QID, as though it were a mat. Of course, I am going to put on my clothes. It is my wife who has the soul for this. She drives to this illicit relationship by her groundless jealousy. Goaded on by nothing than mere suspicion, she insults her husband with reproaches and man distrust. There's no doubt now that this scandal is no longer hushed up. Where are my?" he asked calmly. "On the bed there." While he was putting on his pants he went on explaining to me, if a scandal cannot be hushed up, popal divorce, but in that case the slur of the disgrace hushed up. A divorce is always a risky thing anyway, he went on as he dressed. The TBT thing for the wife is to arm herself with patience and do nothing to provoke a public scandal. But do as you like. I'll leave you here alone with the lady. Meanwhile Ms. Grotova had climbed into Mr. Zemek, shook hands with me and can't any longer how Mr. Stendler explained her thing and what he talked after that, because he conversed with the lady in the bed in a very intelligent way. He said that marriage was not instituted to make everyone find happiness immediately and that it was our duty in marriage to lust and to exorcise and sublimate the physical side. And while I was saying that, Mr. Stendler continued, gradually began to undress, and just when I was undressed, and was completely bemused and wild as a rutting stag, a Mr. Stick whom I knew well came into the room. He was also a private detective from the agency of our rival, Mr. Stern, and Mr. Grot had turned to him for help over his wife who, he claim must have a lover. Stick said nothing more than, Mr. Stendler in flagranti with Mrs. Grotova. My congratulations. He closed the again quietly and went away. You needn't dress hastily, Mrs. Grotova said. It makes no difference now. There's a place here for you, me. My good lady, It's just my place that I'm worrying out, I said, and I hadn't any idea anymore what I was talking. I can only remember that I said something about that if there were quarrels husband and wife, the babe's upbringing suffered through them. And afterwards he told us how he quickly dressed and took to his heels and decided at once to tell everything to his chief, Mr. Kodansk, but went first to have a pick-me-up. But TX4 he got back the fat was already in the fire. Stick had there on orders from his chief, Mr. Stern, to give Mr. Kodansky a SHXK by telling him the kind of employee he had in his private detective agency. Mr. Kodansk could think of nothing better than at once to send for Mrs. Stendelker, that she could deal with her husband herself for having been on official duties and caught in flagrants by a rival agency. From that time, Mr. Stendler always used to, when the subject came up, why not is even more trick-eyed. Now, let's go on playing 5-10. And they did. The train at the station of Mosin. It was already evening and no one was allowed out of the vans. When they moved off, a powerful voice could heard from one of the vans. It was as though Mion was trying to drown the rattle-off train. In the pious of the evening, a gammon JLDR from Kaspersky Hori in a frightful Uterwalik stalled the Sikh night as it descended the Hungarian plains, new. And *HTL to very respite. The by tall light. Shut your trap, you merble, interrupted the sentimental singer, who then into silence. They dragged him any from the window. But the busy hands did NM until kerning. Just as everywhere else in the train they played cards by candlelight, here Švejk and the others continued to play Kalfruik by the light of a small param lamp hanging on the wall. Whenever anyone burst when buying a card, Švejk said that Kalfruik was the of all anyone could swap as many cards as he liked. At Kalfruik, asserted only the ace and the even which you have to buy, and after that you can throw your hand in. You don't have to buy the other cards. You do that at your own risk. Let's play Blessing Vanak amid general agreement. 7 of hearts, said Švejk, cutting the cards. Everyone stakes 5 hellers and gets frar cards. Don't time that we have a GUID game. And their faces LMKED happy, as though there were no war on and they were not sitting in a train which was taking them off decisions in the Grat and BLXLY battle and but at the card tabli in a Prague cafe. I never imagined, after meet me, when I had nothing in my hand and swap FD all of my cards, that I should pick up an ace. What the hell did you think you would do to me with your king? I smash your king T*4, you know you are. And while here they were smashing the king with the HR away at the front, kings were smashing each other with their serfs. In the carriage, the officers of the March Battalion were sitting, a strange stillness reigned from the start of the journey. Most officers were engrossed in a small in cloth binding entitled That Sins of the Fathers, a novelette by Ludwig Ganghofer, and all were simultaneously busy reading Yug 161. Antain Siner, the battalion commander, was standing at the window and holding in his hand this MNE badge, which he also had opened at 161. He was looking at the landscape and thinking how actually he could explain to everyone in the clearest possible way what they had to do with that book. It was in fact strictly confidential. Meanwhile the officers were reflecting that Colonel Schroeder must have gone off his rocker for good and all. He had pretty crazy for a long time, but there had surely been no reason to expect that it would take him suddenly like this. Before the departure of the train he called them to a last conference and informed them that each of them would get a copy of the book The Sins of the Fathers by Ludwig Ganghofer, which he had sent to battalion offs. Gentlemen, he said with a terribly mysterious expression, forget page 161. Engrossed as they all were in this page they could not make anything out of it. There a woman called Martha came to a writing desk, took out a script and reflected aloud that the public feels sympathy with the hero of the play. And then on the same page there appeared as well a certain Alfred, who tried to make jokes all the time, which, divorced from the unknown action which preceded them, seemed such tripe that Lieutenant Lookey bit his cigarette holder in fury. The old man has really gone barmy, all of them thought. It's all up with him. Now they'll transfer him to the Ministry of War. Captain Sagner got up from the window, after he had everything in his head to his satisfaction. He did not have much pedagogical talent, and so it took him a long time before he had in his head the whole plan of a lecture on the importance of page 161. Before he began to explain, he addressed them as gentlemen, just as the old deed-error of a colonel used to do, although before they got into the train he called them my dear fellows. Very well, then, gentlemen, and he began to expound how, the evening before, he had from the colonel instructions about page 161 in the of the Fathers by Ludwig Ganghofer. Very well, then, gentlemen, he continued solemnly. Strictly confidential information about the new system of ciphering telegrams in the field. Cadet Beegler took out a notebook and a pencil and in an exceptionally zealous tone, "Am ready, sir." Everybody 1M, Ked at that idiot, who's in the volunteers school bordered on. He volunteered for the army, and when the commander of the volunteers school was looking into the private circumstances of the students, he took the first opportunity of letting him know that his ancestors were originally called Bugler von Leuthold and bore in their armorial bearings a stork S-wing with a fishtail. From that time onwards they christened him by the name of his armorial bearings, and stork's wing with fishtail was mercilessly persecuted, and at once, because it did not in the least fit in with his father's respectable business in hair and rabbit skins. But the romantic enthusiast strove with great earnestness to devour the whole of military science, and not only did he excel in diligence and knowledge of everything which was taught him, but he also crammed his head more and more with the study of writings on military science and the history of warfare, which he always tried to talk about, until he was rapped down and crushed. In officers' circles he considered himself the equal of the senior ranks. "You cadet there, keep quiet," said Captain Signer, "until I give you permission to speak. No one asked for your opinion. But you're a damn bright dear all the same. I'm giving you strictly confidential information and you're writing it down in your notebook. If you lose your notes you to brought before a drumhead court-martial." On top of everything else, Cadet Beegler had the bad habit of always trying to convince everyone that his intentions were the best. "Humbly reverend, sir," he replied, "even if I lost a note at HK, no one decipher what I've written, because I used shorthand and no one can read my symbols. I use the English system." Everyone froze him with a look of contempt. Captain Signer dismissed his remark with a wave of his hand and continued his lecture. "I've already referred to the new system of ciphering telegrams in the field, and if it was not clear to you why you were recommended to read of all things page of Ludwig Ganghofer's novel, The Sins of the Fathers, I can tell you, gentlemen, that it is the key to the new ciphering system, operative on the basis of a new directive from the staff of the Army Corps to which we are assigned. As you will aware, there are many systems of ciphering imeltant me CS into filed. The latest one, which we are betting, is the supplementary figure method. Supersedes the ciphers and the deciphering given you last week by the regimental staff. Archduke Albrecht's system, the sedulous Cadet Beegler mumbled to himself, 8922 are, taken from Grenfeld's method. The new system is exceedingly simple," the captain's voice rang out through the carriage. "I'll have personally obtained from the 11 and the information. If, for example, we are to get the order, on point 228 direct machine gun fire to the left, we shall receive, gentlemen, the following telegram, thing with us that we in the promised the Martha you that anxious then we Martha we him we thanks well steering committee and we promised we improve promised really think idea quite rules voice last. You see, it's frightfully simple, without any unnecessary combinations. From the staff by telephone to the battalion, from the battalion by telephone to the companies. Having obtained this cipher telegram, the commander deciphers it in the following way. He takes the Sins of the Fathers, opens it at page and starts from the top to 100K for the word thing on the opposite page, i.e. 160. Very well, then, gentlemen. The first time the word thing occurs on page 160 is at the 52nd word, and so he looks for the 52nd letter from the top on the opposite page, no. Please note that it is the next word in the telegram is with that is now follow me carefully, gentlemen, the 88th word on LGE 160. Corresponding to the 88th letter on the opposite page 161 which is and now we have deciphered on. And we in this way until we learn the order, on point 228 direct machine gun fire to the left. Very ingenious, gentlemen, simple, and impossible to decipher without the key, page of Ludwig Ganghofer, The Sins of the Fathers. Everyone stared in silence at the unfortunate and deeply over them. There was quiet for a moment, until all of a sudden Cadet Beegler called out in a worried voice, "Sir, humbly report, Jesus Mary. It DCWSNT fit." And it was indeed exceedingly mysterious. Try as they could, no one except Captain Nerd could find the words on page 160 and the corresponding letters on page 161, with which the key started. "Gentlemen," Obtained Signer stammered, when he had that day Beegler's despairing exclamation to the truth, "What has happened? In my Essence of the Fathers by Ganghofer it's there and in yours it isn't." "Permit me, sir," Cadet Beegler began again. "May I take the liberty to draw your attention to the fact that the novel of Ludwig Ganghofer is in two. You can, if you wish, verify this by at the first 4 title page, novel in 2 parts. We have part I and you have part 11, continued the thoroughgoing Cadet Beegler. And it's as clear as daylight that our pages 160 and 161 do not corrnd with yours. We have something completely different. According to you the first word of the telegram ought to on, but ours has come out high now. It was quite clear to everyone that Beegler was not such an idiot after all. I'll have part 11 from Brigade Staff, Apt and Signer, and clearly it's a Christian oath mistake. The Colonel ordered part I for you. Obviously," he continued, as T. Wuggett was clear as daylight and he had known it long before he gave the lecture on the very simple system of ciphering, "there has a muddle in Brigade Staff. They didn't inform the regiment that it concerned part 11, and that is how it in the mantime Edet Beegler I cooking triumphantly at every and Lieutenant Dub whispered to Lieutenant Luck that Stork's wing with fishtail had put its signer and no mistake and him right. Aye, what a curious gentleman," Gtain san again, as though he wanted to art the Silai was very embarrassed. "In brigade office they aren't very bright. Permit me to add," eyed the indefatigable Cadet Beegler once more, wanting to show off his knowledge again, "that matters of this kind which are of a confidential nature, indeed a strictly confidential nature, should not go from DVQ, and through brigade office. A matter which the business of the Army Corps may be communicated by a strictly confidential circular to no one except commanders of divisions, brigades, and regiments. IKNCR the cipher Thames in the Sardinian and Savoy Wars, in the Anglo-French campaign and during the rising in Jena and in the last stems were conveyed. We don't are a tuppen a hoot and jut that, Cadet Beegler," said Captain Sinya with an expression of contempt and displeasure. "There's no doubt that the system in question which I have explained to you is not only one of the but also, we and why, quite unrivaled. All the counter-onage departments of our enemy staffs NN now pack up. Even if they bust themselves, they won't tx able to read our cipher. It's something quite new. Ciphers have no the assiduous Cadet Beegler coughed knowingly. May I allow to take the liberty, sir, he to draw your attention to Kirchhoff's BK militant ciphering. Anyone can obtain this from the publishers of the Encyclopedia of Military Science. There you will find, sir, in detail the which you have just explained to us. It was Lionel Kircher, who served in the Saxon army in the time of Napoleon. Kircher's word cipher, sir. Every word of the telegram is explained on the opera white page by means of a key. The Mthxlo was by Lieutenant Fleissner in his B.K., the Handbook of Military Cryptography, which anyone buy at the publishers of the Military Academy in Wiener Neustadt. Excuse me, sir. Cadet Beegler put his hand in his bag, drew out the to which he was referring and continued, Fleissner gives the etful you any all wish to confirm it for it is the exam asterisk as we have hard. Telegram, on 228 Duac fire to the left. Key, part and further plie thing with that we into the Martha on. As we hard a moment ago. There was no answer to this. The wing with fishtail was right. One of the generab in the army staff hit a device. He had DEOVOD military ciphers and the job was done. All this time Lieutenant La to be trying to overcorn a strange inner tension. He bit lip, seemed to want to something but in the end started to SFK about asterisk Mahang defying from what he originally intended. We need not take this trady LLY, he in Embera asterisk meant. While we were in AMP at Bruckenderletha the systems of ciphering telegrams were changed several TMO before we reached the front news systems will again be introduced. But think that anyhow there's no time FCR deciphering like this in the field. Before any of us had time to defer a telegram like the example given us, the battalion and brigade would long ago have ceased to exist. It has no practical significance. Captain Sagner unslotted his head reluctantly. In practice, he said, at least as they are as my from the Serbian battlefield go, no me had time to decipher telegrams. I don't mean that ciphers wouldn't either importance in the of a prolonged stay in the trenches, when we dig our oven and wait. It's also that ciphers are changed. Captain retreating in along the line, great deal of the blame for our making and or off ciphers when they communicate with the inarticulation, the inaccuracy and unreliability of our field drills and artillery fire when they do repexlus the individual syllable. You don't hear anything at all and it chaos. He paused. Chaos is the worst thing that in the field, gentlemen, he added prophetically and was silent. In a moment, he said, looking out of the window, we shall enrop. Gentlemen, here the men will get decas of Hungarian and there be half an hour's rot. He looked at the schedule, at 4.12 we leave. At 3:58 everything must be in the vans. We shall leave the train by companies. The RLTH and so on. By Platkins _ direction, 6C draw over distribution, that by % law. Everyone gave Edetta, which meant have a nice picnic now, you but the assiduous that beer already taken out of his bag, a syrative and a ruler, drawn lines that divided it according to march company, and asked the commanders of the various company how many they had. None of them knew this offhand, and they could only give the figure from vague jottings in their meanwhile Captain into *R to read the unfortunate BK, the seat of the fathers, and when the train stopped at the station in Rop, he and ONRVED, this Ludwig Ganghofer right at all. Lieutenant Love was the first two of the staff arriage and go to the van to find Švejk, and the others had long ago playing cards, and Lieutenant Luck's Batman, Blown, was already hungry that he was getting to *L against the military authorities and to tell the others that he knew exactly how opposite gent learn and stuff their gullets. It was war now than during it hadn't been like that in the army in the old days. As his grandfather, who lived at home in retirement, always said, the officers in the war of 1866 used to share their chicken and bread with the soldiers. There was no end to his lamentations, until finally Švejk considered it proper to stand up for army life in the present war. You must have quite a young grandfather, he said affably, when they got to Rop, if he and remember the war of a chap called Ronowski, and his grandfather in Italy and he served his 12 years there and came home as a corporal. As that grandfather had no job, his father took him into his own house to work for him. And once they went to do their torvie for their landlord and carried Amy 3 trunks. One trunk, as that grandfather who was working for his father told us, was just like a colossus and they couldn't make it budge. And so he said, let's leave the blighter here. Who's going to swat with it? And a gamekeeper who heard this to shout at him, raised his stick and told him that he'd got to load that tree trunk. Well, Mr. Ronowski's grandfather, nothing but, you clumsy oaf, you. I'm an old army veteran. But a week later he was served with a summons and called up for service in Italy again. He remained there for another 10 years and wrote home that when he came back he'd slogged that gamekeeper over the head with, and it was a bit of luck that died. At that moment Lieutenant looked at Abelard in the door of the van. Švejk, here, he said. Stop telling your stupid stories, and come and explain something to me. At your service, Relke, RT, sir. Lieutenant took Švejk away, and he gave him, as he followed him with his eyes, was full of suspicion. During the whole of Captain Ner's lecture, which had ended in such a fiasco, Lieutenant Luckel had developed a certain aptitude for detective work for which no speculation was needed, because the day before their derniture Švejk had reported to him, Sir, there are injocks in the battalion for the gentlemen lieutenants. I've fetched them from the regimental office. And so when they crossed the second track and got behind an abandoned locomotive, which had already waiting a week for a munitions train, Lieutenant Luckel asked straight out, Švejk, tell me, what happened to those you told me? Humbly report, sir, it's a very long story and you always are pleased to get angry when I go into a lot of detail. Like the time you wanted to hit me over the jaw when you had torn up the document The War Loan, and I told you that I'd read once in a book that in the old days when there was a war on had to pay for their windows, 20 hellers for every window, and the amount for their geese like this will never be finished, Švejk, said Lieutenant his cross-examination, during which he that what was strictly confidential must of course be kept concealed told me that bastard Švejk maki1w of it again. Do you know? What should he be? Ed Švejk with inter ae he's a German writer, you bastard, answer a Lieutenant Luck and my sir, id Švejk with the of Amaro r, ld me know any German writer I only once knew a writer personally, a certain Ladislav Hajek from Domalis. He was the editor of Teak Animal World, and I once sold him as a thoroughbred pom. He was a very chy and nice man. He used to go to a pub and always read his story there, which were so that Everett Corinne read with laughter at them. Afterwards he wept and paid for in the pub and we had to G&G for him, the gate s in a beautiful it's thanks to the art of the amorous heart of a painter I knew who the gerb did and who can't be found, as he's under the ground. You're not on the stage, do you realize that? You're bellowing like an opera singer, Švejk, shouted Lieutenant Luka and in her when Švejk tiskan to sing the last sentence, and who can't now found, as he's under the ground. That's what I asked you about. I only wanted to know whether you had noticed that THCSE books which you yourself mentioned were by gang and. What are you peefing to THCSE then? He burst out angrily. Do you mean I fetched from regimental office into the battalion? Asked Švejk. Yes, they written by that man you asked me whether I knew, sir. I a telegram phone straight from regimental office. They wanted to THSE books to battalion but no one was there. They all away, even the N.CO. On duty, because they had to go to the canteen, when they leaving for the front, as no or knew if they would ever be sitting in the again. And way there, they be there and no were drinking. UCRMLDNT get NR by phone, not even anyone from any of the other march companies, but you had ordered to orderly at the telephone for the time until they assigned us a telephone operator, IQT there and until my turn from regimental office they SWE and complained that they couldn't get hold of any and you anywhere and that they had a telegram which that the March Battalion office should fettle from regimental office BKS for the of the whole March Battalion. Because I know, that in wartime you have to act quickly, I telephoned to regimental CHCE that I would go and pick up those BKKS myself and take them to battalion office. There I was given such a colossal sack that I could hardly drag it to our company office, where I had those books. But I had ideas of my own about them. The regimental quartermaster Sergeant Meyer at regimental office told me that according to the telegram to the regiment they certainly knew in the battalion which of these books had to be taken and which part. You see these were in the first part *8 and the second part *8. I've never laughed so much in my life, cause I've read many EOKs in my time, but I've never started it from the second part. And he get to RNE again, here you have the first part and there you have the second. The officers know already which part they have to read. And I thought that they must all be tight, when you have to read a novel from the beginning like the one I've brought ATX.UT The Sins of Thai Fathers, T***KE understand German you have to with a JFRJT part. After all, we're not Jews and don't read and that's why I asked you, sir, on the telephone, when you returned from the officers club and I reported to you ATXUTTLXSC whether perhaps now in wartime it isn't all down and whether BKS read back to front, first the one part and only after that the first part. And you told me that was as sozzled if I didn't know that in the Lord's Prayer our Father came first and Amen afterwards. Are you feeling bad, sir? Asked Švejk with concern, when Lieutenant Luka, who had turned pale, steadied himself by holding to the FTX, T-plate of the boiler of the abandoned LCR, Renotive. There was no sign of anger in his face. There was just hopeless NOS and go on, Švejk. It DCRSNT renter. It's quite all right. L was, as I've said, sir, of the AIM opinion MYGLF, Švejk's soft voice could be heard crying on the abandoned track. Once I bought a Blood and Thunder novel at UTR-6 IASAV from the Baconi Forest and the first part was missing. I had to the TX getting, and even in a gangster story that you rally need the first part. And it was quite clear to me that it would have uses for the officers to start reading the second first and the first part afterwards, and that it would very stupid if I had eyed in the battalion what they told me in regimental offs, that the officers no kitch pt they had to read. Altogether with these and xvks I found it frightfully suspicious and mysterious. I knew that the officer gentlemen read very little anyhow, and in the tumult of the battle. Cut out the dri vel, Švejk, Lieutenant Lucky and ukrww, sir, that I asked you by telephone at once, whether you wanted immediately sat to me, just like now, that I should cut RMT the drivel and bother about carting any TMKS with us. NITHCMGHT that if that was your opinion then the other officers must see it in the light, and I also asked our Vanek, who after all has from the front, and he said that at the beginning all the officers thought that the whole war would be just a picnic and with them to the front whole libraries of LXKS as though they were going on their summer holidays. Presented them with complete collections of various for the front, that the wretched tumen up under their weight and cursed the day when were van and gid that these were never of any use for rolling to it, because they printed on very swell thick paper, and in the WC might, if you excuse the expression, sir, scriver off the whole other with such, but there wasn't a moment for seating, they had to flee all the time, and they were thrown away, and after that it became the usual custom the batmen to throw away all the light reading as they heard the first annonade. After hearing this I wanted to learn your *lion CMCE again, sir, and when I asked you on the telephone what was to do with THEBKS you said that when I got something into my stupid noddle I never let go of it until I got one the jaw. And oh, sir, I only the first part of the novel to battalion offs, and the second I left for the time being in our umps. With the intentions in the world thought that when the officer gentlemen had read the first part they would be issued with a just like at a library. But suddenly there ain't a knew that we had to go, and there was a telegram to the whole battalion that everything superfluous MTM be put into the regimental stores. And I asked Mr. Vane again if he regarded the second P.RT of that novel as superfluous, and he said to me that after the unhappy occurrences in Galicia and Hungary books of light reading were taken to the front, and those boxes which were put in towns for the collection for the soldiers were the only things which were any in the newspapers you could roll tobacco or hay, which is what the soldiers smoke when they are in the trenches. They had already distributed to the battalion the first part of that novel, and so we carried the second to the store. Švejk paused and at once added, there were all of things in that store, sir, even the budge of his choirmaster's top hat, the one he wore when he was called to the regiment. Tell you something, Atejk, Lieutenant Luck with a heavy sigh. You obviously haven't an inkling of the consequences of your action. I'm quite sick of calling you a BLCO half-wit, but there are really no WMDs to describe you. When I call you a half-wit I am really you a compliment. You've done frightful that the ghastly crimes you've committed whole I've known you are like angels harp playing in Kamban. If you only knew, Švejk, what done. But you will never learn that. And should there ever any mention of don't you dare out in your that I aid to the snon part. If the subject should ever come up what happy nia to the first and second part, just ignore it. You haven't any idea about anything, you don't know anything, you don't anything. Don't you dare involve me in anything, you lieutenant spoke in such tones as though he had a fever, and Švejk used the moment when he stopped led to ask innocently, humbly, Reb, RT, sir, please forgive me, but why shall I never learn what done that's so frightful? I only venture to ask, sir, so that next time I can avoid such a thing, since it is generally said that a man learns from his errors, like that iron founder Domek from Dokov, when by mistake he drank hydrochloric acid. He never finished because Lieutenant Lukoc interrupted his example from life with the words, you miserable bastard, you. I shan't explain anything to you. Get back into the van again and tell Balown that when we turn to he is to bring me in a staff carriage a roll, and that liver paid I have in tin foil in the tom of my bag. Then tell Van and that he's a BLO mule. 3 times I've asked him to give me the company's exact complement. And when I netted I only had the old schedule from last week. At your orders, sir, Švejk barked in German and slowly withdrew in the direction of his van. Lieutenant Luck walked along the track thinking, ought to have given him a few on jaw, but instead I've cran gossiping with him as though he were a friend. Švejk got solemnly into his van. He felt respect for himself. It did not happen every day that he committed anything frightful that he must never allow to learn what it was. Kurt Master Sergeant Major, Švejk, when he was sitting in his place again, Lieutenant Lucas seems to me to in a very slay. He asked me to tell you that you are a bloody mule. He asked you 3 times to give him the company's correct compliment. Herrgott, said Van Eck in fury. I'll give those platoon sergeants hell. How can bloody well help it if every lazy tustard of a then sergeant docks what he likes and doesn't send me the correct compliment of his platoon? Have I got to pull the compliment out of my hat? That's how it is in our company. That can only happen in the March 11th campaign. But I suspected it, I knew it. I didn't doubt for a moment that things weren't in order with us. One day 4 portions are missing in the kitchen. The next there are 3 too noony. If only these swine would at least tell me if me own isn't in hospital. Last week I still had on my list a chap called Nicodem, and it was only when it to the issuing of pay that I learned that Nicodem had died of galloping consumption in the hospital at Budajevye all that time they had gone on drawing rations for him. We drew a uniform for him, but God knows what happened to it. And after all that the lieutenant tells me I'm a bloco mule, when he can't himself put right the mess in his own Van Eck walked up and down the van in fury. If I were company commander, then everything would have to go like clockwork. I'd keep a check on every man jack of them. The N.C.O.S. would have to give me the company's compliment twice a day. But what can you do when the N.C.O.S. are utterly incompetent? The worst of all in our company is that platoon sergeant Zyka. All he does is to make jokes and tell stories, and when he's told that Kolafik has a CWI away from his PhD, and to the train, he repair tests to me next day the compliment, as though Kolam had gone on loafing about in the company and in his plat N. And when that every day, and on top of that I'm told that I'm a mook. The lieutenant isn't going to make himself miller this way. The quartermaster sergeant major isn't a lance corporal word anyone into his blown, who was with his mouth wide now for Van Eck that lovely word which Van Eck did get to saying, wishing with this to contribute to the conversation. You shut your mug, zid the quartermaster. Listen, blown, Švejk, I've a message for you too. When we get to Buda *st you're to bring to the lieutenant in his carriage a roll and that liver whkhe in foil at the of his bag. Mve giant blown his long chimpanzee-like arms, his back, and remained in this bastion for time. I haven't it, he in quiet d'ira tone, staring at the floor of the van. I haven't got it, Ted thought. I undid it, we left. It was spoiled, I tasted it. HC cried out in MCH genuine despair that it was quite clar to what had you wolfed it all up, tin FON and Van Eck, stopping in front of Blown. He was great efferl that he kinger had to defend his view that he wasn't a mule, as the lieutenant had conveyed to him, but that the cause of the unknown factor X, the complement of the men, had roots in the BL, XDY mule. He felt relieved too that the subject of the conversation had been enshunted to the Guzkrabalown and to a new tragic event. Venus seized by a strong desire to ey something unpleasant and moralizing to Blown. But he was anticipated in this by the cook, George Dot, who put down his beloved 803K, a translation of the old Indian sutras for me thought, and turned to the crushed who was bending DL the more under the weight of 8. You've got to after you don't confidence in yourself and you might to the mate of OT has. Whenever you find your ill-faced MTH a similar problem which you have eaten up, always ask yourself, in relation DXS the liver paid stand to me? Švejk considered it fitting to round reflections with a practical example. You yourself, Blown, recently that they were going to slaughter and smoke meat at your home, and that as soon as you know the place of your destination and the number of the field PCST, they are going to send you a piece of ham. Now imagine they sent that ham from the field to us in the company and we all of us, including the quartermaster cut off a slice. We enjoyed it much that we cut another slice, that ham would have incurred the NME fate as a man I knew called Kozel. He had bone decay, they first cut off leg under the ankle and then under the knee, and then his thigh, and if he hadn't died in time they'd have cut the whole of him like a broken. And just imagine, Blown, that we had wolfed your ham like you did the lieutenant's pate. The giant Blown LMKED at all of them. It's only thanks to my efforts and my merits, said the quartermaster sergeant major to Blown, that you have renamed the lieutenant's Batman. You were to have been transferred to the medical corps to the wounded from the battles. At Dukla our medical corps went out 3 times for a wounded NSGN who shot in front of the entanglements, and all of them remained there with their heads shot. Only the 4th managed to bring him in, but TK4 they had got him to the first 8 MST he'd given up the ghost. Blount could no longer control himself and sobbed loudly. "Aren't you ashamed?" aid Švejk with contempt, "you, as soldier." "But I wasn't made for the army," Blount lamented. "It's true I'm a glutton and always unsatisfied, but it's only because I've been torn away from respectable life. We have this in the family. My late papa once wagered in a pub at Divan that at one go he would eat 50 smoked and 2 of bread, and he won. Once in a wager I ate 4 geese and 2 full of dumplings and cabbage. It to me at home that after lunch I suddenly felt I'd like to have just a tiny bit more. So I used to go into the larder, cut off a piece of send for a jug oxer, and in a minute I devoured 2 kg of smoked I had at home in old Vomel, and he always warned me not to get grand, not to stuff myself so full. He how his grandfather told him a HNG time ago gluttonous bean't like that. And how later when there was a war, there was no crop for 8 long years, and they used to make bread out of straw and of some odds and ends which were left from the flax seeds, and it was a red letter day then when they could crumble a little curd into their milk, when there was no bread. And immediately the famine started that died within a week. His stomach was not used to such frightful misery." Blount raised his anguished GCE, "But I'd eve that even if punishes people, he durstn't he then? God the Father brought gluttons into the world, and God the Father will aft other Švejk. You've already been tied up once and you deserve to end to the very front line. When I was the lieutenant's Batman he could rely upon me in everything, and it never occurred to him that I would have wolfed up anything of his. When something special was issued HC always said to me, 'You can have it, Švejk,' or, 'Well, I'm keen on it. Give me a bit and do what you like with it.' And when we were in Prague and he's sometimes me to our restaurant to get lunch for him, in CAE he should think the portion I was bringing him was small because I'd wolfed up half of it on the way, whenever the to me to small I an extra of my last heller that he could have enough and not think of me. But one day he got to know it. I always had to bring him the menu from the restaurant and he chose what he wanted from it. And that day he chose stuffed pigeon. And I thought when they gave me only a half that perhaps the lieutenant might think I'd gummeled the other half myself, so I bought an extra portion with my own money and brought such an enormous helping that Lieutenant Saba, who was trying to find lunch that day and came to my lieutenant, just had a GAML out of it as well. And when he'd finished his he, "Don't tell me that's a single nowhere in the world would you get on a menu a whole stuffed pigeon. If I manage to get some money I'll send to that restaurant of yours for me lunch. But tell me honestly, it's a double, isn't it?" The lieutenant asked me in his P-Result CE to confirm that he had given me money only for one portion, because he had no idea that lieutenant was coming. I answered that he had given me an ordinary lunch. "So you can see FCR yourself," said the lieutenant, "this nothing last time Švejk brought 2 whole of lunch. Just imagine noodle soup, with anchovy, 2 legs of GCNSE, dumplings, and cabbage piled up to the ceiling and inlat schinken." "Oh, yum 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 yum," I said Blount, smacking his lips. Švejk continued, "That was the big snag. Of next day Lieutenant Saba really did send his Batman to that restaurant of ours to get lunch, and he brought him as the main dish only a tiny dab of chicken pilaf, as much as a 6-week-old baby in his swaddling clothes, in other words at not 2 spoonfuls. And Lieutenant Saba accused him of wolfing up half of it himself. But he said he was, and Lieutenant Saba socked him across the jaw and held me up as an example. He said that the rations I brought Lieutenant Local were decent ones. And then the next day that soldier, who'd been socked across the jaw, went to the restaurant where he'd gone to get the lunch and asked a lot of questions. And he told it all to his renoster, who told it in his turn to my lieutenant. One evening I was sitting with my newspaper and reading the news from the battlefield ruled by the enemy's staffs, when my lieutenant in deadly pale and went for me at once, telling me to say how many of these double-in rations I had paid for in the restaurant, that he knew all about it, that it was no use my denying it, and that he had long known I was a bloody half-wit, but it had never to him that I was a complete lunatic. I had disgraced him so much, that his one desire was to first me and then himself. "Sir," I said to him, when you accepted me that very first day you said that every Batman was a thief and a low bastard. And when in this restaurant they really gave such small portions of the main dish, you might have thought that I was really one of those low bastards too and that I'd wolfed it all up. My in heaven, whispered Blown. He bent over Lieutenant Lucas' suitcase and took it with him to the back of the van. Then Lieutenant Lux T. Kagan to forage about in all his skits, Švejk continued, and when that produced nothing he searched in his waistcoat and gave me his silver watch. He was so moved. When I get my pay, Švejk, he said, write down how much I owe you. Take this watch as well. And next time don't silly. And once that we were in such straits that I had to take the watch to the pawnbrokers. What are you doing there in the Blown? Asked Van Eyck. Instead of answering, the unhappy Blown to choke. He had in fact TLR suitcase and we himself with Lieutenant Lux last stroll. Another military train went through the Gashon without stopping. It was crammed from top to teetern with the men of the Deutschmeister regiment, who were sent to the Serbian front. They had not yet recovered from their enthusiasm at parting with Vienna and had been ulling all the way since without fixed breath. Prince Noble Kr**HT, saw to his might the town and fort of Belgrade and he ate to over which to ride tilt into town a corporal and inning out and supporting with his on the men who swung their legs out of the van, was baiting time and lustily, mighty bridge and man years and art and gun gould fra Elio tie they pitched trur camps by Semlin's gate and Serbian but then. He suddenly imped his balance, flew out of the wagon and with the full force of his flight hit his stomach on the pine's lever, on which he transfixed and hanging, while the train went on and while in the RAR vans they were and her CMNT Radeski, noble sword, to sweep out in VAOU he tarried long in the stupid the bellicose corporal was already dead and a young soldier from the station command was standing guard over him with fixed bayonet. He took his responsibility very seriously, erred at the engines and assumed a triumphant Zion, as though the spiking of the corporal on the lever had his own work. He was a Hungarian and when the men from the train of the March Battalion of the 91st Regiment came to have a he-in with mother tongue over the whole track, nem not allowed. Military commission, not allowed he's had his war, said the soldier Švejk, who was also among the curious sightseers, and he has the advantage that having a bit of iron in his TKLLY, everybody at least knows where he's buried. It's just the railway line and you don't have to hunt for his grave all over the battlefields. He spiked himself very neatly, said Švejk, walking round the corporal from the other side and observing him with a professional eye. His guts are in his trousers. Nem sabbat, shouted the young Hungarian soldier. The military commission of the station. Not allowed. Behind Švejk's severe voice could be heard, what are you doing here? In front of him stood Cadet Beegler. Švejk saluted. Humbly report, we're looking at THC late lamented, sir? And what kind of agitation are you up to? What's your here? Humbly report, sir, Švejk with dignified calm, I'm not up to agitation of any kind. Behind the cadet several soldiers burst out laughing and Van Eyck stepped forward and in front of him. Sir, he said, the lieutenant sent the orderly Švejk here to tell him what had happened. I was just now in the staff carriage and the battalion orderly Medici is okaying for you with orders from the commander. You are to go at once to obtain signer. Shortly afterwards the signal to embark was sounded and every dy went off to their vans. As he went off with Švejk, Van Eyck said, when there are crowds of people about, do for heaven's sake give up your brainwaves, Švejk. It could get you into real hot water. As that corporal belonged to the Deutschmeisters they might have made that you were glad it. That Beegler's a frightful keck eater. But I haven't said anything at him, answered Švejk in a tone which diminished all doubt, except that the corporal had spiked himself very neatly and his guts were in his trousers. He could have. Well, don't let's talk about it any Švejk. And Vanuta spat. Sas a matter of fact it makes no difference, Švejk had served once more, where exactly his guts madame out of his for his imperial majesty. He did his duty all that he could have. Listen, Švejk Van Eyck interrupted him, HCR battalion orderly Medici is rushing towards the staff carriage. I'm surprised he hasn't fallen over onto the track. Shortly before that there had a very sharp exchange between Uptain Sagner and the zealous Cadet Bigler. "I'm surprised, Cadet Bigler," said Uptain Sagner, "that you didn't come and inform me at once that THCSE 15 decas of Hungarian salami were not issued. I had to go out myself and find out why the men were returning from the Sturzes. And the officers too, as though an order wasn't an order. Surely you heard me to the stores by company by company? That meant that if we couldn't get anything at the stores, then the word to return to the vans by PLATCWNS, company by company. I ordered you, Cadet Bigler, to make sure that discipline maintained, but you let everything slide. You were only too glad not to have to TX, thereabout unending up jershins of salami, and as from the window you calmly went to have a 100K at the Judgemeister's CO Arbel who'd spiked himself. And when I had you summoned afterwards, you had nothing better to do than to drivel with your katish ideas about how you went to find out whether by any chance anyone was up to any agitation. NAR that spiked humbly report, Sir, the of the 11th Švejk. Shut up Lut Švejk, shouted Uptain Signer. Don't imagine, Cadet Bigler, that you're too allowed to intrigue against there. You're looking at me as if you didn't Lukai. We sent you thought I had my knife into you. Well, yes, I do have my knife into you, Cadet Bigler. If you don't know how to your officer, if you try to make a fix of him, then I'll make the war so hot for you that you'll never forget Rub Station as long as you live, Cadet Bigler. Swanking about a Thui. Wait till we GE to the front, and I use C6 CERS patrode through the barricade wire entanglements. And what your report? You didn't even submit a RQTU aim. Not even in THNY, Cadet Bigler. Humbly rep RT, Sir, T instead of 15 decas of Hungarian. The men received 2 picture cards. Here you are, Sir. Cadet Bigler handed the commander 2 of the picture which had been issued by the CHCC of War Archives in Vienna, where the Intrigenite Wojnowicz was in command. On one side there a caricature of a Russian *editor, a Russian mujik with a full beard, who was being by a skeleton. Under the caricature was the German text, "The day when perfidious Russian expert will be a day of salvation the whole of our monarchy." The other picture card came from the Hungarian Reich. It was a pre*NT from the Germans to the Austro-Hungarian warriors. On the top there was an inscription, VNIBUS Midas, and below a picture showing Sir Edward Grey hanging on a gallows. Beneath him were an Austrian and a German soldier eluding gaily. The underneath came from a by Grains, TKT Iron Fist, containing jokes against our enemies. The Reich papers wrote that Grains' verse were like blows with a lash and were full of true unbridled humor and wit. The text under the intranslatum as follows, on Emernu Y, it's high TT asterisk that did at US and NID know it's FCR the hanging of this Jude. Osherns tremble on THC tray. Captain Signer had MRF finished Raideru of these verses of sun humor and wit when the battalion orderly Matu and IE charged into the staff carriage. He had been by obtained to the graph exchange at authors the station military command, and by any chance there any other instructions, and he brought with him a telegram from the brigade. It was unnecessary to have recur asterisk to any key for the ciphers. The telegram read quite simply, quickly finished CRX King and march to Sokol. Uptain Signer SHCKJK his head thoughtfully. Humbly report, Sir, said Matty, STHE station commander asks if he could speak to you. There's another telegram there. There then followed a conversation of a very confidential nature, the station commander and Captain Signer. The first telegram had to be delivered when the battalion was at the station in Rop, although its contents were very surprising. Quickly finished cooking and marched to Sokol. It was addressed on cipher to the March Battalion of the 91st Regiment with a copy for the March Battalion of the 75th Regiment, which was still T** Hind. The signature was Recht Brigade Commander, Ritter von Hertert. Strictly confidential, sir, said the station commander mysteriously. Here's a secret telegram from your division. Your brigade commander has gone mad. He's carried off to Vienna after having dispatched from the brigade several dawn telegrams like that in all directions. In Bud.apt you'll certainly find another telegram. All his telegrams should of course cancelled, but we haven't received any instructions to this effect yet. I have, As I say, only the order from the division that uncipher telegrams should disregarded. I have to deliver them because on that point I have not received any answer from my authorities. Through my authorities I have made inquiries of Army Corps Command and as a rule proceedings are taken against me. I'm a regular officer of the old engineers, he and I took part in the of our strategic railway in Galicia. Sir, he said after a moment, for us old rankers it's only the front. In the Ministry of War civil engineers from the railways with 1-year volunteer examinations are as plentiful as dogs. Well, after all, in a quarter of an hour you've got to go on. I only remember that once in the cadet school in Prague as a cadet of a senior year I helped you onto the horizontal bar. We were neither of us allowed out. You fought then with the Germans in the class. L. Luck was there with you too. You used both of you to be the friends. When we got the telegram with a list of the officers of the March Battalion who were passing through the station I remembered perfectly. It's quite a number of years ago. I liked Cadet Lukai very much then. The whole conversation made a very sinful impression on Antain Signer. He represented well the man who was talking to him and who had led the opposition against Austrianism in the cadet school. Later there with their RS knocked all this out of their heads. The MMT unpleasant thing for him was the mention of Lieutenant Lukia, who for or other had been always passed over as compared with him. Lieutenant Luck, he said emphatically, is an officer. When is the train leaving? The station commander at watch. In minutes time. I'm going, Aide Signer. I thought you'd nothing to Signa. All right, then. Used the answer Signer and went out in front of the building of the station when, before the departure off train, Sign returned to the staff carriage he findle the officers in their block. They playing frisk Villiers and only Cadet Bigler was not playing. He was through a heap of unfinished manuscripts war he wanted to make a name for himself not only on the battlefield but also as a literary phenomenon describing the war events. The man with the funny wings and the fishtail wanted to an outstanding writer on war to *s. His literary attempts be presented with very promising titles which reflected the militarism of the *Tim, but which were not yet properly worked out, that on the sheets of PFR could only be found in none of the works which were going to characters of the warriors of the Great War. Who the war? The policy of Austria-Hungary and the origin of the World War. War note. Austria-Hungary and the World War. Layman's from the war. Popular lecture on the outbreak of the war. Military political reflections. The glorious day of Austria-Hungary. Slav imperialism and the World War. From the war. Document G for the history of World War. A diary of the World War. A duly survey of the World War. The First World War. Our dynasty in the World War. Peoples of the Austro-Hungarian monarchy under arms. The world struggle for power. My experiences in the World War. The chronicle of my war and pain. How the enemies of Austria-Hungary fight. Who will be the victors? Our and our men. Memorable acts of my soldiers. From the times of the Great War. On the turmoil of battle. The of Austro-Hungarian Ilurkers. The Iron Brigade. A collection of my writings from the front. The horrors of our March Battalion. For soldiers in the field, days of battles and days of victory, what I've seen and in the field. In the trenches. An officer relates forward with the sons of Austria-Hungary enemy airplanes and our infantry. After the battle. Our artillery. Faithful sons of the GME, all the devils in the world against us, defensive and offensive war. Blood and iron. Victory or death. Our heroes in activity. When Captain Sagner came up to Cadet Bigler and scrutinized everything, he asked why he had done this and what was he trying to do. Cadet Bigler answered with genuine enthusiasm that every title meant a book which he would write as many books as there were tides. If I should fill in battle I should like a memorial to remain after me, sir. My Reemslel is the German professor, Udo Kraft. He was born in the year 1870. Volunteered for service now in the World War and fell on ZZ August 1914 at Anloi. Before his death he published his self-education in dying for the Emperor Captain Signer TLK Cadet Bigler to the window. Show me what else you have, Cadet Beagler. Your activities are of great interest to me, Captain said with irony. What's that notebook you've put under your tunic? That's nothing, sir, Cadet Bipercentler replied with a childish blush. For yourself. The notique had the following title: Diagrams of the most outstanding and glorious battles of the Austro-Hungarian army, compiled according research by the Imperial and Royal Adolf Beagler. Furnished with comments and explanations by the Imperial and Royal officer Adolf Beagler. The diagrams were frightfully simple. From the Battle of Nordlingen, September 6, 1634, to the Battle of Senta, the Battle of Caldiero, 31 October 1805, the Battle of Osborne, May 22, the Battle of the Nations at Lillewig in 1813, the Battle of St. Lucia in May 18,482, the Battle of Trutnov, June 27, 1W6, up to the taking of Sarajevo, 19 August 1878. The diagrams and blueprints of the plans of these battles were all the same. Everywhere Cadet Beagler had drawn rectangles, blank on one side and shaded on the other, representing the enemy. On both sides were a left flank, a center, and a right flank. Then behind came the reserves with arrows here and there. Any battle of Nordlingen like the Battle of Sarajevo, had like the of players the field at a football match at the of the Ganner. The arrows seemed to indicating in which direction each side was to kick the ball. This at once Captain Signer, who asked, Cadet Beagler, do you play football? Beagler blushed still and blinked that he gave the impression that he was going to cry. Captain Signer smilingly turned the further and at a note on the diagram of the Battle of Trutnov during the Austro-Prussian War. Cadet Beagler had written, Battle, Trutnov should never have been fought, because the mountainous terrain made the deployment of General Mazzucchelli's division. It was threatened by powerful Prussian columns which were enchained on the high ground surrounding the left flank of our division. And so in your view, obtained Signer with a smile, returning to Cadet Beagler, the Battle of Trutnov should only have been fought if Trutnov had level ground. You Benedict from Cadet Beagler. It's nice of you during the SHT time of you're in the ranks of the army to have tried to probe into strategy, except that in it's little playing soldiers and giving each other the titles of generals. You have certainly promoted Eurolf marvelously quickly. It's charming Janefriel and Royal Officer Adolf Beagler. Before we get to Budapest you'll a Field Marshal. The day for yesterday you still were at home with your awaiting cowhides. Imperial and Royal Lieutenant Adolf Beagler. Why, man, you aren't even an officer yet. You're only a cadet. You hang in the air between ensign and N.Co. You're as far from being able to call an officer as a lance corporal is when in a pub he lets Heimelf called Staff Sergeant listen. Look, he said, turn near V to the Litterund, you have Beagler in your company. Well, make it hot foot the lad. He signs himself officer. Let him win his spurs in battle. When there's a cannonade and we attek, let the brave lad and his plat xin cut the entanglements. By the way, Zykan asked to be remem to you. He's station commander in Rub. Cadet Beagler, perceiving that the conversation with him was over, saluted and, purple in the face, marched through the carriage, until he found himself at the very end in the CR, like a sleepwalker. He the DC of the WC and ICK jaking on German and Hungarian. The WC is only to be used while the train is in motion. Ergen to Wimar, sob and finally weep silently. Then he TCK down he strained hard, wiping away his tears. After that he used up his notebook with the title, Diagrams of the Most Outstanding and Glorious Battles of the TRCXJPS of the Austro-Hungarian Army, compiled by the Imperial and Royal Officer Adolf Beagler. It disinurred into the hole. Falling on the track it fluttered the nils under the dick pairing. Military Cadet Beagler washed his red eye in the basin of the lavatory and went out into the quarry and X. He told him *LF that he must be strong, B10, AE strong. His hat and STMMCH had been aching since he went the last where the battalion orderly, Matuki and, was playing the Viennese game of 66, with the Batman of the battalion commander Batzer. He looked into the open door of the compartment and gave a cough. They turned round and went playing. Don't you KNMW what is required of you? Cadet Beagler asked. I couldn't help it, answered Entaine Signer's Batman, Batzer, in his frightful German Frohrenkoch Hori. I ran out of trumps. It was required of me to play clubs, high clubs, and then at once afterwards my king of spades. That's what I should have done. Cadet Beegler did not a word gray and ailed into his corner. When later Ensign Pleshner earned to offer him a drink from his bottle of cognac which he had won at cards, he was surprised to see that he was busny reading Udo Croft's book, Self-Education I Dying for Rhe Emperor. They reached Cadet was drunk that he leaned out of the window of the carriage and kept shouting out to the deserted countryside, on, ye brave. In God's name, on. After that on the orders of Antane Signer draggled him off into the compartment, where he and Batzer laid him down on the bench, and Cadet Beegler had the following dream. Cadet Beegler's dream: on the way to Budapest he had awarded the Siglottis and the Iron was now a major and was going to a detachment of a brigade which had assigned to him. He could understand why he was still only a major when he had a whole brigade under him. He suspected that he was to promoted major general and that the word general had got lost somewhere in the rush in the field post. HC had to laugh to himself when he thought how in the train on the way to the front Antane Signer had threatened him with having to go and cut through barbed wire entanglements. Anyway, on his prop BAL at the division both Captain Signer and Lieutenant Luckel had been long ago transferred to another regiment, another division, and another army corps. Had told him how of them had experished miserably in a bog somewhere while running away. When he went by car to the front line to inspect the detachment of his brigade everything was clear to him. He had in fact been specially sent from the general staff of the army. Soldiers marched past an ONAU.ng which he had read in a collection of Austrian soldiers' songs, Our Duty. Brothers, your valor show hold crushed to let the emperor's banners fly. The Landskar had the same as on the pictures in the Vienna Illustrated. On the right side near a barn, artillery could seen firing at the enemy's trenches beside the road along which the car was traveling. On the left stood a house from which shots were being fired, while the enemy were trying to break open the with rifle butts. By the side of the road an enemy plane was on fire. On the horizon could be seen cavalry and a burning village, and then the trenches of a march battalion with a small hill, where machine guns were shooting at the enemy. Farther on the enemy trenches stretched airside the road. The chauffeur drove on with him along the road in the direction of the enemy. He shouted through his to the chauffeur, "Don't you know where we're going? That's where the enemy is." But the chauffeur answered calmly, "General, this is the only decent route. The road is in condition. Any tires would never hold out on those side lanes." The nearer they came to the enemy positions the more violent came the fire. Shells blew up the avenue of plum trees over the trenches on both sides of the road. But the chauffeur calmly answered through the speaking tube, "This is an excellent ride, General. We're doing swimmingly. If we turned off through the fields our tires would burst." "LTK, General," the chauffeur shouted into the raking tube, "this road is so well built that not even a mortar could do anything to us. It's like a threshing flax, but on those stony roads in the fields our tires wowie burst. In any we can't go back now." General Bazumel Beegler heard, and the tremendous "Didn't I tell you, Gerald, the into the s faking that it's a devilishly well built R.ZD? A 38er has just in front of 1B, but there's still no hole. The road's like a threshing floor. But going over the fields would man the end of the tires. Now they are firing at us from of kilometers. But where are we going?" "That remains to seen," answered the chauffeur. "As long as the road remains as it is, I take for everything." An enormous bound and stopped. "General," cried the chauffeur, "haven't you got a staff nup?" General Beegler lit his electric torch. He knew that he had a staff map on his knees. But it was a naval map of the Hell*Holland coast from 1864 in the Austro-Prussian War against Denmark over Schleswig-Holstein. "There's a here," the chauffeur. "Both the RMDS lead to the enemy. What I am concerned about is a decent road, so that my tyro don't get ruined, General. I'm responsible for the staff car." Then car in a deafening explosion and there were stars as big as wheels. The Milky Way was as thick as cream. Beegler was floating through the universe, said the chauffeur. The car had been cut in two right in front of the back seat as though by scissors. Only the agri front part of it what luck thought you showed me the nup from, said the chauffeur. You flew toward me and the other part sled. It was a 42er. I knew at or that as there was a cross RMD the road wouldn't be worth a damn after the it could only have a nothing bigger has yet been produced, General. Are you driving to? We re-flying to Haven, General, and avoid the comets. They're worse than the now we've Mars underneath us, aid the chauffeur after a long beagler at again. Do you know history of the Battle of the Nations at Leipzig he asked. Field Marshal Schwarzenberg marched on Lieberkowitz on 14 October 813 and when 16 there was the Battle of Lindenau. Do you know the battles of General Meerwald, when the Austrian army was in Wacha and when Leipzig fell on 19 at that moment I did gravely, General, we've reached the gates of heaven you get out, sir. We can't drive in through the of heaven. There's a gat crowd here. They are all old ears. Just run over some of them, he shouted at the chauffeur. They are sure to get out of our way. And leaning out of the car, he shouted out in German, out, you pack of swine. What idiotic brutes they are all they see a general and won't do eyes right. The chauffeur calmed him down, it's difficult, General. Of them have their heads blown off. It was only then that General Beagler noticed that those who were pressing to get in through the gates of heaven were various disabled soldiers who had locked parts of their bodies in the war and carried them with them in their rucksacks, heads, arms and legs. A righteous artilleryman, who was pressing at the tes of heaven in a torn greatcoat, had his whole and lower extremities folded up in his pack. From another pack, which belonged to a righteous Landwehr man, half of his hind quarters which he had lost at L stared out at General Beagler. That's for the sake of order, said the chauffeur again, driving through the dense crowds. It's certainly because of the divine super-inspection. At the gates of heaven were allowed in only after giving the countersign, which came to General Beagler at once, for and the car drove into Paradis. General, said an officer angel with wings, when they went the barracks of angel recruits, you must report to Supreme Command. They drove on past a parade ground, where it swarmed with angel recruits learning to shout, Alleluia. They drove past a group, where a red-haired angel cor 1H tall was just pitching into a clumsy angel recruit, thumping him in the belly with his fist and roaring at him, your mug a bit wider, you swine of Bethlehem. Is that how you shout Alleluia just as though you had a dumpling in your trap? I'd like to know what BLC Leox that was that cattle like you into paradise. Try it once more. Hallelujah what, you bastard, so you think we are going to let you whine through your nose here in paradise? Try it once again, you bloody cedar of Lebanon, you. They drove on and behind them for a long time they heard the frightened caterwauling of the snooming angel recruit, HLA and the bellowing of the corp Jairil angel, Ailuja, you Jordan cow. And then there was an enormous glow over a building as big as the Mariinsk barracks in Seskbudajevas and there were two planes above, one on the left and the other on the right, and in the middle of them was drawn an enormous banner with a colossal inscription Imperial and Royal Headquarters of the Lord General Beagler was taken from the AR by two angels in the uniform of the field gendarmerie. They took him by the collar and him up to the first story of the building. Behave yourself in the presence of the 43 RD, they said to him, when he was upstairs in front of a door, and pushed him inside. In the middle of on the walls of which there hung portraits of Franz Joseph and Wilhelm, the heir to the Austrian throne, Karl Franz General Victor Dankl, the Archduke Friedrich Antjef of the General Staff, Conrad von Hohendorf, the Cadet Beagler, aid the Lord with Mfa, don't you recognize me? I am your former Captain Signer from the March 11th Company. Beagler was struck dumb. Cadet Beagler, said the Lord again, who gave you the right to appropriate the title of Major General? Who gave you the right, Cadet Beagler, to drive in a NFF through the enemy's positions? Humbly rem right. Shut your mug, Cadet Beag, when the oaks to you. Humbly repaired, Beagler blurted crit once more. And you're going to keep your mug shut, the Lord bawled at him. Then he the dare and two angels, come here. Two angels entered with rids hung their left wings. Beagler recognized in them Medici and Bauer. And the lips of the Lord Paramounts to throw him into the Edet Beagler was elling down Omur. There was a ghastly the sleeping Edet Mataki was sitting with Batzer, Eptain Signer's orderly. They were still playing 66 the bastard stinks like a codfish, remarked Batzer, who observed with interest how the sleeping Cadet Beagler was wriggling gingerly. He must have done that can hap fn to 8 matu 5e fixifyly. Leave him alone. You're not going to charge his clothes anyhow. Go on and deal instead. The glow of the lights above into view. A searchlight was moving about above the cadet. Beagler was already having another dream, because he said in German in his sleep, "Tell my brave army that they have built in my heart an imperisable monument of love and gratitude." Because, as he said this, he began to fidget again. Batsarkata snog whiff in his spitting. He stinks like a lat, like a shirt-up lad. But Cadet Beagler to wriggle in the wrestly, and the dream was excitingly he was defending Linz in the war of the Austrian. He saw redoubts, entrenchments, and around the town. His GHQ had been turned into an erroneous hospital. All around there were wounded lying about and holding their bellies. Below the palisadas of the town of Linz the dragoons of Napoleon I were riding by. And the commander of the town was awning over this and holding himself by the TLLYTX, shouting at a Frenchman who had come to parley, "Tell you that I refuse to yield." And then it was as though his Teliak had suddenly stopped and he was rushing with his battalion mare the palisades out of the town on it to glory and victory. He saw Lieutenant Luchtring dealt a blow on the chest by a French dragon's sword. The blow was meant for him, Beagler, the defender of beleaguered Linz. Lieutenant Lukai was dying at his feet and crying out in German, "A man like you, Colonel, is much than a completely lieutenant." Overcome with emotic, defender of Linz turned away from the dying man. At that moment a piece of shrapnel flew at him and hit him in the muscles of his buttercase. Beagler mechanically cached his hands to the of his true and felt omething damp. There was omething *icky on hig fingers. He shrieked, "Ambulance! Ambulance!" and fell off his batser and Matuli life Cadet B. Kegler up from the where he had 611 ENFRTM and the bench, and put him back in his place again. Matuin and went to Gdane Signer and told him that queer things were happening to Cadet Beagler. "It's probably not after the cognac," he said. "It's more likely to cholera." Cadet Beagler drank water at every station. At Magon I saw that he cholera DTRSNT worked quickly that, Matu GE. Tell the D, stir in the next compartment to go and have a at him. The battalion had had a do it award critter, the old and former German student, Welfer. He knew how to drink and brawl and at the meantime had medicine at his fingertips. He had gone through the medical faculties of various university towns in Austria-Hungary and had practiced in the diverse hospitals, but he never took his DC for the simple that in the which his uncle left to his heirs it was stipulated that the medical student, Friedrich Welfer, was to be paid a yearly grant until he obtained his doctor's qualifications. This grant was 4 times as much as the salary of a junior in A, and Welfer did his honoric best to taking AD, redored till the Greek calends. The heirs were furious. They hymned and tried to foist wealthy brides on him as to get rid of him. But to annoy them all the more, Welfer, who was head of about 12 German student clubs, published in Vienna, Leipzig, and 1 or 2 collections of quite decent. He contributed to Simplicissimu and went on studying as if nothing had but then earned the war, which was a shameful stab in the back for the student of medicine, Friedrich Welfer, the and author of the collections, Laughing Sags, Tankard and Learning and Tales and Parables, was taken off to the war without further ado, and one of the inheritors in the Ministry of War W to it that the valiant medico was awarded a war D straight. It was done by Corr Pondins. He had to fill out a questionnaire and everywhere wrote down the typed answer in German, "Kiss my arse." After 3 days he was informed by the colonel that he had been awarded the diploma of Doctor of General Medicine, that HC had long ago been ripped for a doctorate, that the chief staff doctor would assign him to the rear of hospital and that rapid advancement would depend upon his conduct. The colonel added that it was true that he had had duels with officers in various university towns and that this was well known, but that now THCRC was a war on and it was all forgotten. The author of the Collectum of and Learning bit his lip and went off to the army. Anderton case came to light where the DCRT had unusually indulgently to patients, prolonging their in the hospital as long as possible at a time when the mots were rather peg out in the trenches than hangings in hospital and rather PG out in the front line than in hospital. As a result was end with March 11th to the front. The regular officers in him as an inferior anchor. The officers TMK no nice of him either and did make friends with him, for fear that the gulf them and the regular officers should grow wider. Captain Signer naturally felt frightfully superior to this former student of medicine who, during the long time of his studies, had slashed a number of officers with his spree. When the war went him he did not even honor him with a glance but went on talking to Lieutenant Lookies about something quite unimportant, such as for instance that vegetable marrows were grown around. Lieutenant Luck answered that when he was in his 3rd year as a cadet he went with friends in Mufti to Slovakia and visited an evangelical vicar, a Slovak. He marrow with a roast 1k, RK and afterwards the malt wine, eyeing, marrows swine and lies plenty of wine. As ARULT of the Lieutenant Lookies felt frightfully insulted. We shan't much of rid Captain Sinya. They are taking us round it. According to the we should stay here too. I think they are shunting the vans, answered Lieutenant Lookle. We're coming on to the transit siding. Military station. At that the war D.XTCR went by. It's nothing, he said with a smile. Gentlemen who aspire in the course of time to become army officers and who already in the officers' club in Bruck boasted their knowledge of history and strategy ought to be warned that it is dangerous to eat at one go a whole consignment of sweets which their mummy has them at the front. Cadet Beegler, who, as he has confessed to me, has eaten 30 cream colds since we left Bruck and has only drunk boiled water everywhere on the captain, reminds me of a veer of Schiller's, speaks of listen, Critter. Captain Who's interrupted him. It's nothing to do with Schiller. What is in fact the matter with Edet Beegler? The ward critter smiled. The candidate for officer's rank, your Edet Beegler, has shitted his tress. It's not cholera, it's not dysentery, it's just a garden shitting. He has drunk a little much cognac, has your candidate for officer's rank, and he has hit his truyers. He sold certainly have shitted his trousers even without your cognac. He gorged in the creme rolls which were sent him from home. He's a baby. In the club, as I know for a fact, he always drank 1/4 of a liter of wine. A teetotaler. Dr. Welfer spat. He used to buy Linzertert. A rule so it's nothing serious? Asked Antane Signer, but at the NME time a case like this. What if it ere to spread? Lieutenant Lucas stood up and said, "Disiger, thank you for a platoon commander like this." I helped him a little bit onto his said Welf, whose smile did not leave his lips. You, sir, as battalion commander, will decide further acting. I mean, shall send that to a hospital here. I shall write out a certificate that it's dysentery. A severe case of dysentery. Isolation. That Bigler go to the disinfection hut. It's definitely better, continued Welfer with a me detestable smile. You can have either a cadet who has shitted his trousers or a who has contracted. Captain Signer turned to Luku and in a completely official tone, Lieutenant, that a file your company has gone down with dysentery and will stay in Buda F for treatment. Uptane Signer thought that Welfa was laughing frightfully provocatively, but when he coked at the war doctor he had assumed a completely disinterested expression. Then everything's in, sir, answered Welfer calmly. As the candidate for officers he made a dismissing gesture with his hand, with Durntree every shits in his, and so it happened that the valiant Cadet Bigler was of to the military isolation hospital at Buda. His shitted trousers got in the vortex of the World War. His dreams of Grad Victrio were confined in a ward in the ice-ocean huts. When he learned that he is genuinely delighted. It was immaterial whether in the varying out his duties for his All Majesty he was wounded sick. Then he had a piece of ill luck. As all the places for dysentery were full they transferred him to the cholera hut. They gave him a bath and when they put a thermometer under his Hungarian staff DCXTCR shook his head, 370. With cholera the worst symptom is that areas fill in temperature. The Powell B. Ohms cadet by Egler, it was true, no exciterant. He was unusually telling himself over and over again that in any he was suffering for his Imperial Majesty. The staff doctor gave instructions to put the thermometer into Cadet Bigler's rectum. It's the last stage of cholera, thmacked the aft doctor to himself. Symptoms of the final extreme weakness when the patient is losing consciousness of his surroundings and his mind is clouded. He in dying convulsions. During these manipulations Bigler was indeed smiling like a nerder, acting like a hero, when they thrust a thermometer up his rectum. But he did not move. Symptoms which in cholera lead gradually to death, thought the staff doctor to himself. Abusive state. He asked the Hungarian medical NKVH her cat Bigler had vomited and had diarrhea in the bath. Receiving a negative answer, he stared at with Andlura, when diarrhea and vomiting car. It is again like the previous symptoms, a replica of the cholera it takes in the last hours before death. Cadet Bigler felt frozen when he was being carried stark naked from the hot bath to his teeth started to chatter and he had flesh all over his UAE, said the officer in Hungarian, violent ague fit. His extremities are cold. This is the end. Leaning over Cadet Bigler him in German, well, how do you feel? Vevv Ari Bigler with shattering teeth, AABB blank ket. Reason partly clouded, the Hungarian staff much emaciated, lips and nans should be black. This is the third I've had a foppel dyi1v of cholera without black nails and lips. He leaned over Cadet Bigler again and in Hungarian, the second the heart has ceased. Ahed Cadet Bigler with chattering teeth. What he's saying are words, NID the staff doctor in Hungarian to the medial n.co. Tomorrow we'll bury him with Major Cook. Now he'll fall into a have you got his documents in the office? They'll be there, answered the n.co. Almly. Cadet Bigler moaned after them with chattering teeth as they were going away. In the whole ward there were 5 people in beds. One of them was a corpse. He had died 2 hours TRFE, was covered with a sheet and had the same name as the of the cholera bacillus. He was that Major Cook who's ceding to the staff doctor would buried tomorrow with Cadet Bigler. Cadet Bigler got up on his bed and FCR the phi_m time how people died of cholera for his LMF all majesty, for of the 4 remaining 2 were dying. They struggled FCR breath and turned blue, trying to get something out, but it was not *bleed to $. What they said or the language they were to why it in. It was like the rattle of a gag voice. The other 2 with their conspicuously stormy reactions to their convalescence were reminiscent of foppel suffering from typhoid delirium. They shrieked and threw their emaciated legs out from underneath the blankets. Over them stood a bearded medical orderly, who spoke Styrian dialect, as Cadet Bigler recognized, and tried to calm them. I've had cholera like that, my fine gentleman, but I didn't kick at my blankets. Now you're all right. You'll get leave, don't fling yourself, he roared at one who kicked at his blanket that it went over his head. It's not allowed here, be glad you've got a turnfatcher. It grants that at last they won't carry you off to the sound of music. YM0EBCXH high and dry now. He looked around. Over there another 2 have died. That's what we expected, he QID go el unwordly. Glad that you're quit of it all. I must go for sheets. Returning after a short time he with sheets those who had just died and who had completely black lips, took out their black-nailed hands which in their last agony of suffocation they had held on their erect penises, and tried to put their tongues into their mouths. Then he kneeled by the beds and started praying, Holy Mary, Mother of God. And while doing the old from Styria at his recovering patients, WHR Dirium meant erection to new life. Holy Mary, Mother of me, he we refading, when a naked man suddenly him the shoulder. It was Cadet Bigler. Listen, he said, I a bath, that's to say, they gave me a bath. I need a blanket, I'm cold. This is I the staff DTCR half an hour later to Cadet Bigler who was resting underneath the blank, you are a reconvalescent, cadet. Tomorrow we shall send you to the rear hospital at Tarnov. You are a carrier of cholera germs. We have made much progress that we know OAN.UT it. You to the 91st Regi the March 13th Battalion, the N article N.co. For Bigler, RTH Company. Write down the follower, aid the staff critter, Cadet Bigler, of the March 13th Battalion, March 11th Ampany, 91st Regiment, to the cholera barracks in Tarnov, a carrier of cholera, and thus it was that FRN an enthusiastic warrior Cadet Bigler became a carrier of cholera germs. In Budapest AT the military station in Budapest Machio brought Captain Signer a telegram from headquarters sent by the unfortunate brigadier who had now been transported to a sanatorium. It was unciphered and contained a similar message to the one at the last station, finish and march towards Sokol. And then followed, LN corporate baggage train in Eastern Group. Intelligence Service ABO List. March 13th Battalion to build bridge across River Bug. Further details in newspapers. Captain Signer went off at once to the station command. He was received by a small fat officer with a friendly smile. "He hasn't half carrying on, that brigadier of yours," he said, roaring with laughter, "but we had to send you all that lunacy, because we've got no orders yet from the division to stop delivering his telegrams to the addressees." Yesterday the March 14th Battalion of the 75th Regiment passed through and the battalion got a telegram here that each man should be given 6 crowns as a special reward for PRMNYL. At the same time he got the order that out of these 6 crowns every man should in the office hear 2 crowns for the war loan. "According to reliable information your brigadier has got paralysis." "Sir," Captain Signer, turning to the station commander, "according to regimental orders and our schedule we're going to go Dolo. The men have to get 15 decas of Emmentaler cheese here. At the last station they should have got 15 decas of Hungarian salami, but they didn't get anything." "I'm afraid they'll get nothing here either," the mayor replied, continuing to smile pleasantly. "I'll know nothing to any order of the kind for the regiments from Bohemia. Anyhow, that's not my affair. Apply to Supply Command." "When are we leaving, sir?" "There's a train in front of you with heavy artillery Galicia. We shall send it off in an hour, Captain. On the 3rd track there's a HT Epital train, it's leaving 25 minutes after the artillery. On the 12th track we've a munitions train. That's leaving 10 minutes after the asterisk tall 20 minutes after that your train will be that S to QY, if there are changes," he added, continuing to smile so that Antain Sagner found him utterly revolting. "Excuse me, sir," asked Signer, "will you be so as to explain to me how it comes about that you know nothing of any order of the kind for the issue of 15 decas of Emmentaler cheese for regiments from Bohemia?" "That's secret, v the Captain Commnr at Budapest replied, continuing to smile. "I've made an A of myself, thou #T obtained Signer to Heimelf, as he left the building of the station command. Why the devil did I go and tell Lieutenant Lucas to call all the commanders with all the men and go with them to the supply detachment to draw 15 decas of Emmentaler cheese PE head? But Lieutenant Lucas could obtain Sagner's order and instruct the men of the battalion to press to the stores to draw 15 decas of Emmentaler head. Švejk for him to get with the luck blown was all over. Humbly repaired, sir, aid with his usual the utter I've come about is extremely I would grateful, sir, if we could settle teak holes so Mercura o the side, as my pal Spadanov's hot one side, when he at a wedding AHD suddenly in church had to." "Well, what's the matter, Švejk?" Lieutenant Luck broke in. He was already missing Švejk as much as SV Euro K was missing him. "Let's go a little further away THN. Blown walked around them and continued to tremble. This giant had completely ICET his equilibrium and was swinging his arms in frightful and hopeless despair. "Well, what is it, Švejk?" Lux, when they had gone on to the side. Humbly repaired, NID spake, "It's always to confess to asterisk mething it gets out gave a certain order, sir, that when we came to bombs should bring you your liver pate and some rolls. Did you get that order or not?" said Švejk, turning to Blown. Blown began to swing his arms about even more violently, as though he wanted to ward off the blows of an attacking enemy. "This order," said Švejk, "could not unfortunately be carried out, sir, it's cause eaten up that liver of yours myself." 00 I ate it up, said Švejk, nudging the horrified Blown, "because I thought the liver pate might go bad. I've read several times in the new asterisk papers how a whole family has been poisoned by liver pate. Once at Zediraz, once at Barun, once at Tibor, once at Mlada, once at Pihabram. All of them to the poison. Liver pate is the worst muck." Blown, trembling all over, KD at the side, put his finger down his throat and vomited at short intervals. "What's the matter with you, Blown?" "I'm sir, pewing, sir," the unfortunate man called out during the intervals. "Iigege guzzled it, gege gwilled it my SSS elf." Bits of tin foil and paint came out of the luckless Blown's mouth. "As you see, sir," said Švejk, losing nothing of his composure, Every bit of the guzzled pike comes up like oil on the surface of the water. I wanted to take the blame myself, but the bloody fool has gone and given the show away. He's quite a decent chap really, but he guzzles everything that's given to him. I once knew a man like him, who was a bank messenger. They could trust him with thousands of crowns. Once he drew money in another bank and by mistake they gave him 1,000 crowns too much and he returned it on the spot. But if they sent him to buy some smoked ham for 15 kreuzers, HC guzzled half of it on the way. When it came to food he was so greedy that when the officials sent him to get sausages, he cut them on the way with his micket knife and stuck the holes together with sticking plaster. The plaster for 5 cost him more than a whole sausage itself. Lieutenant sighed and went away. "Would you like to give me any orders, sir?" Švejk called after him, while the luckless Balaun continued to stick his finger down his throat. Lieutenant dismissed him with a wave of his hand and went off to the supply stores, in the course of which the strange idea to him that if soldiers ate their officers' liver paid Austria could not win the war. Meanwhile Švejk ttx Balaun away to the other side of the military track and consoled him by saying that they could both go T% ether, have a at the town and bring back some Debrecen sausages for the Švejk's mind the concept of the capital of the lieutenant, since in Hungarian kingdom was naturally up with the concept of a special kind of sausage. But the train might go without us, bleated in whom in hunger was combined with extreme stinginess. "When you go to the front," said Švejk, "you're never left behind. Bows every train which leaves for the front thinks twice before bringing only half a trainful to its destination." "But I understand you very well, Balaun. You're an old skinflint." But they didn't go anywhere because the signal for getting into the train suddenly sounded. The men of the various companies returned from the supply stores to their vans with empty hands once more. Instead of 15 decas of Emmentaler cheese, which should have been issued here, one of them got a box of matches and A.B. Stuttgart, published by the War Graves Omission in Austria, Vienna 19/4. Canususcus. Instead of 15 decas of Emmentaler cheese, each one found himself with a West Galician warriors' cemetery at Sedlisk, with a memorial to the unfortunate Lundwehr men, built by the scrimshanking sculptor, the one-year volunteer Sergeant Major Scholz. Outside the staff carriage there was unusual excitement. Officers of the March to the Lion were collected around Captain Signer, who was excitedly explaining something to them. He had just returned from the station headquarters and had in his hand a very confidential, genuine telegram from brigade staff, containing a long-winded message of instructions and directives on how to carry on in a news situation in which Austria found itself on May 23, 1915. Brigade had telegraphed that Italy had declared war on Austria-Hungary. Already in the officers' club in Brücken der Leitha there had a lot talk at lunches and dinners about the queer dealings and goings-on of the Italians, but, when all was said and done, nobody expected that the prophetic words of that fool cadet Beegler would be fulfilled, when once at dinner he pushed away his plate of macaroni and said, "I'll time to eat this will be when we are at the gates of Verona." After having studied the instructions which he had just obtained from the brigade, Captain Signer gave the order for the alert to sounded. When all the men of the March Battalion were assembled, they were drawn up in a square and Captain Sagner in an unusually exalted voice read them the order which he had received by telegram. "With unexampled treachery and greed the King of Italy has forgotten the fraternal obligations which were binding on him as an ally of our monarchy. From the outbreak of the war, when he should have at the side of our brave armies, the treacherous king played the role of a masked trickster, acting with duplicity and all along maintaining secret contacts with our enemies. This treachery culminated on the night of 22/3 May in his declaration of war on our monarchy. Our Supreme Commander is convinced that our ever-valiant and glorious armies will answer this contemptible treachery of a faithless enemy with such a blow that the traitor will come to recognize that by starting war against us in this shameless and treacherous action he has encompassed his own destruction. We believe firmly that with the help of the day will dawn when the plains of Italy will once more the victors of Santa Lucia, Vicenza, Navarra, and Custaz. We want to win, we must win, and win we certainly shall." After that came the usual 3 cheers. And the army got into the train once more, but in low spirits. Instead of 15 decas of Emmentaler cheese they had the war with Italy round their necks. In a van where Švejk was eating with Van Eyck, Balaun, and George. An interesting conversation about Italy's entry into the war. There was a CAE like that in Taborski Street in Prague, TX Gansbejk. A shopkeep called Hofisi lived there. A little way away on the other side of the street a called Pogmornth had his shop, and between them was a greenxer called Havliza. Well, the shopkeeper, Hofisi, once had the idea of joining up with a greenxer, Havliza, against the other shopkeeper, Mornth, and urged to negotiate with him for the merger of the two shops under a single sign. Hofisi and but wait to and told him that Hofia was ready to him 1,200 crowns for his greenxer's shop and wanted him to go into partnership with him. But if Pogmorni gave him 1,800, he would rather go into partnership with him against Otzi. And they made a bargain, and Havliza was for some time round Hofip's neck and acting as though he were his trst friend, when in fact he was false to him all the time. When it came to the question of when they should go into partnership, he always said, "Yes, we'll do that. I'm only waiting until the customers' families come back from their summer holiday." And when they came back, everything was really arranged for them to join forces as he had always promised Hofii. But when Horii went down one morning to Osn's shop, he NW over his rival's shop a big inscription, a giant sign, "Pogmorn and Havliza we had a like that with us," said the idiotic Blown. "I wanted to buy a heifer in the village. I had the agreement all tied up, but then a butcher fro Vadas came and snatched it away from me under my very nse. Now that we have a new war again," Švejk continued, "now that we have one enemy more, now that we have a new front again, we'll have to economical with our munitions. The more children there are in a family, the the rods are used, as Grandpa Chavanek at Motol used to say, when for an all in sum from the parents he gave all the children in a nay and very earth slow a licking. I am only afraid," said trembling all over, "that because of Italy the will be reduced." Vanek and gravely, "That might very well be the CAE, because our victory will now take rather longer. Now we need another Radetzky," said Švejk. He knew a thing to the Italian countryside. He very well where was the weak spot in the Italian defense, what had to taken by storm and from which side. You see, it's not hard to get in somewhere. Anyone can do that, but getting out again needs real military skill. When a chap gets in somewhere, he has to know about everything that's going on around him, as not to find himself in a jam suddenly, what's called a catastrophe. Once at home in the house where I used to live T4, they caught a thief in the attic. When he got in, the bastard noticed that the builders were just repairing the air shaft, and so he tore himself away from his pursuers, KNXKED down the house and drop FD down the ladder into the air shaft, from which he couldn't get out at all. But there wasn't a single path Pop Radetzky didn't know. No could catch him anywhere. There's a BK where it's all written about TNT General. How he ran away from Santa Lucia, how the Italians ran away, and how he only realized that he had actually won on the second day when he couldn't find any Italians and couldn't them through his, and so he came back and Rupite abandoned Santa Lucia. After that he was pre-noted Marshal. Well, Italy's a fine country, it certainly is, said George. I was once in Venice and I know the Italian calls everybody a pig. When he gets angry everyone is a porco mailder too. For him even the is a porto, even Madonna Mia Poro, and Papa Kovanek on the other hand spoke very favorably about Italy. At H's chemist's shop in Kralupy he manufactured lemon juice, which he made out of rotten lemons, and he always used to buy the keelest and rottenest lemons from Italy. Now it would mean the end of the transport of lemons from Italy to Kralupy. There's no doubt that the war with Italy would bring various Austria would want to take her revenge. It's easy to why take her revenge, said with a smile. A chap thinks he's going to take his revenge, but in the end it's the fellow he's chosen the instrument of his Vengia 11Q who for it. When I lived years ago at Vinoni, I lived on the ground floor and provided for a petty official in a bank. This official went to a pub in Crimeras Street and had a quarrel there once with a gentleman who had an institute for the analysis of urine at Vinarati. That gentleman never thug height of or SB.K of anything else except that institute, and all the time carried with him little test tubes for urine. These he thrust under people's, urging them to make water and have their urine analyzed, because the happiness of the man and his family on it, and it was cheap that it only cost 6 crowns. All the guests who came to the pub, as well as the landlord and his wife, had their urine analyzed. Only that still resisted, although the gentleman continually followed him to the urinal, and when he came out said to him anxiously, "I don't know, Mr. Skorkovsky, but somehow I'm not very happy at your urine. You'd to make water into the trafore, it's too late." Finally he him to do it that official 6 crowns, and the gentleman made him suffer FCR it, as he did all the in the pub, not excluding the landlord WHCR business he ruined. With every analysis he always the rem right, which stated that it was a very serious that no in that state should drink anything but water, they shouldn't smoke, they shouldn't get married, and they should only eat vegetables. And that FTTY official, like all the rest, got furious with him and CHSE the house porter as the instrument of his vengeance, because he knew he was a really nasty customer. And one day he told the gentleman who carried out the urine analyses that the hour porter had not feeling well for some time, and asked him to go and xe him day at even OCLCRK and test his urine. And so he went there. Any house porter was still sleeping when the gentleman woke him up and ate to him in a free tully way, "As my respects, Mr. Malek. I wish you are ending. Here's a test tool foot, are you, please? Be so kind and make water into it, and my charge is 6 crowns. And what a shindy there was. Jumped out of his seized the gentleman by the throat and threw him at the cupmerd so that he inlaid him in it. And when he pulled him out of the cupax art again, he seized an out, went out as he was in his pants, and chased him down Selakovska Street with the gentleman yelling just like when see a tread on the tail of a dog. In Havlik Avenue the gentleman to a tram, and the house porter caught by a policeman, fought with him, and because he was only in his ins and everything was verting out, they threw him into the cart for drunks and carried him off to the police station. When he was in the cart he went on roaring like a bull, "You bastards, I'll teach you to analyze my urine." He was in jug 6 months for public and for insulting the police. Afterwards, when the sentence was pronounced, he committed the further offense of insulting the ruling house, and it's very likely that he's still in jug T-lay. And this is why that if ever a chap wants to take his revenge on anybody, it's always the innocent who pays for it. Meanwhile Baloun was furiously thinking something till he finally asked Van Eyck in a panic, "Excuse me, Sergeant Meyer, please could you kind and tell me, do you really think that cause of this war with Italy we shall get smaller rations?" "Yes, it's as clear as daylight, Van and Jesus Mary," shrieked back _ he plunged his hat into his hands and emptied quietly in the cummer. And this was how the about Italy in the van to a final end. In the staff carriage the discussion about the new war situation created by Italy's entry into the war would certainly have been very dull in the absence of the famous military theorist, Gdet Biegler, if he had not had as substitute in the PM of Lieutenant Dub of the 3rd Company. Lieutenant Dub was in civil life a schoolmaster and teacher of Czech, and already at that time manifested an unusual alacrity for expressing his loyalty to the crown on all civil occasions. For essays he set his pupils themes from the history of the House of Habsburg. In the lower forms his pupils were frightened by the Emperor Maximilian, who climbed onto a cliff and could not get down, or Joseph XI as the Pluffman, or Ferdinand the Benign. In the higher classes the themes were of course more sophisticated, as for example the exercise for the 7th form, in were Franz Joseph L., patron of the arts sciences, which caused a member of the 7th form to expelled from all secondary schools in the Austro-Hungarian Empire for writing that this ruler's most glorious act was the building of the Emperor Franz I Bridge in Prague. He always took good to we that all his pupils sang the Austrian national anthem with great enthusiasm on all royal birthdays and at other similar ceremonies. And he was uneligible, cause people knew that he was a narc as well, and informed on his colleagues. In the town where he taught he was one of memlrrs of a triumvirate of the biggest idiots and mules, consisting of the district headman, the headmaster of the grammar school, and himself. In this narrow circle he learned how to talk within the framework of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Now he to rhyme, and with the voice and accents of a fossilized schoolmaster, all things considered I was not at all surprised at Italy's entry into the war. I expected it already 3 months ago. It had become obvious that Italy had growing extremely arrogant latterly as a result of her victorious war with Turkey over Tripoli. In addition, she relies too much on her navy and the of the population in our maritime provinces and in the South Tyrol. Why, even before the war discussed this with our district headman and urged that our government shouldn't underestimate the irredentist movement in the South. He said I was quite right, because any sensible man who had the preservation of our empire at heart should have realized long ago where our excessive lenience towards such elements was leading us. I remember well how it 2 years ago I said in a conversation with a district hetman that Italy, it was at the time of the Balkan War during the affair of our consul Prochaska, was only waiting for the first opportunity to give us a treacherous stab in the back. And now it's Cornel, he shouted in such tones as though everyone had quarreled with him, although while he was talking all the regular officers present were only thinking that as far as they were concerned this blithering idiot of a civilian could go to hell. It's true, he continued in milder tones, that in our school essays they forgot our former relations with Italy, and those great days of our glorious victorious armies in 1848, and which are still mentioned in brigade orders to this day. But I at least always did my duty, and even before the end of the year, that is at the very beginning of the war, I set my puppets the following aim. Our heroes in Italy from Vicenza to Custozzi, and the idiotically old Nanta batted Olamli and life the Habsburgs. An inviolate, unit and great. He and obviously that the others in the staff carriage would talk about the situation, and he could show them MCE Mort how he had known 5 years ago that Italy would one day treat her ally this. But he was an completely Biaus Eptain signer, to whom Mitasi had brought the evening edition of Pesterloid from the station, looked into the pot air and said, "Here, that Wiener girl who we in Bruck in a performance appeared here yesterday in the little," and this was how the decision in the end in TLR staff as well as Huti in the of the train Mathuki and Batzer judged the war with Italy from the purely practical point of view, as once years ago while they were still in regular they had taken part in Manrovra in South Tyrol. "It'll be an awful swat having to climb up those mountains," said Batzer. "Gtain Signer has a whacking grat pile of K's. It's true I come from the mountains, but it's another when you take a gun under your crut and go, and if you ain't a hair on Prince Estate. That's of course if they are down to Italy. Can't say it to me either to go flying over mountains and glaciers carrying orders. And the grub down there. Why, it's only," and said Matuli, "and why should they shove of all up onto THC mountains," said Batzer, getting angry. "Our regiment's already been in Serbia and the Carpathians. I've already tray about the mountains with the captain's kids. Twice I've asked them, once in another time in the Carpathians and James skirmish other, and maybe now it's coming to me a third time on the Italian frontier. And as for the grub down there, he moving rarer our own Marisi," he said to him in a familiar manner, "you know, at home in Kaspersky Hori we make sort of small dumplings out of raw with them, dip them in egg and roll them well in breadcrumbs. After that we fry with bacon. He the MRD in a mysteriously old but thefra best with sauerkraut," he added in a melancholy voice. "They can chuck their macaroni down the rears." And that was how the conversation about Italy ended here. As the train had already standing at the station for over 2 hours, there was only one opinion in the other vans, and that was that it was probably going to be rerouted and sent to Italy. This appeared to be confirmed too by the fact that strange things had been happening with the train in the meantime. Once more all the men were driven out of the vans, sanitary inspectors arrived with a disinfection corps and sprayed all the vans with this. Was very badly received, especially in those vans where the army bread was being carried. However, orders are orders. The Sanitary Commission had given the order that all the vans of train number 728 had to be disinfected, and so the piles of army bread and sacks of rice were quite happily sprayed with Lysol. This indicated that something special was afoot. After that the men were driven into the vans again and driven out again. Half an hour later an aged general came to inspect the train. He was so old that Švejk quite naturally thought of a name for him. Standing in the rear line he remarked to Vanak, "That old boy's a death watch." Escorted by Captain Signer the old general proceeded along the line and stopped in front of a young soldier. In order Sornek to inspire enthusiasm in the men he asked him where he came from, how old he was and whether he had a watch. The soldier had in fact got one, but he thought he might get another from the old gentleman. He said he hadn't, the old death watch, giving the same kind of super-idiotic smile which Emperor Franz Joseph used to give when he spoke to a mayor in town or other. That's good," whereupon he condescended to ask the corporal who was standing next to him whether his lady wife was humbly Reb. "RT, sir," bawled the corporal, "I'm not married," where the general with his patronizing smile repeated, That's then the general in his senility asked Captain Signer to show him how the men numbered in twos, and a little later there could be heard 1 2, 1 2, 1 2. The old death watch was delighted with this. He even had at home 2 lads whom he made line up in front of him and number by themselves, or 2, 2. Austria had of generals like that. WIR, and the inspection was successful. It over the General did not his when speaking to Captain Signer, and the men were allowed to dismiss and move freely about the station area, because the news had come that they would not leaving for another 3 hours. And so they wandered up and down and stared at them, TK, cause on the station there were quite a lot of and here and there of the soldiers catched a cigarette. It was evident that the first flush of enthusiasm, which had shown itself in the festive welcome for the trains at the stations, had faded considerably and declined to the pint of tea ***. A deputation from the society fixed the reception of heroes presented. I tell before obtained Sagner. It consisted of 12 frightfully jaded ladies, who handed over a gift for the train, in fact 20 of sweet-smelling mouthwashed pastille, which were an advertisement for a sweet factory. Box were beautifully finished in metal. On the lid was a Hungarian Hanf clasping the hand of an Austrian Landsturma, while over them blazed the crown of Saint Stephen. Around them was the inscription in German and Hungarian, for Ernerer, God, and Fatherland. The sweetery we loyal that it gave precedence to the Emperor over the Almighty. Every contained that about 5 pistils fell to 3 men. Apart from that, the jaded ladies brought a huge bundle of printed of 2 prayers written by the Archbishop of Budapest, Gazette of Satmar-Budapest. They were in German and Hungarian and contained the frightful imprecations all enemies. They were written with such passion that the only thing missing in them was the Tren and Lt Hungarian Experzion, Xama Christus Mtriat. According to the Venerable Archbishop, the merciful Lord ought to cut the Russians, British, Serbs, French and Japanese into mincemeat, and nuka paprika goulash out of them. The merciful Lord ought to bathe in the blood of the enemies and murder them all, as the ruthless Herod had done with the innocents. His Eminence, the Archbishop of Budapest, used in his prayers such trottiful sentences as, for instance, God bless your bayonets that they may pierce deeply into your enemies. May the MCSST just Lord direct the artillery fire onto the heads of the enemy staffs. May merciful grant that all your enemies choke in their own from the wounds which you will deal them. That is why it should reflected once NWRE that the only thing missing in these little prayers was Basimachrisverus. When both ladies had presented all this, they expressed a desperate wish to be allowed to be pre***nt when the gifts were distributed. One of them even had the nerve to mention that she would like on this occasion to address the warriors, whom she referred to as our brave men in field grey. Both they fred frightfully when obtained Signer turned down their for the time errands. Their charitable alms found their way to the vans where the stores were kept. The venerable ladies passed down the line of soldiers, and one of them could not resist patting a bearded soldier on the cheek. He was a man called Simic from Budapest, and having no idea of the ladies' exalted mission, he let fall the following remark to his comrades after their departure: "The 0 whores here are pretty fresh. I must admit different if a monkey like that was anything to write home about, but she's as scraggy as a stork. She's got nothing to show but her hocks, and looks like God's martyrdom. And an old hag like that has the cheek to try to start something with soldiers like us." There was a lot of bustle on the station. The Italian affair had caused some panic, because 2 trains with artillery had been kept back and sent to Styria. There was also a transport of Bosnians here, who for some unknown reason had already waiting 2 days at the station and had been completely forgotten and lost. For 2 days these Bosnians had not drawn any rations and were going atxut catching bread all over UJ Pest. And you could hear nothing but the agitated voices of the forgotten Bosnians, who were gesticulating violently and all the time cursing, "I boga jebem I do you, jebem ti majql." Then the 9th March Battalion were made to fall in again and go back to their vans. After a short time, however, Ma25E returned from the station command with the news that they would be leaving in 3 hours' time. Because of this, the men were again let out of the vans. Just before the departure of the train, Lieutenant Dub came into the staff carriage in a great state of excitement and asked Captain Signer to HAVESVCJK Clapton jail instantly. Lieutenant Dub, well known at his school as an old established informer, loved getting into conversation with soldiers. In doing he endeavored to probe their opinions, seeking at the same time for an opportunity to teach them and explain to them why they were fighting and what they were fighting. In the of his round he caught sight of Švejk, the station building. He was standing by a lamp and LCX king with interest at a placard issued by a charity war. The placard showed an Austrian soldier pinning to the wall a white-eyed bearded Cossack. Lieutenant Dub Švejk the shoulder and asked him he liked the placard. Humbly RQRT, sir, answered Švejk, it's Book.3-4. I've seen lots of asinine placards, never such as this. What don't you like about it? Asked Lieutenant Dub. What I don't like about this placard, sir, is the way that soldier there handles the arms entrusted to him. You know, he could easily break the bayonet on the wall, and anyhow the whole thing is quite unnecessary. He would court-martialed for it. That Russian has his hands up and is surrendering. He's been taken prisoner and prisoners have to treat it decently, because after all they're human beings too. And after that Lieutenant Dub decided to go on probing Švejk's views and asked him, so you're sorry for that Russian, aren't you? I'm sorry for both of them, sir, for the Russian because he's spikel, and for the soldier he'll be jailed for it, you know, sir, he certainly must have broken his bayonet in doing it. It's no good. You see, it looks like a stone wall where he's thrusting his bayonet, and steel is brittle. Once, sir, before the war when I was in regular service we scribbled and had a lieutenant in our, not even an old swat of a Sergeant Meyer could use such language as that lieutenant did. On the parade ground he used it to us, when it's attention UBLC_KRLY swine, you've got to roll your eyes like a cat shitting in the straw. But otherwise he was a very decent fellow. Once at Christmas he went mad and bought a whole wagon of the company, and it's from that time that I know brittle are. Half the company broke their bayonets, the CKX ownits, and our lieutenant colonel had the whole company clap FD into jail. For 3 months we weren't allowed out of the barracks, and the lieutenant himself arrest. Lieutenant Dub stared in rage at the grenade of the soldier Švejk and asked him angrily, do you know me? Yes, I know you, sir. Lieutenant Dub sigh, and I tell you, you don't know me yet. Švejk answered once with the of Orneon making a remark, no you, sir, humbly you are from our March battalion. You don't know me yet, Lieutenant Dub shouted again. You may perhaps know MC from the side, but wait till you know me from the bad side. I'm knacky. Don't imagine I'm not. I make every odor very well. Then, do you know me? Et know me, know you, sir. I tell you for the last time that you don't know me, you mule, you. Have you any brothers? Humbly RT, sir, I won. Infuriated at TLR sight of Švejk's unruffled expression, and unable to control herself any longer, Lieutenant Dub shouted out, and your brother must certainly is a mule as you are. What was he, sir? He in the army and past the officers. Lieutenant Dub talked at Švejk as though he wanted to run him through with his saber. Švejk bore his furious look with dignified calm, so that for the moment their whole conversation ended with the word dismiss. Each of them then went own way and had his own thoughts. Lieutenant Dub thought he would add the captain to have Švejk into jail, and SVGK for his part thought that he had many idiotic officers in his time, but such as Lieutenant Dub must surely unique in the regiment. Lieutenant who had this day that he mook educate the men, found a new victim behind the station. There were 2 soldiers there from the regiment, but from another who 4 were haggling in the dark in Bruin German with 2 Perkstituts, dozens of whom were roaming the station. As Švejk went away he heard clearly from the distance the shrill voice of Lieutenant Dub, do you know me? But I tell you, you don't know me. But wait till you get to know me. You know me perhaps only from the side. I tell you, wait till you get to know me from the bad side. I'll make you cry, you bloco mules. Have you any brothers? Then they must as big BLCNDY as you. What were they? From the baggage train? Very well then. Remember that are you. Gushes. Do you know that Palakoy said that if Austria had not existed we would have had to create it? Dismiss I. Lieutenant Dub's round of instruction did not have an altogether result, however. He stomps during 3 more groups of, and his educational attempts to make the men cry proved a complete fiasco. The quality of the material taken off to the front was such that Lieutenant Dub could read from the expression of every one of them that they all certainly had a very unpleasant opinion of him. He was stung in pride, and the result was that in the staff carriage the departure of the train he requested Captain Signer to have Švejk put into jail. He tried to justify the need to isolate the soldier Švejk by his extraordinarily arrogant characterizing Švejk's honest answer to his last question as malicious remarks. If this sort of thing were allowed to go on, the officers' corps would lose all in the EY of the men. Certainly none of the officers could have any doubts that long before the war he had himself talked with the district Euroman XUT how every 06 CER must endeavor to preserve a certain ity over his subordinates. The district headman had been of the same opinion. Especially now in wartime, the nearer one came to the enemy the more the soldiers should kept in a of terror. FCR this he asked that save JK should be given disciplinary punishment. Captain Signer as a regular officer hated all these fears from various branches of civilian life, and therefore warned Lieutenant Dubé that complaints of this nature could only be made in the form of a report and not in the odd fashion of a CC Sternlinger haggling about the price of as for Švejk Heimelth. The first Helen of authority under whose jurisdiction he fell was Lieutenant Lux. A matter like this could only be done by RRT. From company it would go to battalion, and the lieutenant was no doubt well aware of this. If Švejk had done something wrong, then he should go on comp. New York report, and if he appealed, on battalion. But if Lieutenant Luck had no objections and would accept Lieutenant Dubs as an official notification for punishment, he would have nothing against Švejk summoned and questioned. Lieutenant Iuk had no objection to this, but only that he knew very well from what Švejk used to tell him that Švejk's brother was in fact a master and a officer. Lieutenant Dub wavered and eyed that he was asking for punishment only in the broader sense, and it was that the man in question, Švejk, could not express himself, and that it was only his replies which left an impression of arrogance, malice, and lack of respect for his superiors. Moreover, it was clear from the man's whole appearance that his intellect was clouded. And the whole storm passed over Švejk's head without his being struck by lightning. In the van, which combined the functions of both office and battalion stores, the quartermaster sergeant major of the March Battalion, Bodenzel, very condescendingly handed out to two riders from the battalion a handful of mouthwashed pastilles from the boxes which were supposed to distributed to the men. It was common practice that everything destined for the men had to go through battalion office and be subject to similar manipulations. This was sort of thing normal everywhere in wartime, that when after an inspection somewhere the finding was that there was no stealing going on, every one of the quartermaster sergeant majors in all the offices was none the less under suspicion of having exceeded his budget and guilty of other fiddles to put the book straight. And here too, when they were all stuffing themselves with these pastilles so as at least not to waste the filth when there was nothing else to filch from the men, Bodenzel to the unhappy conditions during this journey. I've already done 2 March battalions, but I've never KNMVN such a rotten trip as this. On those earlier journeys, even before we got to Progov, we had masses of everything you could think of. I had salted away 10,000 cigarettes, 2 whole Emmentaler cheeses and 300 tins. Later, when we marched to the trenches at Bardyaev, the Russians who occupied Magina cut off our communications with Priov, and you should have seen the trade we did. For the sake of appearances I gave up a tenth of it to the March Battalion and said it was the result of economies I had made. The rest I flogged in the baggage train. We had a Mirsajek over us, and he was a swine if there ever was one. He was no hero and liked best of all to swan about with us in the baggage train, because up above bullets were whistling and shrapnel bursting. And he kept on coming to see us on the excuse that he must make sure that the cooking for the men was in order. Usually he came down to us whenever there was a report that the Russians were preparing something again. He all over and had to drink rum in the kitchen he could nuken of all the field kitcha. They were grouped around the baggage train. It wasn't best sible to carry the cauldrons up to the trenches, and the Nesbrishans were carried up there by night. At that time we were living in such conditions that you could really speak of any CNERS me. The only road to the base which was still FR by Germans from the Reich. They'd asterisized in the bad things which were sent to us from the base and guzzled than we ever got anything. All of us in the baggage train were left officers' pensions. During all that time I only succeeded in a way me pig for ourselves in the office, which we had, and to prevent Mirsajeka finding out that we had it hidden an hour's journey away with the artillery, where had a friend who was Regent Meyer. Whenever the nudger to us he always started to ask thee in the kitchen. It's true they're not much mad to only such pigs or skinny cows as we could in the neighborhood. The Prussians made strong competition for us, and when requisitioning cattle always paid twice as much as we did. So during the whole time we laid siege to Bardyaev, I couldn't salt away on the sale of cattle more than a little over 1,200 crowns. And into the bargain at that time we didn't GI percent e-money but mostly vouchers with a battalion stamp on them, particularly later, towards the end, when we knew that the Russians were not far to the east of us in Redva and not far to the west in Podolaya. It's really an awful eye of dealing with like that, living in that region who can't read or write and can only sign with 3 kur asterisk. Supply headquarters were in the know. When we asked them for money I couldn't enclose forged receipts to prove I'd paid them. You can only do that where the people are better educated and know how to sign their memo. And top of all that, as I've already QID, the Prussians always outbid us and paid in cash, but when we arrived at a village LCX at us as though we were brigands. And then supply headquarters issued instructions that receipts signed with crosses would have to submitted to field accountant roll, and there were moss *s of those accountant bastards loafing around. Usually a bastard like that would come to us, wolf up our and drink and go and inform against us the next day. That Major Sajeka was always walking around our field kitchens and, God's truth, early of me, he once took out of the cauldron the meat for the whole 4th Company, he did. He started with a pig's head, which he said was underdone, and had it cooked for a bit longer. It's true that at that time we weren't cooking very much meat. There were about 12 decent of meat of the old size for the whole company, and he ate them all up. Then he tasted the soup and made a row saying that it was just like water, and what sort of a state of affairs was this when meat soup hadn't any meat in it? He had the soup thickened and chucked into it my last macaroni, which I'd been saving up for ages. But what annoyed me much more was that in that brown flour THCRC got swallowed up 2 kilos of finest quality butter which I'd been saving ever since the time when there had still been officers' mess portions. I had it on a shelf over my bunk, and he swore at me asking who it had to. I told him that according to the last order of the division out off budget for the men's victualling every man was entitled to a bonus of 15 grams of butter or 21 grams of lard. And the sucks of butte not sufficient, they had to be STMD until the bonus of hatter could be given in its full weight. Major Sajeka got into a great rage, started to shout that I was obviously waiting till the Russians came, away our last 2 kilos of butter and it mook be put into the soup at once, as there was no meat in it. And I the whole STCX.K and, me, that major always brought me luck whenever he appeared. He gradually developed such a that he knew at once about all my stores. Once had managed to VE from the men's rations an ox liver and we were going to stew it when suddenly Walt and pulled it out from underneath my bunk. When he started shouting at me told him that the liver was meant for burying, that in the morning it had diagnosed condemned by a blacksmith in the artillery who had gone through a veterinary course star. The major with him one of the men fought on the baggage train and they the liver in the cauldrons up in the mountains underneath the cliffs. But that was his funeral, because when the artillery the fire they shot at the mire and his cauldron with an 18er. Afterwards we went and had a round, and one could tell whether it was the ox's liver or the major's that was lying about later the news that they would leaving in at UT 4 hours time. The track leading up to Hatvan had BKG ked by trains carrying the wounded. Moreover, the rumor spread round the Stadimi that near Ager hospital train carrying sick and wounded had alighted with another train carrying artillery. Relief trains from Budarst were on their way. The imagination of the whole battalion *gan to work. People talked of 200 dead and wounded and QID the collision was pre-arranged so that the fiddle with the patient's provisioning shouldn't discovered. This provoked sharp critique and RN of the inadequate catering for the battalion and of thefts in the office and in the store. Most école were of the opinion that Quartermaster Sergeant Major Bodenzel shared 50-50 with the officers. In the staff carriage Signer announced that according to SCHEDUL they should now actually be already at the Galician frontier. At Ager were due to draw a 3 days ration of bread and tins for the but Ager was still 10 hours away. It was an act full of trains with wounded after the offensive at LW6W that according to a telegram there was not a single loaf of army bread or tin left there. He had received orders to pay out 6 crowns 72 hellers per man instead of bread and tins. This was to be issued with their pay in 9 days' time, that is to say if they got the money from brigade by that time. There was only a little more than 12,000 crowns in the till. It's a bloody rotten trick of the regiment to send us out into the world in such a wretched state, said Lieutenant A. Colloquy T. Kagan between Ensign Wolf and Lieutenant to the effect that Colonel Schroeder in the last 3 weeks had paid 16,000 crowns into his account in the Wiener Bank. Then Lieutenant Calif explained how economies are made. You filch 6,000 crowns from the regiment and put them in your peace kit. With inescapable logic you then order all kitchens to deduct 3 grams of peas from every man's ration in every kitchen. In a month that makes 90 grams per man that in the kitchen and in every company a store of at least 16 kilos of peas should have been saved and the CMK has to show this. Lieutenant Koloff talked with Wolf only in general terms certain cases which he had noticed. But it was certainly true that the whole military administration was bursting at the seams with cases like this. It started with the quartermaster Sergeant Meyer in some unfortunate company and ended with a hamster in General's epaulets who was salting something away for himself for a rainy day when the war was over. War demanded valor even in pilfering. The controllers of supplies ICR kept at each other affectionately, as if to say, we are one body and soul, we steal, old chap, we cheat, brother, but what can you do? It's hard to swim against the tide. If you don't salt it away someone else will, and people will say that the only reason why you've not salted anything away is that you've already salted enough. A gentleman with red and gold stripes on his trousers came into the carriage. It was again one of those generals traveling on inspection over all railway routes. Sit down, gentlemen, he nodded affably, pleased that he had again surprised a train which he had not expected to find there. When Dainsigner wanted to make a report to him, he only waved his hand. Your transport is not in proper order. Your transport is not sleeping. You should already asleep. When transports stand at a station the men in them have to be asleep at 9 p.m. as in barracks. He spied curtly, before 9 o'clock the men have to be taken out to the latrines behind the station. After that they have to go to bed. If not they commit a nuisance on the track during the night. Do you understand me, Captain? Repeat that to me. Or rather, don't repeat it to me. Just do what I ask. Sound the alarm, drive the men to the latrines, sound the retreat and lights out, control who is not sleeping and punish them. Yes? Is that all? Issue supper at 6 o'clock. He was speaking now of something which belonged to the past, something which no longer happened, which was, as it were, round NME other corner. He stalked there like a phantom from the world of the fourth dimension. Issue supper at 6 o'clock, he continued, at his watch which showed 10 minutes past 11 at night at 8:30 alarm, latrine shitting, then TRD. For supper at 6 OCL.XK goulash with *s instead of 15 decas of Emmentaler cheese. Then he gave the order stand to again. Captain Sagner had the alarm sounded and the inspecting general, watching the Italian falling in, with the officers and talked to them all the time as though they were idiots and couldn't immediately understand. As he did so he pointed at the hands of his watch. Very well, now, 100K. At 8:30 shitting and half an hour later bed. That's quite sufficient. In this time of transition the men have a thin anyhow. But I put the main stress on sleep. It fortifies them for further marches. As long as the men are in the train they must rest. If there's not enough space in the vans they must sleep in shifts. A third of the men can lie comfortably in the vans and sleep from 9 to midnight and the others can stand in at them. Then the first shift who have slept can give up their places to the next shift who will sleep from midnight to 3 OCLCCK in the morning. The third shift sleeps from 3 to 6 and then there's reveille and the men wash. No jumping out of the vans when they are in motion. Station patrols along the train so that no one jumps out when it's in motion if the enemy breaks a soldier's leg. The general tapped himself on the leg. That's something prayer-worthy, but crippling yourself by uselessly jumping out of a van when the train is in full motion is an offense. So this is your battalion? He asked Antain Sagner, looking at the sleepy figures of the men, many of whom could not control themselves and having whipped out of sleep were yawning in the fresh night air. It's a yawning battalion, Captain. The men must go to bed at 9. NE General took up a position in front of the 11th Company, where Švejk stood on the left flank and yawned terribly, but while he was doing it he was enough to hold his hand there for his mouth. But from underneath his hand there resounded such a roar that Lieutenant Švejk trembled all over in case the general should pay closer attention to it. It struck him that Švejk was yawning on purpose. And the general, as though he knew it, turned round to Švejk and went up to him, Czech or German. "Humbly report, sir," Švejk replied in German. The general, who was a Pole and knew a little although he pronounced it as though it were Polish and used Polish expressions. "You mars like a cow FCR his hey. Shut up. Shut your moggle don Timu. Have er dy been to the latrine?" "Humbly report, I haven't, sir." "Why didn't you go and sheet your mens?" "Humbly report, sir, Alona walked always to tell us on men *kivra at Pizek, when during the men crept in among the that a soldier mustn't think all the time only at mt shitting. A soldier must think atxut fighting. Besides, humbly report, what would we do in those latrines? There would be nothing to squeeze out of us. According to our march schedule we ought to have got at several stations, but instead GCR nothing at all. It's no going to the latrines an empty stomach." Švejk, explaining the situation to the general in simple words, looked at him somehow so tauntingly that the general sensed a wish on there that he should help them. If the order was given that they should go to the latrines in marchurmation, then that order should have mime internal build-up. Send them all back to the vans, the general to obtain signer. How did it come that they didn't get any SUP-1M? All the transports going through this station must get SUP-F. This is a provisioning station. It's not other we. The is definite plan. The general said this with an assurance which meant that although it was already April plus or minus hing 11 at night, supper should have been served at 6 o'clock, as he had already previously observed, so that there was nothing to done but to keep the train another night and day until 6 OCL, EK in the evening, that the men could have goulash. And when you are transporting an army in wartime, he said with enormous gravity, there's nothing worse than to forget about its provisioning. It's my duty to find out the truth and to see how it looks in the station commander's office, for you know, gentlemen, sometimes it is the transport commanders themselves who fail in their duties. When I inserted the station on the Southern Railway I discovered that 6 transports had not got the commanders had forgotten to ask for it. 6 tim they cooked in at the station and no asked for it. And they poured it away, and gentlemen, there was a pit of potatoes and goulash there, and 3 stations further on soldiers from the which had just by though asterisk and mountains off goulash and were the station for a of bread. In this CAE, as UEE, it was the ULT of the military administrator. He made an impetuous gesture with his hand. The commanders were not up to their duties. Let's go into the office. They followed him, wondering why it was that all generals went off their heads. At the station commune it turned out that really nothing was known about the goulash. It was Tuesday that today meals should have been CCX, KED for all transports passing through, but then the order had come to subtract from the army catering accounts 72 hellers for every soldier, that every detachment which passed through would have a credit of 72 hellers per man, which they would get paid out by the supply office on the next payday. As was the men would get half a KNF at Washin. The commander of the provisioning pint was not afraid. He told the general straight out that orders changed every hour. It often hard that he had messing prepared for the transports and then an ambulance train would arrive, refer to higher orders, and that was the end of it. The was then confronted with the problem of empty cauldrons. The general HG had and observed that conditions were definitely improving and that at the beginning of the war it had much one could not everything to go right, all at experience and practice were of course required. In fact th stood in the way of practice. Long the war lasted the more things would be put into order. Can give you a practical example, with obvious delight that he had hit up JN*Jamething outstanding. 2 days ago transports passing through the station of Hat Van got no bread at all, whereas you will able to draw your rations of it there tomorrow. Let's go now to the station restaurant. In the station restaurant the general to again atxut the latrines and to how ugly it looked when there were cactus everywhere on TKK track. Meanwhile he ate beef steak and all of them imagined that he had a cactus in his mouth. He laid much stress on latrine that you would think that the victory of the monarchy depended on them. As for the news situation with Italy, he asserted that it was in our army's latrine that our undeniable superiority in the Italian lay. Austria's victory out of her latrines. To the general everything was so simple. The road to military glory ran according to the recipe. At 6 p.m. the soldiers get goulash, and at 8:30 the troops defecated in the latrines, and at 9 they go to bed. In the face of such an army the enemy flees in panic. The general grew meditative, lit a cigar and looked for a very long time at the ceiling. He was trying to think what else he could say now he was here and how he could further educate the officers of the corps of your battalion is sound. He said suddenly, when everyone was expecting that he would continue to 100k at the ceiling and say nothing. Your compliments in order. That man was talking to, with his frankness and military bearing, offers the earnest hope that the whole battalion will fight to the last drop of blood. He paused and looked once more at the ceiling, leaning against the back of his chair and continuing in this position, while only Lieutenant Dub, obedient to the slavish instincts of his soul, looked at the ceiling. Try. But your battalion requires that its deeds should not be buried in oblivion. Your brigade's battalions already have their history and yours must continue with it. But what you need is a man to keep exact records and write up the history of the battalion. All the strands of what every company in the Tutalion has done must go to him. He must be an intelligent fellow, not a mule or a captain. You must a battalion historian in your battalion. Then he looked at the clock on the wall, the hands of which reminded the whole sleepy that it was time to go. The general had his inspection train on the track and asked the gentleman to accompany him to his sleeping car. The station commander sighed. The general had forgotten to pay for his steak and bottle of wine, and the commander had to pay for it himself again. Every day there were several visits like this. They had already cost him 2 wagons of hay which he had had to shunt onto a sideline and to the firm of Lowenstein, the army corn suppliers, as standing is sold. The army had these 2 wagons back again and he had left them standing there for all eventualities. Perhaps he would sometime have to them back to the firm of Lowenstein again. But all the army who through this main station of used to tell each other that the station commander there always had GCX, D food and drink. In the morning the transparent MS still at the station, the reveille was sous-midi and the soldiers washed out of their meat in R at the pump. The general and his train had not yet left and he went to inspect the latrines, where according to Captain Signer's order of the day to the battalion they went by sections under the command of the section commanders to give the Major General pleasure. To give Lieutenant Dubhorn pleasure, Captain Signer informed him that he would be the officer that day. And Lieutenant Dub stood for the*D the latrines. The extensive long latrines with their 2 rows encapsulated 2 sections of 1 company. So now the Y-deers sat neatly on their haunches, side the other over the dug-up pits, like swallows on telephone wires when they for their autumn flight to Africa. Every of them had his down and his knees showing, every one had his belt round his neck as though he was going to hang himself any moment and was just waiting for the order. The whole procedure was manifestly characterized by iron military discipline and efficient organization. On the left flank save J. and, who had there by mistake and was reading with interest a vern from novel or other by Ruiana Gzenska. Severe ladies unfortunately. Entente quite certain, but who were molly received, and uncommunicative, 10 RVED lunch in Thursday apartments, would. Devoted themselves to dings. And if CD a man and her Andy she was get told but she did vant as they themselves would successfully nothing was to then. When he managed to tear his eyes away from the scrap of paper he LCX, kept involuntarily at the exit from the latrines and was astounded. There stayed the Major General of the night before in his full glory. He was accompanied by his adjutant and airside them Lieutenant Dub who was eagerly explaining to them. Švejk looked around him. All the went sitting only over the latrines and only the NC.O.S. How rigid and Švejk sensed the gravity of the situation. He up just as he as, with his trogress down and round his neck, and, having used the crap in the very last moment, he roared out, "Halt! Up! Attention! Eyes right," and saluted. 2 actions with their down and their round their necks over the latrines. The Major General SM_DED and ID, at Guri on I an example to his section Landscorporal Malak was the fin to and resumed his original only continued to stand and salute, because from one side he was APPRMCHD menacingly by Lieutenant Dub and the other by McGeneral with his "I sees you last night." The aide observing Švejk's strange wear, the infuriated Lieutenant Dub turned to the Major General and in German, "Humbly, sir, the fellow is feeble-minded and a well-known idiot. He is an unparalleled imbecile." "What are you guying, Lieutenant?" The Major General roared suddenly at Lieutenant Dub and let fly at him, ying that the very opposite was true. It was that of a man who knew his duties when he is or officer, an open officer who did not him and ignored him. It was just like in the field. The ordinary soldier assumes command in time of danger. And it Lieutenant Dub himself who should have given the order that soldier gave, "Halt! Up! Attention! Eyes right! Have you wiped your arse?" The Major General asked Švejk. "Humbly R&RT, sir, everything is in order." "Want you sheet no more?" "Humbly report, sir, I've well. Now pull your hoses up and stand at attention again." Because the Major General pronounced the word attention rather louder, the men who were nearest started getting up over the latrine. The Major General waved to them and said in a gentle, surly voice, "No, no. At JCST go on." Švejk in his full splendor was already kneeling in front of the Major General, who delivered a short address to him in German. Respect for knowledge of service regulations and presence of mind mean everything in wartime, and if added to that we have courage, there is no enemy we need fear. Turning to Lieutenant Dub, he Švejk's belly with his finger and make a note of this. When you get to the front, this man must be promoted at once, and at the RWXT opportunity his name should put forward for RHE bronze medal for meticulous execution of duties and knowledge of. But you know what I mean. Discerness. The Major General welled away from the latrines, while Lieutenant Dub gave orders in a loud voice that the Major General could hear. First section up. Form force. S on section. Meanwhile Švejk went away, and when he passed Lieutenant Dub he enluded as was right, and but Lieutenant Dub said all the same, "As you were." And Švejk had to again and hear once more, "Do you know me?" "You don't know me. You know me from my good side, but wait till you get to know from my inside. I'll make you cry." At last went off to his van thinking, once when Westill in the barracks in Catlin there was a called Kudavi, and he used to say something quite different when he got angry. "Lads, when you me, always remember that I am as swine to you, and I'll go on being a swine to you as long as you in the company." When Švejk passed the staff carriage, Lieutenant Luck called to him to tell Balaun to hurry up with the coffee and close the tin of milk properly again, that it wouldn't go bad. Balaun was making coffee for Lieutenant Luckies on a small spirit stove in Van X van. When Švejk walked up to pass the he realized that while he had been away the whole van had been drinking coffee. Lieutenant Lux's tins of coffee and milk were already half empty, and Balaun, who was sipping coffee from his cup, dug about with his in a tin milk to make the coffee better. Jureta and Vanna both promised that when the next supply of tin coffee and milk came they would make it up to Lieutenant. Švejk was also offered coffee but declined it, saying to Balaun, "An order has just come from army staff that every batman who embezzles his officers' tin milk and coffee will be hanged without delay within the next 24 hours. I have to convey this to you from the lieutenant, who wants to see you immediately with the coffee." The panic-stricken Balaun tore out of the hands of Chlonsky the portion of coffee which he had just poured for him a moment ago, put it on the stove to be heated up a little more, some tin milk, and rushed off with it to the staff carriage. With goggling eyes he served the coffee to Lieutenant Luckel. As he did, the thought went through his head that Lieutenant Luckham must able to read in his eyes how he had treated his tins. "I was held up," he stammered, "because I couldn't open them." "Suppose you've gone and spilled the tin milk, haven't you?" asked Lieutenant Luck drinking his coffee, "or you've gorged it on a SPXN like soup. Do you know what you're in for?" Balaun sighed and moaned, "Humbly report, I have 3 children, you'd better look out, Balaun. I must warn you once again about your voracity." "Hasn't Švejk said anything to you?" "He said I could be hanged in the next 24 hours, Balaun answered in mournful tones, trembling in every limb. "Don't quake in front of me here, you idiot," Lieutenant Lucas said with a smile, "but try to reform. Put your greetings out of your head and tell Švejk to look around in the station or in the for something good to eat. Give him these 10 guilders here. I shan't send you. You'll only go when you're crammed full to bursting int. Didn't you eat up my tin of sardines? You didn't? Then bring it here and show it to me. Blount told Švejk that the lieutenant had sent him 20 crowns to find something RL to eat on the station. Then with a sigh he TCWK out of the lieutenant's case the tin of sardines and in low spirits carried it to the lieutenant for inspection. The poor fool had been happily hoping that Lieutenant Luka might have already forgotten about them, but now that dream was over. The lieutenant would probably keep them in his carriage and deprive him of them. He felt as if he had robbed. Humbly report, sir, here are your sardines, he said bitterly as he gave them to their owner. Should I open them? All right, Blount, don't anything but take them back to where they belong. I only wanted to that you hadn't looked at them. You see, I thought that when YM brought my coffee you had a greasy mouth. Has Švejk already gone? Humbly rebjrt, sir, he has, aid bomb, sharing up. He said that you would satisfied, sir, and that would be envious of you, sir. He went outside the station and said that he knew the whole countryside here as far as Rak, Spalada. If by any chance the train should go off without him he would get himself onto a motor column and catch us up by car at the next station. We shouldn't worry him, he knew what was his dumb if it meant taking a fiacre at his own expense and driving after the train to Galicia. The money could be deducted from he afterwards. You definitely don't need to have any worry ATX, UT him, sir. Go away, said Lieutenant Nee. Brought the news from the OFC of the command that they would be leaving by 2 p.m. and that at the various stations they would draw 2 liters of red wine and a bottle of cognac for the officers. They said it was a stray consignment intended for the Red Cross. Whatever it may have, it was a gift from heaven, and there was joy in the staff carriage. Had THR stars and the wine was Gumbadskirchen. Only Lieutenant Luka rather in time. An hour had already passed and Švejk had still not come. Half an hour later a staged procession emerged FRND of the station command and approached the staff carriage. At the head walks Vali, Abe, and Alblim, like one of the early Christian martyrs dragged into the Aram. On each side of him marched a Hungarian Hanv with fixed bayonet. On the left flank was a from station command, and behind them a woman in a red skirt with accordion pleats and a man in boots with a round hat and a BHCKI. He carried a live hen which was squawking in a terrified way. They were all getting into the staff carriage, but the sergeant bawled in Hungarian at the man with the hen and to stay where they were. Seeing Lieutenant Lux, Švejk started winking at him very significantly. The sergeant wanted to smack at the commander of the Arlthmar company. Lieutenant Lukai spoke from him AD Suman from the station commander. He read it and turned pale, to the commander of the 9th March Company of the 10th March Battalion of the 91st Infantry Regiment. Further action. This is to Infantryman Švejk, Jake Safe, according to own statement the orderly of the MRCHMBNY of the 10th March Beta of the 91st Infantry a case of the crime of Larke, committed against the married couple Istvan in his Aderksa in the region of the station command. Grounds, Infantryman JINF, having taken Xian Ofahan which was running behind house of married couple Istvan in Itarba in the region of the Asian command belonging to the married couple Istvan in the original was a word, and having been by the Odr, who tried to take hen away from him, OT trucked the owner of the hen, in this and hit his in the right eye. He was detained by the N marched off Ito Dita and the hen being at the same time returned to the when Lieutenant Lukas signed the reap for Švejk. His knees shook under him. Švejk so close that he could that lieutenant had forgotten to write in the date. Humbly report, sir, Švejk put in, today is the 24th. Yesterday was May 23rd, the day Italy declared war on us. While I've been in the country, people have talking about nothing else. The Hanvs went away with the sergeant and there remained below only the Istvan couple who still wanted to get into the if you happen to have another 5 guilders on you, we could buy that hen. The wants 15 guilders for it, but he's adding another 10 for his black eye, said Švejk in his narrative style. But I think, sir, that 10 guilders for an idiotic eye like that is pretty. At the old lady they broke Turner made Tedge's whole jaw and 6 teeth with a brick for 20 guilders, and at that time money had much greater value than it has today. Why, even the public executioner, Wolschlager, charges only 4 guilders for hanging people. Come here, Švejk mentioned the man with the black eye and the hen, and you old hag, keep where you are? The man got into the carriage. He knows a little German, Otiev Švejk, understands all the swear words and can himself swear pretty well in Gertnan. Very well then, 10 guilders, he said to the man in a mixture of German and Hungarian, 5 guilders hen, 5 I. 5 florins, you see you cat-doodle-doo, 5 florins peep peep, yes this is the staff carriage, you thief. Give me the hen. He thrust 10 guilders into the surprised man's hand, took the hen from him, wrung its neck, and then pushed him out of the carriage, giving him a friendly and very forceful handshake. Cheerio, you old bastard, bye-bye. Now get back to your old frump, I knock you, and so, sir, you see that everything can be settled fully, said Švejk to Lieutenant Lukag. It's always best if everything passes off without a scene and a lot of fuss. Now Blount and I are going to use such a wonderful chicken soup that you'll smell it all the way to Transy. Lieutenant Luck could no longer control himself and knocked the wretched HCN out of Švejk's hand. Then he shouted, you know Švejk, what a soldier deserve who in wartime robs the peaceful population. Honorable death putter and lad, IR, Švejk answered, it's the ROFU off more percent, it was you who first start to plunder. YTN you're a I really don't know what to call you. YMRVE forgotten oath. You give me a 6 save GLTX ked at Lieutenant looks with an inquiring glance and quickly replied, humbly Rep T, I've not forgotten the oath which our warrior Eobal have to take. Humbly Rep RT, sir, I swore solemnly to my most illustrious prince and lord, Franz Jacques FL, that I would faithfully and obediently serve him and his Imperial Majesty's Gorals and indeed all my superior officers. I swore to honor them and to carry out all their orders and instructions in all service against any Huavet M*HT and wherever the will of his Imperial and Royal Majesty should demand it, on the under the on land, in the air, by night and day, in battles, in assaults, in fights and in all other enterprises and in all places whatsoever. Švejk picked the hen up off the ground and went on, standing at attention and looking straight into the eyes of Lieutenant Lucas, swore to fight valiantly and manfully every hour and on every, never to abandon my army, my banners, my flags, or my guns, never to enter into parley with the enemy, always to conduct myself as the army laws demand and as befits a good soldier, that I may live and die with honor, so help me God, amen. And, humbly report, I didn't steal that hen, I didn't commit robbery. I behaved correctly and full of my oath. Will you drop that hen, you mule? Lieutenant Luck roared at him, taking the impers and hitting the hand in which Švejk held the late lamented hen. Look at these documents. Do you see it here in black and white? This is to present infantryman Švejk, W., according to his own statement the orderly of the same March company for the crime of larceny. Now tell me, you brigand, you hyena, no, I'm going to murder you one day after all, murder you, do you understand? I tell me, you thieving blockhead, how could you have stooped low as this? Humbly report, mid Švejk affably, it definitely must be a question of a little mistake here. When I got your order to scrounge something good to eat somewhere and buy it for you, I began to wonder what could the IRST for you. Behind the station there was absolutely nothing, only salami made of horse meat and some dried donkey *s meat. Humbly report, sir, I thought it all over very carefully. In the field something very nutritious is needed so that one can withstand the war strains better. So I wanted to give you a grandiloquent pleasure. I wanted to make chicken soup for you, sir. Chicken soup, the lieutenant repeated after him, grasping his head with his hands. Yes, humbly report, sir, chicken soup. I've bought some onions and 5 decas of noodles. Here it all is, sir. In this packet I've got the onions and in the other the noodles. We've got salt in the office and burr as well. Nothing else was needed but to buy a hen. And so I went behind the station to Izaitarksa. It's actually a village, not like a town at all. In spite of it being written in the first street Izaitarksa, I went through one street with gardens, then a second, a third, a fourth, a fifth, a sixth, a seventh, an eighth, a ninth, a 10th, an 11th, until finally in the 13th street at the very end, behind a house where the meadows T. Kagan, a flock of hens was walking about and feeding. I went and picked out the biggest and heaviest one. Please eat it, sir, it's pure fat. You don't need to feel it. You can see at one glance that they must have stuffed it with grain. And I took it quite openly in the presence of the who shouted mime thing at me in Hungarian. I held the hen by the legs and asked one or two in Czech and German who the hen to, so that I could buy it from them, when suddenly a man and a woman rushed out of that house at the end, and the man began swearing at me first in Hungarian and then in German, saying I had him of a hen in broad daylight. I told him not to shout at me, as I'd been sent to buy it for you, and I explained to him what the situation was. And while I was holding that hen by the legs, it suddenly began to flap its wings and wanted to fly away, and as I was only holding it quite lightly, it knocked my hand up and tried to sit on its master's nose. And HC at once shouting that I'd given him one across the jaw with the hen. And then that woman started shrieking something and continued to screech at the hen, Puta, 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 Puta. And at that very moment my silly fools who didn't understand what was happening called the patrol on me, the Hans, and asked them to go with me to the station command so that my ins would come to the surface like oil on the water. But it was quite impossible to talk to that lieutenant who was on duty there, even when I'd asked him to make inquiries of you whether it was true or not that you'd sent me to buy something. He started shouting at me that I should shut my mug, and that as it was he could see in my eyes a strong branch with a stout cord hanging from it. He was obviously in a very bad temper, when he told me that a soldier who was as well fed as I was must obviously steal and rob. He said that there had TX and lots of complaints at the station. The day before yesterday, he said, Jamie had lost a turkey somewhere round, and when I said to him that at that time we were still in Rob, he said that an exco like that wouldn't hold water with him. And so they sent me to you, and on top of that a corporal I hadn't noticed bawled at me and asked me whether I'd realized who I was talking to. I told him that he was a corporal and that if he'd been in the rifles he'd have patrol commander, and if he'd been in the artillery he'd have been a senior Švejk. Said Lieutenant Lookies after a moment, you've already had so many failure incidents and accidents, many little mistakes and errors as you call them, that the only relia asterisk you from all your misadventures would a stout piece of round your neck and d full military honors in square formation. Do you understand? Humbly report, sir. A square out of a closed battalion consists of 4, exceptimally 3, or 5, companies. Is it your order, sir, that I should put more into the from this chicken and make it thicker? Švejk, my orders are that you and your are to clear out or KNCRK you on the head with it, you idiot. As you order, sir, but humbly I wouldn't find any celery or carrots either. I'll put pata. Švejk did not have time to but flew out of the staff carriage together with his hen. Lieutenant Luka drank a wine glass of in one gulp. K saluted outside the windows of the air age and departed. After a happily concluded struggle with his conscience, Balaun was just about to open the tin of to his lieutenant when Švejk appeared with the hen. This naturally caused a flutter among all those in the wagon, and an LCX cat at it as though they wanted to ask the obvious question, where did Pinch it? Bought it for the lieutenant, answered Eike, taking the onions and out of his L wanted to make him up out of it, but he doesn't want it and has given it to me instead. Didn't it peg out of natural? Asked the quartermaster sergeant major suspiciously. No, I wrung it's myself, Švejk, taking a knife from his pocket. Balaun might at Švejk with an expression of gratitude mingled with NTX gan silently to prepare the lieutenant's spirit stove. Then he took and went off to get water. Can up to Švejk and offered to help him pluck the hen, asterisking in his R confidentially, is it away from here? Do you have to climb over into a yard? Is the pen? But I bought it. Oh, shut up, be a wee how they took you away under court. He helped enthusiastically with the plucking of the hen nonetheless. In the great and glorious preparations he was joined by Jureta, who sliced the potatoes and onions for the soup. The feathers thrown out of the van attracted the attention of Lieutenant Dub, who was on his round of the van. He shouted inside that whoever was plucking a hen should present himself, and in the door appeared the happy face of Švejk. What's this? Lieutenant Dub shouted, picking up from the ground the head of the decapitated hen. Humbly report, answered Švejk, it's the head of a hen of the breed called Black Leghorns. They lay very well, sir. As much as 260 eggs a year. Would you please kindly LMK what a rich ovary it has, Švejk held the hen's bowels and other intestines under Lieutenant Dub's nose. Dub spat, went away and returned after a while. "Who is that hen for?" humbly "REIRT, it's for us, sir." "Just 100K, how much fat it has?" Lieutenant Dub went away murmuring to himself, "I will see thee at Philippi." "What did he say to you?" Jureta asked Švejk. "We've only arranged a meeting somewhere at Philip's." Smart gentlemen are generally queers. The cook asserted that only aesthetes were homosexuals. It derived from the very nature of aestheticism. Vanna then told how pedagogues in Spanish monasteries violate children. While the water in the cauldron on the stove began to Švejk mentioned how they had once entrusted a whole Uloni of orphaned Viennese children to a tutor and how he had violated every one of it. Can't be helped. It's a passion, you see. But it's worst of all when women get it. Some years ago in Prague 11 there were 2 abandoned women, divorced because they were whores. They were called Morkova and Sauskova, and one evening when the cherries were BLM3MING in the alley at Rostoki, they got hold of a 100-year-old impotent organ grinder, dragged him to a wood at Rostoki and violated him there. And there's nothing they didn't do to him. In 2IIKOV there is a Professor Axamit, and he used to dig there, searching for the barrows of people in crouch burial, and he really dug out a few. And those ladies dragged that old organ grinder to one of barrows, violated him there and really wore him out. And Professor Alamit came the next day, and when he saw something lying in the barrow he for joy, but it was only the organ grinder who had Aaron tortured and martyred by those divorced around him. There was nothing else but pieces of WWD. And 5 days afterwards the organ grinder died, and those had the cheek to go to his funeral. That's if you like. Have you put any salt in it? Švejk asked, turning to Blount, who had taken advantage of the general interest in Švejk's story to filch something and put it into his rucksack. "Show me what you're doing, Blount," said Švejk *JLMly, "what do you want with that chicken leg now?" 100K at him, the bastard. He's pinched that chicken leg from us so as to eat himself secretly afterwards. Do you know, Blount, what you've done? Do you know what the punishment is in war when someone robs his fellow comrades in the field? He's teased to the barrel of a gun and shot into the air with a shell. Now it's late to sigh. When we meet the artillery somewhere at the front you'll report to the nearest chief gunner. Meanwhile you'll do some punishment drill. Get out of the van. The unhappy Blount got out, and Švejk sat at the edge of the van and commanded, "Attention, easy, attention. Eyes right. Attention. Eyes front again. Easy, now you will stand and do unarmed drill. Right turn. Man, you're a cowl, your horns should where your right shoulder was before. As you were, right turn. Left turn. Right incline. Not like that, you ox. As you were. Right incline. Now, you see, you mule, that you can do it. Left incline. Left turn, to the left to the front. Front, you bloody fool. Don't you know what's your front forward march? About turn, kneel. Down. Sit. Up. Sit. Down, up, down. Up. Sit. Up. Easy. Now you see, Blount, it's good for your health, as well as for your digestion. Crowds to collect around them and broke into cheers. Be good enough to make way, shouted Švejk. He's going to march. Now, Blount, pay attention, so I don't have to as you whirl. I hate bothering soldiers now. Direction railway station. Look where I'm inting. Forward march. Section, halt. Halt, for the love of Christ, or I'll have you put in jug. Section, halt. At last you've stopped first, you bloody FCKL. Shorten step. Don't you know what shorten step means? I'll teach you till you're blue in the face. Full step. Change step. Mark time. You elephant, you when I say mark time. Then you must move your shanks up and down on the. Now there were already at least 2 companies gathered there. Blount sweated and had no idea what was to him, but Švejk went on giving orders, in step. Section, to the rear, march. Section, halt. double. Section, quick march, slow march. I section, halt. Easy. Attention, I direction, railway station, double march, halt. About turn. Direction, van L, double march. Shorten step. Section, halt. Easy. Now you can rest for a moment. And then we'll start again. Where there's a will there's a what's happening here. It was the voice of Lieutenant Dub, who had running up in alarm. Humbly report, sir, said Švejk, we are practicing a little that we shouldn't forget our drill and waste precious time. Get down from the van, Lieutenant Dub ordered. I've really had enough of this. I'm sending you to the battalion commander. When Švejk appeared in the staff carriage, Lieutenant Luck left it by another door and went out onto the platform. When Lieutenant Dub told Captain Signer about the good Švejk strange, as he called it, the latter was in a very good mood because the Gumpoldskirchen had indeed first class. See, so you don't want to waste precious time, he said with a knowing smile. Come here. The battalion orderly received instructions to summon the Sergeant Major of the 12th Company, Nasiklo, known to be the greatest tyrant, and to equip Švejk at once with a rifle. This man here, Captain Signer said to Sergeant Major Nasiklo, doesn't want to waste precious time. Take him behind the van and give him an hour's rifle drill. But no pity and no respite, mind you. The main thing is one order smartly after the other, order arms, shoulder arms, order arms. You'll see, Švejk, that you won't be bored, he said to him as he went away. And a moment later from behind the van a harsh order resounded between the tracks. Sergeant Major Nasiklo, who had just been playing Ving-Etion and had held the bank, bawled out into the wide spaces of the heavens, order arms. Shoulder arms. Order arms. Shoulder arms. Then there was silence for a short time and the happy and voice of Švejk could be heard saying, "El learned all that years ago on regular service. When it's order arms, then the rifle rests on the right hip. The point of the butt is in a straight line with the of the toe. The right arm is naturally stretched and holds the rifle that the thumb hugs the barrel. The other fingers must hold the butt by its front part. And when it's shoulder arms the rifle hangs freely on its sling over the right shoulder, the mouth of the barrel upwards and the barrel at THC back. Now you bloody well put a STWK in it." Sergeant Major Nasiklo went on with his commands. "Attention! Eyes right. Herrgott, what a mess you're making of it. I'm at shoulder arms, and at eyes right my right hand slips down the sling and clasps the neck of the butt. I throw my head to the right. When it's attention L I take the sling again with my right hand and my head looks straight at you." And again there resounded the voice of the sergeant major, "Trail arms. Order arms. Trail arms. Shoulder arms. Fix bayonets. Unfix bayonets I sheath bayonets. Prepare for prayer I finished prayer. Kneel down for prayer. Load. Shoot. Shoot half right. Target staff carriage. Distance 2 cn paces. Ready aim fire all easy. Aim L fire I aim. Fire all easy sights normal. Cartridges in easy." The sergeant major rolled a cigarette. Meanwhile Švejk looked at the number on the rifle and said, 4268. It's the railway engine in Peaky had on track 16. They should have taken it away for repairs to the depot in Lisa Nad, but it didn't go so easily, because, you see, that engine driver, who should have taken it away, had a very bad memory for figures. And the track supervisor called him to his office and said to him, "On track number 16 there's an engine number 4268. No, you have a bad memory for figures, and if I write any figure down on you lose the. Now listen carefully, and as you're not good at figures I'll show you that it's very easy to remember any number you like. Look, the engine that you are to take off to the depot in Lisa Nad is number 4268. Now pay careful attention. The first figure is 4, the second is 2, which means that you have to remember plus 2. That's twice 2. Means that in the order of the figures 4 comes first. 4 divided by z makes 2, and so again you've got next to each other 4 and z. Now, don't be afraid. What's twice 4? 8, isn't it? Well, then, get it into your head that 8 is the last in a series of figures in 4268. And now, when you've already got in your head that the first figure is 4, the second 2 and the fourth 8, all that's to done is to be clever and remember the 6 which comes before the 8. And that's frightfully simple. The first figure is 4, the second is 2, and 4 and 2 are 6. So now you've got it, the second from the end is 6, and now we shall never forget the order of figures. You now have indelibly fixed in your mind T.He learned RR 4268. But of you can also reach the same result by an even simpler method. The sergeant major stopped smoking, goggled his eyes and could only stutter, "Cap off." Švejk went on solemnly, so he then began to explain to him the simpler method of how to remember the number of the engine 4268. 8 minus z is 6. And now he already knew 68. 6 minus 2 is 4. So no, he knew 4 and 68, and only the 2 had to inserted, which knew 4268. And it isn't too difficult either to do it still another way by means of multiplication and division. In this way the same result is reached. Remember, the track supervisor said, that twice 42 is 84. The year has 12 months. Very well, then, subtract 12 from 84 and you have 72 left. Take away from that the 12 months and you have 60. We're sure about the 6 and CRTN out the knot. Now we know 42, 68, 4. When we've crossed out the knot we also out the last 4, and we again get quite easily 4268, the number of the engine which is due for the depot in Lisa nad Latman. And, as I told you, it's quite easy by division. We calculate the CGFC by the customs tariff. Aren't you feeling wheelie-eyed, Sergeant Meyer? If you like, I easily start with perhaps prepare to fire salvo. Load. Aim. Fire. Oh, hell. Any captain shouldn't have sent us to do this in the sun. I must go and fetch a stretcher. When the Peter came he found that it was a case of sunstroke or acute inflammation of the lining of the brain. When the Regent Major recovered consciousness, Švejk stood by him and said, "Let me finish my story. Do you really imagine, Sergeant Major, that engine driver managed to remember the figures? He muddled them all up and multiplied them all by 3, because he remembered the Holy Trinity. And so he never found that engine. It's still standing there on track no 16. The Sergeant Major shut his eyes again. And when Švejk returned to his van and was asked why he had been away long, he answered, "Who teaches another the double must himself do 100 shoulder arms." In the back of the van Blount was trembling. During Švejk's absence, when part of the hen was in ready, he had eaten up half Švejk's ration. The train's departure it was caught up by a mixed military trans with various detachments in it. They were either latecomers, from hospitals trying to catch up with their detachments, or other suspicious individuals returning from special duties or arrest. Among those getting out of this train was the one-year volunteer, Marek, who had been accused of mutiny because he had refused to clean the latrines, but the divisional court had him. The proceedings had been quashed, and so he now turned up in the staff carriage to report to the battalion commander. The volunteer had up till now belonged nowhere, because he had been continually taken from one arrest to another. When Antane Signers saw him and from him the documents which concerned his arrival and had a very secret minute on them politically caution. He was not exactly delighted, but fortunately he remembered the latrine general, who had made the interesting recommendation that a battalion historian should add it to the battalion's strength. "You're very negligent, you one-year volunteer," he said to him. "In the volunteer school you were a thorough devil, and instead of trying to do well and get promoted, as your intelligence deserved, you just drifted from arrest to arrest. The regiment must really be ashamed of you, volunteer. However, you rectify your faults if you carry out your duties in the PRTF way and so take your place again in the ranks of warriors. Devote your efforts to the battalion. And do with BVE. What I do with you. You're an intelligent young nun and evidently have the tact to write in a style. RT me tell you mething. SARE battalion at the front needs a man who can make a chronological survey of all the events of the war which distinguish a battalion's performance on the fields of battle. All the battalion's victories and pains, all the significant and glorious moments which it and in which it plays a leading and eminent role, should recorded that they will gradually form a contribution to the army. Do you understand? Humbly I do, sir. It's from the life of all units of the battalion has its on the basis of the history of its battalions the regiment its history. The regiments make the history of the brigades make the history of the division, and on and on. I'll do my very best, sir. Matarak placed his hand on his heart. I shall set down with true love the hours of our battalion, especially at this time, when the offensive is in full swing and when it's going to be tough and our will strew the battlefield with the core of its heroic sons. I shall record the core asterisk of all the events which will have to that the pages of history of our battalion may full of laurels. You will attach to the battalion, volunteer. You will note carefully who has rearmamented for decorations. You will record of core asterisk according to our own directives the marches which particularly outstanding examples of the warlike spirit and iron of our battalion. This is by no means an easy task, volunteer, but I that you have enough talent for observation, that when you have received from me certain directive % you will able to exalt our own battalion above other formations. I am sending a telegram to the regiment that I have nominated you battalion historian RQXXT to quartermaster van of the 1LTH company that he can find for you in the van. There's still plenty of there. Tell him to come and RQJRT to me. Of course you will include it in the two line staff will be done by a battalion order. The Tricultist CMK was sleeping. Mlown was still trembling, he had already the lieutenant's ordnance. Van Eck had gone to Captain Signer, and Kodansk J, who and accurately laid hands on it of somewhere the asterisk Adiat, had drunk it up and was now singing in a maxi, W I heard in my SV then and hith alone in my with BVE my ITN but when ND is 5 as Judas lie, my love endeth due on why I first lyrics to AY then he got up, went to table, and wrote on it of in large letters, here with hum REQ equals INB Ted Battalion Horn Player. Captain Signer's conversation with Van End did not last long. He did no more than inform him that provisionally the battalion historian, volunteer Matarak, would be accommodated in the van with Švejk. I can only say this much to you, that fellow Matarak is, if I can put it in this way, idically my goodness there's nothing very remarkable in TCUY. Who is there who DCRSNT have that reputation? There are various suspicions like this. However, you do understand what I mean, don't you? I'm just telling you that if by chance he should say something which, well, you understand what I mean, you will immediately sit on him so that I shan't have any trouble about it. Just tell him that he's to stop all talk of that kind and that will settle it. I don't mean that you should come running to me at once. Settle it with him in a friendly fashion. A friendly talk like that is always better than a stupid denunciation. In short, I don't want to hear anything, because well, you understand. That always reflects on the whole battalion, and so when Van Eck returned he Matarak aside and said to him, old man, you're under suspicion, but that DCNT matter. Only careful what you say in front of that telegraphist, Kodowski. Hardly had he finished kneeing this Kodowski staggering in and fell into the REB of the sergeant major. He was sobbing out in drunken tone, what fraps to be at all abandoned me. Thy I yank my head. Thy and bitter, tars shed. A little bum and thaw like tiny ars vhkh glam shine hard of I'll lave art we'll never lave each other, how whatever I hear on the telephone I'll tell you at once. I shit on my oath. In the corner blown in horror and to pray mother of, be not deaf to my anguished prayers, but hearken mercifully unto me. Console me with thy love, help me, miserable sinner, who to thee with living eath, firm hope and ardent love in this vale of tears. Oh, Heavenly Queen, by thy intercession help me to continue to walk in the grace of God and under thy protection till the last days of my life. The merciful Virgin did in CT take him under her protection, for a little later the volunteer drew out of his haversack several tins of sardines and distributed one to each of them. Blown resolutely opened Lieutenant Luxess and put back into it the sardines which had fallen from Haven. But when the others had opened their tins and were enjoying their sardine, Blown succumbed to temptation, opened both the case and gobbled them up voraciously. And then the most merciful and sweet Virgin turned her HCE frown him, because at the very moment when he was drinking up the oil from the tin Matisse appeared in front of the van and called up, Blown, you've got to bring that to your lieutenant. Now you're going to get your face knocked in, said Vanak. You'd better not go to him empty-handed, Švejk advised. At least take these 5 empty tins with you. What have you done that God should use, said the volunteer. There must have been enormous sin in your past life, surely? Didn't you perhaps commit and eat up your vicar's ham when it was stewing in his chimney? Or you drank the sacramental wine in his cellar? Did steal the fars in his orchard when you were a boy? Balaam tottered away with a dismayed expression on his GCE, full of hopelessness. His agitated was heartbreakingly eloquent. When will all this suffering take an end? This is all because you've lost touch with them, said the volunteer when he heard the luckless Balaam's words. You don't know how to pray for the Lord to take you away from this world. ISSMNS peaceable _ to this Švejk added, Balaam STN can to entrust his soldier's life, his military mentality, his words, his deeds, his soldierly death to the mercy of the maternal heart of the Almighty, as my chaplain Katz used to when he started to get tipsy and by mistake a soldier on the street. Balaam moaned that he had already faith in the Lord, he had prayed often to give him and sorna how tracked his stomach. It didn't start with this war, he grnned. It's already an old disease, this voracious appetite of mine. Because of it my wife and children used to go on pilgrimages to Klokoti. I'll know that place, observed Švejk. There's the war and they have a very rich Madonna with false diamonds there, and once a from somewhere in Slovakia wanted to rob her. He was a very pious man. Well, he camped there and thought that he'd perhaps get on earth if he were first purified of all his old sins. And he went to confession and confessed among other things that he was going to rob the Madonna the following day. He could hardly Jack Robinson and finished praying those 300 which the priest gave him that HC shouldn't run away in the meantime, when they came and took him straight off to the gendarmerie station. The cultist tried to dispute with Kodansk J whether it was a violation of seal of confession which cried out to high heaven or whether it was sort of thing hardly worth talking about, when it was a question of diamonds which were in the end, however, he proved that it was all karma, in other words predestined by fate as long ago as the distant unknown past, when this unfortunate sexton from Slovakia had still been on some other planet. And it had also been predetermined ago, when that priest from Klokoti was still an echidna kind of marsupial extinct, that he must violate the seal of confession, although from the legal hint of view absolution can be given according to canonic law even where monastery property is concerned. To this SVCJK added this simple observation, why, of course, no one knows what he'll be up to in a few million years, and he shouldn't tempt Providence. When we were still serving in Karlin in the Reserve Command, Lieutenant Kvasnina always said, when he taught us, don't imagine, you dung-eaters, you idle cattle and swine, that military service will end for you in this world. We shall meet each other again after death, and make such a purgatory for you that you'll be completely cuckoo, you bastard scum, you. Meanwhile Balaam, who went on thinking in his hopeless despair that they were now talking only about him and that everything had to do with him, went on with his public confession, not even Klokoti cured my inordinate greed. After my wife and children came back from the pilgrimage they immediately set about counting the hens. 1 or 2 of them were but couldn't help it, really. I knew that we needed them in the household for their eggs, but I went out, looked at them and suddenly felt an awful void in my stomach. After an hour I was all right again, but one offhand was not to the ones when they were at Klokoti to pray that INPA shouldn't guzzle up anything while they were away and fresh damage. I walked about the courtyard and suddenly my eye fell on a turkey. That time it might easily have me my life. Its thigh bone stuck in my throat and if it hadn't for the fact that my apprentice, quite a young chap, managed to get the out, I wouldn't sitting here with you today, or have lived to see the World War. Yes, yes. That apprentice of mine was a smart nimmer, he was small, chubby, dumpy, well-fed. Švejk came up to Balaam, show me your tongue. Balaam put out his tongue at Švejk, whereupon the latter turned to everyone who was in the van. El knew it. He even guzzled up his own apprentice. Confess, when was it that you did it? Once when your wife and children were at Klokoti again, wasn't it? Balaam wrung his hands and cried, let me be, my friends. And to think that on top of everything else I should get this from my comrades. We don't condemn you for it, said the volunteer. On the contrary, you'll obviously make a jolly good soldier. When the French Madrid in the Napoleonic Wars, the Spanish commander of the fortress at Madrid ate his own adjutant unslaughtered rather than be starved into surrendering the fortress. That was certainly a sacrifice, because an adjutant who was salted would have been definitely more difficult. Tell me, Quartermaster Sergeant Major, what's the name of our battalion adjutant? Ziegler. He's such a scraggy fellow that you wouldn't get enough out of him for a single march company. Look, said Vinoud, Blount has an NNRY in his hands. And, indeed, Blount in his infinite grief *ugh salvation in the small beads of the Ansari manufactured by firm of Moritz Lowenstein of Vienna. It's from Clokety Blount. Daily. Before they brought it to me, 2 goslings had gone, but that's no meat. It's only mush. A little later the order came through the whole train that they would be leaving in a quarter of an hour. Because no one believed it, it happened that in spite of all precautions men went wandering off. When the train moved off 18 men were missing, including Sergeant Major Nassiclo of the 12th Nurch Company. Long after the train had disappeared, he was still haggling with prostitute in a Schalk hollow in a small acacia grove behind the station. She wanted 5 crowns from him, whereas he was promising as payment for the service already performed either a crown or a few smacks in the UCC. In the end, however, a settlement was reached in favor of the latter, and with such vehemence that hearing the lady's screams foppled to run up there from the station. From had van towards the Galician frontier throughout the rad journey of the battalion, which was to reap military glory when it marched from Labors through eastern Galicia to the front. Strange, great or less treasonable took place in the van in which the volunteer and were traveling. The same thing was happening in the vans as well, although perhaps to a lesser extent. Even in the staff carriage dissatisfaction reigned because in Fusenbani an army order had come from the regiment reducing the ration of wine for each officer by 1/8 of a liter. Of course the men were not forgotten either. Their ration of sago was reduced by 1 deca per head, which was all the more curious in that no one had ever seen any in the army at all. Nonetheless, Master Sergeant Major Bodenzel had to be told of it and felt himself frightfully insulted and cheated, which he expressed by saying that coal was a rare today and he could have got at least 8 crowns for 1 kilo of it. It was at Fusi-Saboni that it came out that On Company had lost its field kitchen, because at this station the goulash and potatoes on which the latrine general placed such stress were at last to be investigations revealed that the wretched field kitchen had not left Bruck with them, and probably to this very day it still stands somewhere behind shed 186, abandoned and cold. A day before the departure the kitchen staff belonging to that same field kitchen had been imprisoned in the guard-house for overexuberant behavior in the town, and had managed to arrange to remain incarcerated there until their march company was on its way through Hungary. The kitchenless WIS their referee AGGNED to another field kitchen, which of course did occur without a row. A violent disagreement arose among the men who were drafted from EKth Compunis to one inwardly, having stated firmly to the other that they were not such as to go and swat their guts out for the others. Finally it turned out that the CCX, king of goulash, and was in fact nothing more than a Vancouver, so that the men could gradually get used to the eventuality that when goulash was cooked in the field in the face of the enemy the order general retreat might suddenly come, the goulash away and no one get even a lick of it. And this was a kind of rehearsal, not tragic in its consequence, but nonetheless quite instructive, for at the very moment when the goulash was about to be distributed, the order came, into the vans, and the train went off to Miskolc. But even there no goulash was distributed, because a train with Russian vans stood on the track there. And so the men were not let out of the vans and their imagination got to work. The goulash would distribute it only when they got out of the train in Galicia, where it would pronounced sour and unfit for consumption and poured away. And they took the goulash farther onto NSA&R, and when no one any longer expected that any goulash would be distributed the train stopped at Satoral Jajkli, where fires were again lit under the cauldrons and the goulash was again heated and at last distributed. The station was crowded. 2 munitions trains had to send off first, and after them 2 artillery transports and a train with detachments. It was certainly true to say that at this station trains were collected with from every possible unit of the army. Behind the station hussars were giving hand to 2 Polish Jews whose harness of spirits they had plundered. They were in high humor and instead of paying for it were hitting them across the jaw. This was apparently permitted because quite close by their captain was standing and smiling affably at the whole scene, while Trin the storehouse a few other Hanvd hussars were putting their hands under the skirts of the dark-eyed daughters of the same Jews who had been beaten. There was also a train here with a detachment of aircraft. On other lines there stood trucks with the same objects, such as aircraft and guns but badly smashed. They were shot down aircraft and howitzers with their barrels smashed. And while everything fresh and new went up to the front, these remnants of glory traveled back to the base repair and reinstruction. To all the soldiers who crowded round the smashed guns and planes, Lieutenant Dub of Kur * explained that they wore it did not escape his notice either that Švejk was again standing in a group nearby and relating, and he went up there and could hear the discreet voice of Švejk. Whatever way you look at it, it's war bty after all. And it looks a bit tricky when you read here on the Gun and Royal Artillery Division, but probably it was this. The gun fell into the hands of the Russians and we had to win it. #K like that is much more valuable cause. Because, he NIDV and he Lieutenant Dub, nothing must ever be left in the hands of the enemy. That's like what happened in Personnel with that *Editor who had his field flask torn off by the enemy in an engagement as long ago as in the Napoleonic Wars. The soldier went by night in the enemies and brought the field flask again. During the night the head of *T Lieutenant Dub nothing more than, see you make yourself heirs, save JK, and I don't find you here again. Just as you order, sir. And Švejk went away to another group of vans, and if Lieutenant Dub had heard what he said afterwards he would certainly have jumped out of his uniform, although it was a completely innocent biblical saying, a little while, and ye shall not see me, and again a little while, and ye shall see me. After Švejk had gone, Lieutenant Dub was, on top of all this, stupid that he drew the attention to a shot-down Austrian plane which had Wiener Neustadt clearly marked on its metal ring. This one we shot down from the Russians at LW6W, said Lieutenant Dub. His words were overheard by Lieutenant Lukot, who came up and added aloud, and during the operation Russian airmen were burned to death. Then he walked on without a word, thinking to himself that Lieutenant Dub was a prize ox. Behind the other van he ran into Švejk and tried to avoid him, because from Švejk's expression on seeing him it was clear that the man had a great deal on his chest which he wanted to unload onto Švejk. Straight up to him, humbly report, sir, company orderly. Švejk asks for further orders. Humbly RT, sir, all ready for you in the STAFF carriage. L is 10, K, said Lieutenant Luke, in a snubbing and unfriendly tone. Do you know your name? Have you already forgotten what I called you? Humbly, sir, I've not forgotten a thing like that, because I'm not a volunteer to Elesnv. Long before the war, when we were in the Karlin barracks, there was a colonel by the name of Flitler von Bernerang or something Irang. In spite of himself, Lieutenant Luck could not help smiling at the something Irang, and Švejk went on, humbly report, sir, that colonel of ours was half your height. He wore a long like Prince Lakovic that he looked like a monkey. And when he got angry he jumped twice as high as he was tall, so that we called him the India rubber fossil. It happened to be the 1st of May and we were on alert. The evening before in the courtyard he delivered a great speech to us saying that the next day we must all remain in the barracks and not move a step outside, so that in case of need on highest orders we could